तेरे बजे स्क्रीन पे लाइट सिस्टम में दिन गेमर बाय नाइट साइलेंट ग्राइंड फोकस हाई बाबा यागा ऑन द राइज जीरो व्यू से स्टार्ट किया सीन कोड और सर्वर्स लाइफ रूटीन दिन भर काम रात को स्ट्रीम सपना बड़ा चेसिंग ड्रीम नींद कम पर सपने हैवी दिल में आग माइंडसेट स्टेडी लोग बोले थे नहीं होगा अब कह रहे तू रेडी है नो स्लीप ग्राइंड मोड ऑन क्लिक क्लिक हेडशॉट गेम स्ट्रॉन्ग जीरो से हीरो नाम बना स्ट्रीम पे आजा बाबा यागा तुम जो हो सातो हिम्मत बनी हर एक व्यू मेरी ताकत बनी चार्ट में नाम तुम्हारा लिखा मेरी जीत की वजह तुम ही लाइक शेर हर सपोर्ट याद हर एक बंदा मेरा स्क्वाड है आज जो हूँ मैं यहाँ तक तुम सबका ही ये रिवॉर्ड है No sleep, grind mode, grind mode. Headshot. ये सिर्फ मेरा नहीं ये हम सबका शो बाबा यागा हूँ
ये बॉयज़ क्या हाल चाल है यार। मैं थोड़ा लेट हो गया हूँ ऑफिस से, अभी पहुँचा हूँ, ऑफ हुआ है तो कम से कम आधा पौना घंटा लेट हूँ। और अभी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे थोड़ा पीछे से चलेंगे, ठीक है, जहाँ तक, क्योंकि गेम आगे जा चुका है। पर पूरा मैच भी हम देखेंगे, बीच में जहाँ पे रिप्लेज आए वो स्किप करेंगे और इसी के साथ आगे चलाएंगे इसको, और कोशिश करेंगे कि फिर हम स्ट्रीम के साथ बराबर पहुंच जाएं। एक मिनट दे दो मुझे बस। ओके, ठीक हो गया, ये भी चल गया। और ये भी चेक कर लें हम। इसके बाद ये कैम भी आ गया हमारा। ऑल ओके। जो स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं, मेक श्योर लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब। और मैं मुंह धोकर आ रहा हूँ, ठीक है। इसको हम यहाँ पर चलाते हैं, कंटिन्यू करते हैं। रिकैप से आगे ही लेकर जाता हूँ मैं इसको। ओके, मैं आ रहा हूँ मुँह हाथ धो के।
With the A group and B groups now locked in with their top two teams, we turn our focus to the final two groups in C and D, who all have sent one team each group. But that's why we're here, to send that second place squad into the playoffs. It kicks off with MIBR.LOS from Americas.
आज जो मैच हो रहे हैं वो MIBR.LOS और AG.AL का मैच है, ठीक है,
NongShim RedForce
अभी जो
versus
करंट
G2.
मैच चलेगा.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these games incredibly exciting. You can see the differences across these teams throughout the tournament. MIBR super hot and cold, one dominant game, one game getting stomped. AG, I think that their story is also really interesting. I thought they had it in them in that Heretics game.
Yeah,
then,
they were the ones that got the closest.
yeah, but then they beat Global, but it's closer than I would have liked to see. And then, of course, that fantastic rematch where NongShim did get the better of G2 this time. It's them looking for revenge.
You also have to give something to Global. You know, I think that the first match for everybody is difficult. There are teams that hit the ground running. It is how it is. And I think that All Gamers against Heretics was one of those teams. We were so surprised with the individual performances, with the comps that they were playing, and how at no moment they were scared of looking for those duels. Probably, and still, the most enjoyable match that we have had this year.
Ooh, strong words there from Kukua as we take a look at that bracket here of our first series and the journey on how we got there. As you said, it was AG.AL pushing pretty far, but still falling a little short of Team Heretics. And then on the opposite side, MIBR up against Global Esports. MIBR held Global Esports to only 5-round wins there. And then in the next matchups, as our graphics will be coming up in just a little bit, Global Esports weren't able to mount anything against AG.AL. So ultimately, as much as you want to say it, I feel like we didn't learn a lot because everyone played AG.AL who just didn't show up at EWC. And I think now is going to be a very good learning lesson between MIBR and AG.AL. Two squads that did great work against Team Heretics, but ultimately fell short.
You know, I'm very, very interested in this game for me. I also think the styles definitely run quite differently overall, so I think this is a great matchup to watch. I think AG.AL, for me, still the underdogs just based on the whole year of performance. But for me personally, at this tournament, I think they've played fantastic Valorant. They've shown that they are capable of winning this game. But for me, execution on the day, and I just want to see that step up in level, because when you make it to the playoffs, it only gets harder from here, so you really have to earn it.
And if that Team Heretics versus AG match was something to go by, knowing and being aware of the absolute amazing firepower that is in MIBR, this should be also one of the best matches. Here's where we're having the bracket from Group D. Deegan, as you were saying, Team Heretics going all the way, almost flawlessly. In fact, the only map that they dropped was against All Gamers. And now we're here in the MIBR.LOS versus All Gamers all.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting in these this GSL style format where you get to see, you know, Valorant is not transitive realistically, right? MIBR blow out Global, and then AG have a close game against them, but AG have a very close game against Heretics, but MIBR get blown out by them. So it really just goes to show you that style is everything. It's not I beat you, you beat them. It's very, very much more complex than that. So that's make this game all the more exciting because it's a real coin flip for me, and I think I can't predict which way this will go.
I think it goes to how they're feeling on the day. That's very important. The fun that they're having onto stage. Those crazy rounds, so many rounds. The margin has been so incredibly slow. We've had sneaky diffuses, incredible clutches coming from every single one of the teams. Many throws in rounds that were unforgivable to lose. So that is what I'm expecting to see today, all of those.
Yeah, MIBR.LOS, a combination between MIBR and the organization LOS. And the reason for that important is that it's part of the club championship, the larger overall scheme of EWC. So hoping for a big performance from this Valorant squad, normally known as MIBR, that hit 4th place at kickoff, 5th, 6th at stage 1 for Americas. So falling short of both in internationals, but have a roster full of firepower.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. These are big, big names in this squad. You got Aspas, you got Zekken. These are guys that have been known to be fantastic, that are world leaders in what they do. So when this MIBR roster came together, it very much felt like this was a squad that should be pushing for international titles consistently.
Absolutely.
But they haven't found that yet in Americas. You know, we see them here at EWC and they've looked good, but they also show that little bit of weakness. It's, for me, I'm wondering when it's all going to click, when it comes together, when these names on paper jump out from us into the server and deliver that performance that was promised.
Can I be honest with you? I think that if it's not today, we have a problem.
Yeah.
I think that we do have a problem. Are you looking at this roster? Aspa, Second, Bruno, Tex, and Mazzino, they should be blowing out the stage no matter who they play against. And especially when we talk about raw firepower and just crazy duels and whatnot. You have Aspas in second. How are we
Okay,
losing
ZB
it?
Play
Like,
streamer is
we live on the
missing
same planet. How
from,
are we watching
mashallah.
the same game, the same competitions, and whatnot. This should have been a very successful roster, and they should be incredibly favored to win today. But at the same time, you have no gamers that can just play like, oh, we're the underdogs, we're just gonna do crazy shit, and if you lose, it's on you.
Yeah, I mean, look, they embrace that mentality. Heretics here, and it worked beautifully
इसको
for them.
नीचे
Let's
कर
dive
लें हम
into this all gamers roster. The player that jumped out at me the
फिर
most
मिस होना है
was
क्योंकि मैं अभी
GRQ,
ऑफिस से आया हूँ और
kid who stepped
आते
on
ही
up in
मुंह हाथ
that
भी
first
धोना
race
होता
and
है
made it a very
लाइव
tight
स्ट्रीम भी
close
करनी है
series
सब
with
कुछ
Team
करना है
Heretics. When he
तो हर
was
चीज़
on
मैनेज
Phoenix,
करनी
yes,
पड़ती है
in their second series, he was on smokes and
बेला
all of a
होता
sudden
तो
it was a
यहाँ
lot more
बैठा होता
stunted.
पहले
It
तो
allowed Kira to be more comfortable, but his impact was way less.
Yeah, this is a team that definitely feels like they have flexibility. So when they're making these comms, they feel like, oh, well, you can move here, you move here, you move here. And yes, people might feel like they can do it, but that performance from GRQ on the Phoenix was night and day. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. He's the one for me where if they're going to get the squad, if they're going to get it done today, I want to see him come back to life. I want to see that big performance. But normally, historically, when we talk about this team, Fangear is the one.
And
who-
Kira,
Yeah.
both of them.
But they've not really been here as much. They weren't the talking point. So I think there's room for them as well to begin to step up and really take it to MIBR on the other
I
side.
think that we were too impressed by GRQ on the Kira on the first day.
Confused.
To me, he has to be like Django, completely unchanged. You do not want to put him on Omen. Come on, you love that reference.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I'm cooking. Today it is the day. But seriously, I think that once you give him that freedom, if he's giving you so much, you want to put him in a more supportive role like Omen. Do not get me wrong, there's so many aggressive things that you can do with Omen. I would love for GRQ to be one of those that is just TPing in your back that you do not understand. I sometimes see Valim doing those kind of things, and I'm
he
like,
likes it.
man, I want players like GRQ doing those type of things. And even though you're playing a supportive agent, to feel like you have the agent.
तो फाइनली मैं भी पहुंच गया हूँ और स्ट्रीम हम पीछे से ही देखेंगे क्योंकि
Yeah, that's the thing that has been
मैं
fun
लेट
to
आया हूँ
watch
ना
them balance his raw gun skills, but then also someone's got to
ऑफिस से 4 बजे ऑफ होता है
It makes it very difficult to do any sort
और
of entry
ये
here, as watching this team evolve is going to be fun.
If they want to play like that, they should
3:45
ask
पे शुरू करते हैं
FPX from a few years ago or Navi. They should message Angel.
Okay.
How does my team win with
ठीक
no
हो
smoke?
गया
That must have been how they practiced. No, it is a fun
कल जो
round.
मैच गए थे वो मैच काफ़ी अच्छे थे
It is a fun
एनर्जी
round, right?
और
Because very much
कारमाइन के जो
especially
मैचेस थे
having
वो भी
this
काफ़ी फिट गए थे
mid-series, you go from having these fantastic games on Phoenix where you are pushing the limits, and then it only takes a couple rounds where you try push the limits on Omen, you get shut down, your team will just lose the round as a result.
आज
and then it's
MIBR
easy
का है
getting your own
और
edge,
दूसरा कौन है
younger player, you're playing with someone
AG.AL
improved, it's hard to manage. So I hope if they do go for those kind of swaps again, they can pull it off a
Okay.
little bit more smoothly here today.
All right, well, we have the players on stage. You could see Aspas in full recline mode, getting himself comfortable for the matchup here against AG.AL. Again, only one of these teams will be moving on as the second seed from Group D to the playoffs.
मुझे
to
बताना
join
यार ऑडियो
those
वगैरह के
8
बारे में
slots to play in person
कि
on the
मेरी
main
ऑडियो
stage.
कम है
And do
ज़्यादा
not
है
forget,
स्ट्रीम की
when the
ज़्यादा
day
है
is
तो वो
over
थोड़ा
today,
बैलेंस
we will
करके
have the
चलें
draw
फिर
show,
हम
so you have to stick around so you find out who is going to be playing against who in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's all important. These matchups really do decide everything, but only if you're able to make it. A loss today will send you packing before you get a shot at that big stage. Heartbreaking, soul-crushing for either of these squads, but we have to say goodbye to one of them. So I want to know, Digon, who's your money on?
Ooh.
System change हो गया
'cause
क्या?
we've been pitching and whatnot,
Yeah.
but we want to know
wanna hear
what
from you.
impression are we making on you?
I think for me, it's about MIBR hitting the stride that they should be hitting, right?
Exactly.
AG.AL
Lopez
are
is
trying
going
to
to be the
figure
first
it
now.
out. MIBR, they know who they are. They need to play on that. And
Holy shit.
will it be GRQ in the smokes? That's the other thing, and it looks like it will be.
Exactly. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Digon. I need to see this MIBR reach their potential. It's that double duelist coming out. Aspas on the waylay.
Double
Second
duelist
on the
होगा।
race here. Over on the side of all gamers, as you said, it does look like GRQ going to be sticking with the Omen here. They also have that double duelist, but they're swapping it out for the Neon instead of that waylay on the other side and rocking with the Viper. Vice over the Cypher. So I think very, similar approaches, but slightly different here.
पूरा
I
मैच
think
देखेंगे,
it is hard to hold of that Vice when there's
Yeah.
a waylay coming at
पूरी
you.
स्ट्रीम
Yeah,
देखेंगे.
I was literally thinking of that and thinking about how
आज
yesterday
मैं
BBL swapped into
आज
the
मैं
Cypher
घर नहीं
just to
था,
make sure that Kankan
ऑफिस
had
में था,
no freedom.
आज
And
लाइट
honestly,
नहीं
if
थी.
I was
कल
going
मैं
up against
पूरी
Aspas, I
तैयारी
would
से 1
think the
बजे के
same
आके
thing.
बैठा
I
हुआ
want
था
to neutralize their
और 4
movement
बजे बिजली
or
चली
try
गई.
and limit it as much as possible. So even though we've been talking about GRQ
आज
and
नहीं
whatnot,
गई.
I want to see
अब
also
आगे
a
ना
little
जाए.
bit of the cheekiness. I
Yes.
want to see the aggression. I want to see them taking advantage of them and go on the hunt for techs.
MIBR went way deep in overtime against Team Heretics on Lotus. It was just a constant barreling down C. We'll see what is in store here for MIBR and AG.AL as they play for this final slot in Group D for Valorant EWC 2026. On the call, it's Tom and Mitch.
क्या लगता है कौन विन करेगा?
Thank you, Degon. The Group D decider ready to kick off. And MIBR back on Lotus. Like Degon said, it was a laborious affair up against Heretics. But before that, we saw them dominate GE. We know this is a good map for MIBR. The question, Tom, is do you think AG can match up to them here?
I think it's going to be a difficult one. I think AG have sort of surprised me throughout with their resilience versus what I will say is decent teams. Like they've kind of had like not any like massively dominant victories, but they've been fairly consistent. Like they weren't blown out by Heretics whatsoever, and then they managed a close victory versus GE. Whereas you look at the other side, and you got MIBR utterly dominant on their day, and then absolutely obliterated not on their day. So it almost kind of comes down more so to are MIBR going to be that like world beater team, or are they going to have a rougher start, and can all games almost force them into a spot where they're struggling a little bit more? Because, as I said, I think of the two teams, all gamers so far have been a little bit more consistent.
Well, we heard about the hunt for Tex, trying to take him down, whether it be on the attack side for MIBR, where he'll be playing that lurk, or here, solo side, holding towards the C site, while the rest of MIBR push up, take some space towards this
MIBR push कर रहे हैं.
And indeed, they will continue pressing forward all the while. AG don't react. They simply sit back. I think they're waiting for that overextension.
वो स्ट्रीम की आवाज बताना जो कास्टर की आवाज सही आ रही है.
But that push is coming through. Eventually, the Prowler
Oh,
confirms it
oh,
with a
oh,
clean
oh.
opening shot from Aspas. MIBR happy with that. They bail out. Still with info on C with a player there and a trap for B. But it does look like the hunt for Tex is about to come on. Oh, maybe not. Very slow in the attack.
Yeah, sit back waiting. The attack. Not sure what they're searching for. Maybe expecting further aggression or
Hold those A main players over to B, I think.
yeah.
बहुत अच्छा है
But the
मेरे
thing is
ख्याल
with
से.
Aspas just not moving, well, there's the
Wait.
contact, and then the other two players can come back towards the door. So you've not really gained anything other than finally getting the A control, but 30 seconds left. Smoke is going to
Bandai
hold them
oi.
back. Two players on the cross. In
Nice.
fact, Aspas isn't even checked for.
Wait,
The
wait,
trades
wait.
though are good. Puts them into a more even scenario. The push back as well from Bai is perfect. That late lurk has given them the B site, given them a huge advantage, and put Mazzino in the
आहो
clutch.
आहो.
Mazzino creeping in from this angle. They don't think he was in that initial push, despite the util that went down. They thought he rotated out, but one's all he'll get. I love this
Nice
mid round
yaar,
from AG.
0-1.
Look, they were in a pretty tough spot, having to push into the Cypher utility. They don't know it wasn't there. We could see it wasn't. But having to push towards that C site, they knew they'd lost a main, and instead they swing open the door, wait a moment, and hope that those players pushed up holding that first choke point would fall back. So instead of a battle, they just get Aspas spotting them and then bailing out.
Yeah.
There, I think not clearing that corner was a little bit of an oopsie, but
This was
that
the
was
big
the play.
moment.
Leaving by there the entire round. He waited for probably a minute outside B, and the timing was perfect.
Yeah, I would say that it still made me feel a little bit worried that, like, you get the opening kill, Aspas also gets away with murder, and it does basically come down to a clutch play from Bai to win out that round. If that trips even a little bit deeper, you're probably not winning it, but they do get things over the line. That's the most important thing, at least. But the defensive side, not much going to be invested into this one. DRQ, well, a chance maybe, and instead it's going to be Kira.
Planning bodies just protecting that C walk up. Got a main space. Cam should be destroyed. I know it's being heard, but I think it's behind.
आज
the wall
विलकास्ट
on
की
A,
आवाज
so there's
कुछ
no
ज़्यादा ही
reason
कम नहीं है.
Be dumb for Fangir to remove that without a big risk. And up against an eco, it's not really the time to be taking those risks. And in the first round, the patience most certainly paid off. This time around, it could be the same. They have plenty of utility. A Paranoia being lined up and primed up. Finds two, finds all three, in fact. That should already be some alarm bells ringing. Indeed, they'll go back in the other direction towards where that Cypher cam was, the expected lighter side of the map, but MIBR are hot on their heels, just not quite there quick enough.
I think the amount of space that Vangear had already taken, of course, only risking the Marshal, puts them in a spot where they can just run through all of the angles as they did in the last round. Well, that's a bit of a surprise. I didn't know the full force of his opposition were walking up behind. Maybe expecting that Vice Wall to be out towards C long rather than holding on to B, so
लेकिन स्टक हो गया.
caught a good timing. Of course, for buy, that Bucky can be risked, but anything else would be incredibly costly. 3 rifles in play that could be brought into the next round, and Tex has done incredibly well. 2 quick kills off the Classic. The remaining couple of players are not in a particularly good spot. They have to run in here because that spike has been tapped. Even still, though, they've turned it back into an advantageous position from Verno. Any additional kills would be great, but he comes up against the one healthy player. A rifle is still lost, but at least they get the round, which, considering what was invested, I shouldn't be saying that.
No, yeah, we should not be looking for silver linings in a round like this. That was huge work by Tex. Turns out he was the hunter in there with a Classic, basically getting it done with a bare knuckle brawl, and that's crazy to find the 2 of them that quick. It's not like the second guy could have been surprised that he was there. 2-0 for all gamers, but
guys, make sure to like, share and subscribe.
Course correct.
Stream को share कर दो यार.
Issues if they find the W here, MIBR.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगी आज?
See that A main aggression a little lighter this time with 3. Nade going deep. It's going to force them back, and Aspis a little closer than they might expect. He's got his refract. He can fall right back, so he goes.
आज भी टीम इस तरह के दोनों टीमें स्लो खेलने वाली हैं.
Will concede at least a bit.
सोच समझ के. कल तो BBL ने अन्नी मचाई भी थी. घुस के खेलते थे.
And have those rotations now, especially that Tex has spotted players outside C.
The early decision from the attack was just play more of a death ball, but I had the wall covering for any push-up. And it does seem like MIBR are almost having to figure out where they're going. Prowler has gone through on B. You kept the aggression outside A. There was a jump spot onto C. Like, because they're playing so far back towards the spawn, it's making it troublesome. Clearing some of those early angles. Now, bear in mind, Zekken doesn't have a whole lot of support, but if he can hit a shot and get out of there, he's done his job, and that's exactly what he does.
It's the same approach as the pistol round. They're going to go late towards A main, hoping that that presence has been relinquished. They brawl for it, losing a player already, and then send by for the late lurk through B. They might even try to crunch B, but the problem is MIBR are so aware of this. They're not going to fall for the same trick twice, but with Mazzino down, now they're under pressure. Aspis no longer a surprise in the corner, but he's ready for buy. Catches him, finds another, and at least gives MIBR a chance in the 3v2. The plant, 10 seconds, it needs to be found soon, and they can flood back in. They can deny this, but instead taking their time, closing the walls in slowly.
पीछे बंदा है ओए.
As all gamers have no real space to play with. They know heaven's clear, but they want a battle. They want to brawl early, and it will be towards Zekken, where one falls. The flood out washes the rest of the defense away. That's going to be all gamers losing out on the 3rd round, but still trading a couple of blows, and there was a real chance in the 2v3.
I think it was mainly Aspas in this round that manages to stop it getting out of control, because the fact they're able to take over that door control, leave it down to just him, and then he has to fight 2 players at once, basically from different angles, and it's only because it's a little bit disjointed. I think Bai basically tried to trade off the initial shots, going, okay, he's fighting my teammates, I can just swing, and then his teammates aren't swinging. So that's where it kind of falls apart.
GRQ swung in looking the wrong way, which is unusual when he'd already been spotted, right? They knew Aspis was there, and I think it was just a microsecond of miscommunication that led to Aspis getting a second bite of the cherry, and the numbers being favored to MIBR on the way back through. Still, it was a clean retake. The defensive side, even a stinger on Mazzino in this round.
I think it's clear that the defense think this is going to be C fight. After denying them A and obviously having this fallback early, they had 3 players stacked up on C. They had the Waylay ult ready and raring to go. And then they had the Cypher set up over on A as more of a delay. But again, it's very, very slow from All Gamers, taking their time, this time slowly walking through that A position.
That first trip is predictable, but the second, we should see the smoke go down on the stairs and then the Neon try to slide through on the site. With it being so low, there's a decent chance that's going to catch her, and that gives Tex a kill trip if they're not quick enough to react to breaking it. Remember that time going down recently, Tex already taking a few shots and a nade now. That might stop him from being able to punish, and they go right over the strip. In fact, breaking it is the nade. Tex still manages to find one, but the showstopper's fired his way, dodges that as well. And the numbers stay favorable for the defense.
Yeah, he did get one off the kill trip. He did find one that was revealed. Convergence mark used as well, and Kira knows he has to try and execute off of that. JRQ's done well, so is Bai. Actually, they're fighting this back. The remaining two looked like they were in trouble. Instead, they were the trouble. Two standing in Verno's way. He had an exceptional first game. Was almost a hard carry in a team full of superstars, but he's now trying to bait them in, hoping that someone makes the mistake, someone goes looking in towards the spike, but they're not falling for it. Now baiting in for a second time, but it is Bai from behind that will close out the round. He's 7-1 right now, only being shut down once by Aspas, and other than that, being the star of the show.
I can't believe how confident they were right there. All Gamers played that so cool, but he could have stuck it inside the smoke. They just knew he wouldn't have the gall to do such a thing. Gave him plenty of time, but in the end, they made the right call. 3-1 now for All Gamers. And after what was, you know, some warning signs early on, like round 2 was way closer than it should have been. We could have seen MIBR come up with rounds very early on. Well, now the defense is left down to an eco. Now All Gamers should extend that lead even further, and this is a phenomenal start. Starting to think back to the game against Global Esports for MIBR, and it seems like a long time ago.
It's interesting as well because we are seeing MIBR winning a lot of the opening battles. The pistol round, the buy round as well. They've been able to get opening picks, and then All Gamers have converted the 4v5 almost every single time. So it seems like them getting into the post plant is almost enough, and that was what, a 2v4 that they're able to turn back into their favor. MIBR are getting themselves in good positions, but the conversion just hasn't been there.
Well, they're certainly aware that Tex could be here, but Verno might try to play the distraction.
Oh,
he's being spotted, though. Getting back out of there is still a success for him. The pistol on range like that. All Gamers,
पूरी की पूरी team जा रही है
the
जिस seaside.
They decide to contact up here to play into it. Remember, last round, Tex was able to get some value out of the closer trip. The nade that destroyed his. This one won't quite reach, so there is still a danger there.
Nice.
Over it to start, and there at least a boombot will reveal the trip on the floor. That's the real danger averted, not that anyone could pounce on the back of it. Now pistols on the retake.
Sorry team बाहर है.
Oh, hello.
Nade's gonna do some good damage.
Oh, lucky boy.
1 HP.
Now I am looking at that 9-4. A lot of the time, one kill is enough to trigger it. We've seen that in the past, especially with pistols. Puts them down to low HP. And actually, the pressure being held on the other side. But now they should know that the majority coming in from the spawn. Paranoia sent through. Still not enough to activate that Nightfall. And you can see why. Slowly being picked apart, and one by one, the defensive side will fall. A good hold from the side of All Gamers, even Shrimp surviving on just 1 HP, but they won't mind. That's 4
अभी तक तो लग रहा है कि AG.AL नहीं निकाल जाएगी.
Probably the most important factor of that, because if not, they might decide to put the Nightfall through.
पर कुछ भी हो सकता
There's a good chance that they do just spur of the moment.
And he couldn't put
पता नहीं चलता कब game change हो जाए, क्या हो जाए.
Towards the waterfall.
A really nice play as well by Bai. His flash was perfect the second that they came out to take the battle. I think it might have been the end of Kira if that hadn't have popped exactly when it did. And that's a number of rounds now where MIBR, despite early on showing signs of life, have been kind of shut out. It has been All Gamers looking like they've got full control, and now a timeout is going to be called very early on. Remember, this map in this tournament started out so well for MIBR. They stepped onto the stage 15-2'd, if memory doesn't betray me on this one.
पाकिस्तान की टीम नहीं है वो.
And then from there, it was a labored overtime against Heretics. And I think that honestly took the wind out of MIBR's sails. They went into the next map and got absolutely trashed. So that kind of turnaround, it feels like, you know, most teams we look at is kind of wanting to heat up as the tournament goes on, whereas it feels like MIBR put their best foot forward in that first game, and then they took a bit of a stumble.
Yeah, I think as well, you have to think back even to the very beginning of the year with All Gamers not being a massively known quantity when it comes to the international stage. That event felt like a learning curve, but also people looked at, I think it was Gentlemates, and went, oh, they got All Gamers next, they're going to get through that game. And it was underestimating their opponent, and also All Gamers being a decent squad. Like, they've got some very talented players on their side. Now, sure,
पाकिस्तान की कोई टीम भी नहीं है वैलो में, सिर्फ टेकन में.
And well, an early fake plant, but that fake hasn't really done
ना
too much.
CS में है ना किसी और गेम में, सिर्फ टेकन में पाकिस्तान की टीम.
Over, but again, they can get back. Verno under serious pressure though.
मैं
Now the response being
अल्लाह का शुक्र है.
It's not been connected by one, but it has been found by Mazina.
ओए होए.
Yeah, Mazina was a bit too quick, got ahead of the rocket.
Neon
Kills
बहुत
kill, that's all
खराब
that
है भाई.
matters. Angier, oh, he's going to get taken out by Aspis, and angle he checked just moments ago. Nightfall goes through, and a player up close, isolated, caught off guard, you would think, but GRQ somehow gets away with that kill. Spam taking him low, and Aspis taking him out. Leaves it 3v2. Still a chance for all gamers here. Kira, the unknown quantity, the later play through mid. No nade left to play with. Oh, that's tough. Shrimps being caught by the seas. Out of the round, and damage done. Looks good for all gamers. Aspis and Tex holding on for dear life by a thread, but they made it through. It's the second round for MIBR.
अच्छी गेम जा रही है. कल जिस तरह गेम जा रही थी, पहले जो मैच था उनका तो बड़ा फास्ट गया था. सेकंड में बड़ी मजेदार गेम्स गई थी. 3 मैच प्ले हुए थे, लेकिन मजा आया था.
But they still expended an awful lot into this round, and of course for the attack side, having a few in a row, they should comfortably be able to buy back into this one. I think Kira's just having the thought of what
AG.AL 4 और MIBR 2 के साथ.
For the defense, a few players surviving, give them a bit of extra to buy back up with, but they would still be in trouble in the next round if they were to lose all their
Guys,
points.
make sure to like, share and subscribe. अभी बहुत दिन पड़े हैं. अभी सारी वैलोरेंट की टूर्नामेंट्स कवर करनी है, जितने भी मैचेस हैं फाइनल्स तक, जो कि फाइनल संडे को होगा. फिर उसके बाद CS की बहुत ज़्यादा गेम प्लेज हैं, प्लेऑफ्स हैं, डिसाइडर मैचेस हैं, वो सारे कवर करने हैं.
Being able to dash right back to the site, and for their trouble, all gamers get an orb, but they're a man down, and Shrimp down as well. It's a player who's really helping to clear these angles and get you into sites. Gotta go a bit more blind now.
Yeah, I feel like he still has been the guy that's been picked off quite often earlier in the rounds. Like, they have been using the Prowlers, but he's currently 1-6 and having a bit of a rough time. And some of their earlier matches, he was incredible. He was by far their best player. But that does also mean, as said, from the 4v5s, all gamers have done a good job at recovery. Into the site they go. Again, the trip is there, but it's been spotted. They haven't broken it though. They didn't break it. The boom ball went through, but it goes straight back online. That gave Tex a freebie, and now Aspas is the defender of the site. A bit of a weird scenario, because that trip coming back online, sure, it was only the 1-for-1 trade, but it did make things a little bit easier for Tex.
Yeah, listen.
I think he's there.
If Tex is gonna, I actually looked over where you.
You did. Well. I was thinking.
I was like, Tex is there. I think he's playing, bro.
Did you sleep okay?
That confused me. I did actually. I think I overslept last night, and now it's starting to catch up on me.
You look straight into a wall like, no, he's not.
Where is he?
No, wait, he's on the stage.
Okay, well, that was a confusing moment for me. But as I'm sure that last round was for all gamers, giving away the pick and giving Tex the opportunity. And it seems like MIBR capitalizing on every chance they're given. A 5 versus 3 right off rip. We said it's been these slower rounds from all gamers. But this was an attempt to change pace, to challenge for that A main that MIBR have been throwing utility at early, at least trying to manage. But all gamers have been leading the 5 outside, fighting late for. This time they go aggressive, and it does not work out, at least to start. They've got themselves A main, whoop-dee-dee, but I think the orb's about the biggest reward they've got.
The 2-for-1, well, 2-for-1 orb trade. Not the greatest deal on Earth.
Still been taking it.
Again, they've ground to a halt. this double duelist 1-2 punch is one of the most terrifying on earth,
सामने भी
especially
रेज ही खड़ी
facing
भी है.
into a high-low. You'd bet your house on one of them to hit it. And that's exactly what they've done. For Shrimp, well, he's
Oi.
alive later into the round. Nice work from Hero. They've got to be careful. They've already lost 1-2v4 in this game, and I think that's why we saw the pause. A 2v5, and they might have to use their
वेले के भी
second.
8 किल हैं.
One more for Kieran. It's a
इस तरह
showstopper, but with Shrimp down.
second
now,
race के
that
6 किल हैं.
paranoia perfectly placed. Yeah, his
Shrimp का
chances
1 किल
go to
है.
0. Still gets out with the showstopper for the next round, but for MIBR, after what was, as we said, round 2, there were signs of life. They won round 3, but then started to get shut down, and it seemed like all gamers were going to run away with this. Bai was having fantastic impact on the lurks in terms of denying the retakes as well. I don't even think we saw the Thorns delay as much as they could have, but it worked because when they pushed in, the flash was there to catch. Now things have stalled out massively. 3 rounds in a row, and a convincing start to that one. I think it's no surprise that they go for the timeout.
Yeah, and I think similarly as well to what we saw from Creven, the last Lotus that we casted, those trips are being really annoying. Like when they've tried to get into the C site or I think we've seen multiple kill trips, which a lot of the time you're going to be able to avoid, especially if you have the likes of a Raze. You can use that nade to good effect to try and get rid of some of the angles that you're pushing. But then, like, hitting it with a boombot, not breaking it, those are silly mistakes. And I think these are moments that you're going to want to see the coaching staff pick up, because then you go for a harder, more aggressive, let's just fight A, and you lose both fights immediately. That's a little bit more worrying. And seeing some of the superstars on MIBR, that's why there's so much sort of pressure, but also put in high regard on this team. These are players that from top to bottom we've talked about as superstars of their team. I even think like one of my favorite players to watch of all time is Mazzino back in the crew days. That guy has unbelievable individual talent. So you're then looking at the likes of Aspas and Tex getting going. Maybe you want to pause just to try and slow them down a little bit, which is easier said than done.
Well, Tex at least, it's been high impact off of his utility, be it on the A or the C site. Now he swapped up to the B site just to be more of a headache. Any adaptations that they had around his impact will now have to be readjusted. And it does appear that all gamers are going for this approach. Look at where the Vice wall is, and look at where Vice is. The gap here is a C push, and this is because they intend to be relatively quick. Making presence towards the A side, opening the door, sure. But I think this is a B split, which is the perfect round for MIBR when they have put all of their fortifying utility towards that site. They've got players in position in the form of Aspas with big utility, or big ultimates in the back pocket in the convergence path. As much as they're delaying, oh no, I think they've adjusted to A. The spike's going in, they're going to go for it.
They've ended up with a lot of space.
Weird Vice wall for this.
The defense are about to try and make a play through the smoke. Versus the pistols is definitely a bit of a gamble. And there is Shrimp. Said he's been the hero of a lot of rounds. It's only going to be the one as well for Aspas off the back of his ult.
1v3.
Berno a little bit further away. And this contact through the smoke was hoping for so much more, and it gets almost nothing. It is a quick round, or quick close, I should say, for the attack side. And after the pause, they're able to immediately find a response. But that's going to be a frustrating one, because as you said, it looked like the setup was going to be correct. I think especially more of a default round that you get with a low buy is heading in towards that B site. But they get caught trying to walk through utility.
11, 9, 10, 9, 7, 6,
It's very weird because the whole round to me looked like all gamers were primed. Like that Vice wall is so weird to put if you're covering the B walk up. I don't know what they saw. I'm led to believe that they changed it mid-round. I don't know why, but it was the perfect read. And a great play to get 5 on the board of all the rounds, holding that smoke walk up. And now look at GRQ walked right through a position that they've been hating nonstop, but he just TPs across a little later, and the reward, Aspas in the ground, Mazzino following, and a showstopper to drop second. All gamers looked like they had slowed down, but they just took a break. They're right back to winning ways.
Finally see the Aspas AWP, but it gets absolutely nothing. Just shut out by a player walking across, and it was definitely something that they were not aware of. Verno trying to fight back alone. Bear in mind the economy of MIBR is not in a particularly good spot. And the Tech's going for a 1v5. I'll be honest, that seems really audacious. Holding onto the weaponry, at least from my perspective,
AG.AL
holds a lot more value than attempting an all-in gamble of a retake.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think for the start of this, the thing we're missing compared to a normal setup, right? You see that Rubble fight, normally you've got your Omen TPing up, taking the Rubble control, you've got a Neon sliding through, in this case maybe an Aspis.
मुझे लग रहा है AG.AL win कर जाएगी.
They didn't go for that last round, and that small
Let's
gap
see.
left was enough for all gamers to step in and take that control. Now a buy for MIBR that sees a weak weapon on Aspis, and Mizzino, but the rest on a full buy, and the adjustment is there. The dash up this time quickly clears Rubble after the nade. They know that there's no one here, but all gamers have changed pace. No longer this direct approach, no longer looking to steal the map control or wrestle it out of the hands of their opponents. Instead, they pump the brakes again. And I've really liked watching the variance of how they're approaching this. I think it's very hard for MIBR to read this pace.
Oh yeah, it creates an awkward line in the sand, especially when you have this double duelist. You want to be putting pressure on. So you're going to have early map control, but then they've been happy to sort of default back late into the round. At least in this one, all of Tex's utility is gone. 45 seconds left as they look to try and clear positioning once again.
सही
This time there is a player up close, but he's already been caught. Berno
फील्डिंग सेट करके बैठे हुए थे दोनों.
get cleared from this position, but they're looking to try and battle and brawl for this, really try and fight for this. And it even seems like they might have had the expectation that maybe they would just leave, but no. They're continuing this pressure and now going all the way back. They played the late lurk so perfectly that, okay, they're eventually going to take their space, maybe worried that there's a trip, as there has been almost every single time, but there's nothing Tex can really do about this.
No, forced to give them the plant. As I said, this pace from all gamers has been a nightmare in this round. Even more so, but it's Showstopper!
Oh,
that is a lifeline for all gamers. That could have been a double opener. But instead, the numbers, they say even for now. MIBR kept back, and with the op taking Mizzino out and Aspis, they have no choice but to concede. Surely, no, they press on, they press forward into Vangear. A 4K for the Neon as all gamers push up to 7. A guaranteed lead at the half, and what a resurgence from this squad.
I'll be honest with you, I thought he won them the round with the first op shot that he hit, and then he hits 3 more after that. That is a beautiful round from Vangear, because Zekum was, I want to say, 0.2 of a second from eliminating 2 players on his team.
I think he clicked the second he died. Like, that was ridiculous.
It was such a fast reaction shot, and then everything else from there on was just perfect from Vangear. It's an operator that I don't believe he would have even bought. It was one that he picked up off the corpse of Aspas and then used it to their own demise. What was a level scoreline, came a pause for all gamers, and now they find themselves with a pretty hefty advantage. Last one. I put them out of sight.
Zeno.
आगे फील्डिंग सेट है.
Nightfall now for MIBR. If all gamers go for the B push, and listen, any other team, look at what the Vice Wall is. Look at where all 5 players were just moments ago. Any other team, I'd already be saying, and here they go, they're ready to break into the B site. But I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson from these guys. They play a very weird game. I don't think I've seen a round like that. They give up all control, go late back towards it, look to fight. Nade's perfect, by the way. It's caught Mizzino. It's left him down to 46 HP. It's got the Nightfall out of them as well. Hey, this is such an annoying game to play against, because for MIBR, of course, you want to go pushing up. Of course, you want to take space. You want to find information. And as you do, you lose Mizzino now. Your low HP player, you flood back out through these doors with no idea that a flank is on its way. The ult now popped, and look who's right behind you. Vangear. Beautiful from all gamers. They are playing a cerebral game, and MIBR, they're not even coming close to getting a read.
That's just perfect. We said it. They had one bad round in terms of timing where Bai ends up getting caught. And since then, since the pause, every single double back is utterly perfect. A player that goes from being the hard entry, goes into a lurk, goes back to hard entry, back into lurk again. Like, you've got to be sat there on the other side of MIBR trying to call this, going, okay, they're pressuring A, let's take B. There was a guy B, let's go back, let's hold there. And you're just having to wrap around consistently. And then when you're finally in the fight, you go, okay, they are A, and then someone swings you from behind and kills 2 of your players.
I genuinely think of all the games that we've cast, of all the games we've watched so far, this map in particular, because we've cast even All Gamers before, and I wouldn't say this was anywhere near the level that they're putting up. This is some of the best calling on the attack. And I know that because I'm just trying to imagine playing against it. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the MIBR players and pretend that I could actually hit shots as well. And it's so annoying because they give you so many false signals. You're pushing early, you're seeing the space is clear. They fight back for that space late. So late that it seems that that's clearly where the hit's coming in. And then there's a double flank from the other side. Sometimes they wrap all the way back to the other side of the map. Really impressive stuff from them. And again, this started out, I felt like MIBR were the ones to take command of this series, but it has been anything but.
No, it's been very impressive. And it also forced MIBR into basically doing very similar things. Like, I think one of the main problems I had was you look towards rubble. This spot, thank you, that was perfect. Unintentional, but perfect. The amount of players that I saw play on that rubble wall, either get by a nade or hit by a seize, they were saving a piece of utility every single round to kill that player. And I don't think once I saw them get out alive.
Well, this is the thing. They were doing that before they were even competing for that spot. And that's why you can then have Omen TP across, because they throw their first utility, and then they don't fill that space in because they know that you're going to fight for it or at least throw utility there. So they play a little further back, and now your Omen's able to
दोनों टीमें अच्छा खेलती हैं, बुरा नहीं है, लेकिन एक चीज सेम बार-बार MIBR जो कर रही है वो चीज तो ठीक नहीं है, बाकी तो ठीक है, अपनी तरफ से ट्राई हार्ड कर रहे हैं वो भी.
Even just from round like 4 onwards,
MIBR के 4 और AG.AL के 8.
back into things.
Let's see अब आगे क्या होता है.
Close, round 3 was good, and then for All Gamers, they just ran away with things. Back to the pistol now. MIBR get to play out this attack side, and I'm curious to see how All Gamers approach the defense. You can see Vice set up. The wall is covering the A push. There's a flash that won't last very long on B after that initial burst.
Got the sight. Put themselves in a post plant with little to no resistance. The attack
प्लांट करके पुश क्यों करने लग जाते हैं?
Aspas is pushed up and he knows his opponents on the other side. Both players, in fact, have the information. The attackers fall back and almost force their opponents away from that position. Although saying that, buying now goes into a later flank. Paranoia is perfect, but they're going to stand close.
Nice.
And that means that kills all too easy. Kira in position to try and trade some of this back, but the shots aren't firing. Eventually does get one, but the trades are just too thick and too fast. Leaves only one standing, and by the last man in will fall as well. A lifeline for MIBR, a pistol.
Yeah, lose this pistol, and I think All Gamers are running away with it, but claiming this should at least give them that little injection of rounds, close in the gap, provide that opportunity to fight right back. But to be honest, what I'm most afraid of isn't even necessarily the score line right now. It's that Fangir seems to have hit a gear that we didn't see him on throughout the last few games. And GRQ, 13-6, he has been a consistent factor for this squad. Considering that he's shown up, Fangir's been there, and Bai's been having a lot of space on those lurks. I think here, early flanks could play a role. Nah, that's not gonna work. That's a nice try. A little smoke in mound. I love the attempt on the classic Bai, but MIBR, they've got that cam to clear.
I do think it's good, though, that now MIBR get the opportunity to set the pace. Like, I think Verno's been having a rough time trying to deal with everything that's been thrown at him from the all-gamer side. But now you get to define where those battles are. Even if you end up walking into a stacked site, at least you have the execution utility. Not bad from Bai already, though, of course, for MIBR. This is a slightly lighter purchase, just a couple of rifles alongside pistols and a marshal. They can, of course, buy into the next round. But it's mainly those couple of guns you don't want to lose, and so far it's looking so good. They'll keep everything onto the board. Get themselves up to 6, and then maybe even have an upgraded rifle or 2 to go back into this one with.
Indeed, for MIBR. things looking to pick up, but this is the real test coming up now for them. All gamers in with a full buy. Fangir playing the outlaw. Looking at the other side, there's not too many players that he can catch with that one shot, but MIBR are going towards A. There's gonna be an A coming their way. There's going to be a paranoia prep for GRQ. In fact, it's only the boombot to start. Gear's keeping the nade a little bit later. It's a shame. This time we could see it would have probably eaten a bunch of those HP bars. Obviously have a different idea for later on. Still with the C's and nade. Prowler ready to go.
ये राउंड भी अगर
but
MIBR ने निकाल लिया ना,
He's almost dead.
yeah, he's been exploring the C site and he met the outlaw heads up.
फिर गेम चेंज हो जाएगी.
Bear in mind, there's an outlaw on either side, but at least for now, the one it will maybe
खामोशी
benefit
से
even
सारे
slightly
गेम
more
खेल
is
रहे हैं,
Aspas,
खामोशी
because
से.
there are 3 players on the other side. That will take that as an
इतना
operator.
से प्ले कर रहे हैं ना, कहीं पर भी गलती ना हो.
Again, a slower pace with Bangir just trying to find out information. He gets it, spots multiple players on that side of the map, and now this somewhat ruse that's being sent on A doesn't hold anywhere near as much value. The defense are actually giving nothing. They're just sitting all the way back, similarly to what we saw on the other side. But it's whether or not they can bait the rotations the right way. And looking at a solo defender of GRQ, who's about to get some support, but will it be too little too late?
He can still get out of here. Still with a shrouded step if he needs it. And he may well need it, but he's sticking around. He's looking for the battle, and Aspas has got it! And Kira!
Wow.
A headshot on that second swing! Bought them all
बड़े
the
अच्छे kill
space
निकाले
to
तो
get
उसने.
this plant and a man advantage under their belt as a result. MIBR have just been gifted the upper hand by Aspas.
Yeah, it's the gift you get when you purchase one of the best players to ever touch the game.
Nice.
And that double opener sets them up in aggressive positions. Fangit maybe hopeful to get something here. Now they've spotted the remaining player. It's the 1-2 punch. The bait taken. And Mazzino with an easy frag in the end. Fangit has no choice but to try and run for the hills. And what started as a bonus round that had a Marshall and some weaker weaponry, even the Outlaw in the mix for Aspas, which, well, clearly wasn't a weaker weapon, now turns into them currently having 4 rifles, some mass upgrades, and a fantastic start to this second
निकाल
round.
लिए
For
फिर
Aspas to get
MIBR
the
में
first
राउंड.
kill was impressive, but to then swing deep
काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं
one
यार.
bullet left in the outlaw. He had 100% confidence he was hitting that headshot, and for good reason too. Like, look at this. One
ये जो
shot
no
left,
scope
and
मारी
he
है
goes,
ना
"Screw
उसने.
it." Does he know that guy's low? No, he doesn't have a clue. He thinks I need to hit his head, or I'm gonna 140 and probably get traded. But we got 10 seconds. We need a plant. Screw it. Throws it out there. It works. And all gamers now, after a strong first half, an 8-4 scoreline where they did look like they had their hands glued to the range.
Guys, कौन-कौन stream देख रहा है?
To bite them. That gap is closed into just one. And MIBR, hot on their heels like this, gets a timeout from that side.
Yeah, the last pause they had was what took them from a 4-4 scoreline all the way to winning the half.
Yep.
But this will be their second pause taken. And for Ed 101, this is an opportunity to potentially do the same again, like try and get them back. Because this is definitely not the end of the world so far, but I think you definitely see Aspas able to basically fight 2 players at once and come out on top, and you do start to worry a little bit that this map could slip away from them. And of course, for MIBR, this is important because they are going into what is their own map choice split coming up next, which I think is still a fairly comfortable pick for them. I was maybe surprised that we didn't see all gamers go a slightly different way.
इस साइड पे 16 kills हैं और उस साइड
But
पे
you're not going to
के
want to go in
14
with a
top.
deficit, and they are still currently around behind, although the signs of this attack side have been fairly promising.
Well, it looks like all gamers have got a decent read early on. They've gambled correctly. 3 players towards the C site. Prowlers going out on A,
आगे
trying
खड़े
to
हैं.
distract, but MIBR
Building set
unknowingly
है.
still walking into this stack. Paranoia is perfect. It's got so many, but that cage from Tex, that saved them all.
मार
There
यार,
were 3
thank
players
देना था
blinded
नेट.
and easily about to be
Nice.
taken down. A single cage. And they get
बड़ा
to
अच्छा
take
था
a
यार,
breather,
बड़ा
to
अच्छा play था.
reset, to fight on their terms and put a 5v3 on the board. When the smoke fades, it's not going to look pretty for Kira. Even with 2, it's left Shrimp alone weaponless and against the odds.
It's not been having the greatest of games individually. Started incredibly slow, and this would have to be an utter turnaround in a round where expectations at this stage are almost zero. MIBR have managed to negate the stack with relative ease, considering the initial setup looked incredibly dangerous. Now Zekken is already tagged low and will go down. But the remaining two players full
श्रेम
HP,
निकाल लेगा राउंड
looking to try and play this together. 3 bullets remaining in that
क्या
sheriff.
लगता
The
है?
main problem is the time. Needs to almost be on that diffusal already if they're going to get it to half and try and bait players in. And that is the goal. Another nice
Whoa.
shot from Shrimp. The problem is the second player may be expected to be further
Wow,
away. It's
yaar,
a crazy
क्या बात
shot again from Shrimp. But unfortunately, that clock was already gone.
Nice
a nice
यार,
amount of
8-8,
damage in a
क्या
low by
बात है।
round.
बहुत
Well,
प्यारे 3 किल
MIBR a
निकाले
little
हैं
bit
श्रिम्प
lucky
ने
to even get out with it.
Yeah, I think they realized at the end, if he gets it half, he has a chance. But if I stop him now, he doesn't. And that was incredibly close. A millisecond either side.
मजा
This
आ गया।
completely changed the game. And that's in a number of different fights. Kira did remarkably well to find 2 up top. Lucky that they were throwing the Seize nade as the smoke faded, so 2 of those players weren't ready to fight. And close as they made it, costly as they made it. MIBR still have decent credits even after the bye. They come in here with the convergence path on the attack side. And all gamers want to get aggressive right away. They've decided to try to catch Kira, and he is being stunned up by the convergence path. No chance with the showstopper, yet it's still a couple kills back in their direction. Fighting through the doors with great success.
Yeah.
All gamers have a man advantage.
If anything, Kira with the showstopper kind of saved the rest of his teammates. Nightfall now being thrown out as well.
Hasn't seen Verno.
Verno sat in the corner, but Vangia was still a relative unknown. The attack side looking to try and take space on the other side of the map, but of course in a massive deficit. Well, Tex might be in trouble between 2. I think the rifle might have been spotted. Just the tip is enough to give the game away, but Tex has managed to escape, but will he escape by timing? Couldn't be any worse. Just as he drops down, and now Aspas will walk into the same man. Lead not taken by MIBR
फिर से चलने
just
लग गई,
yet.
वरना
There's a breakback.
AG.AL
It's
उधर
immediate.
स्टक था।
Oh, that's essential for all gamers to
round
stand
निकल
the
गया।
ground there. I think if they lose the lead and then end up on an eco, MIBR have all the momentum to just run away with this. But standing tall in this moment, a bunch of problems there with like the
MIBR का
Nightfall
बड़ा
not
अच्छा
hitting,
momentum
and yet
बना
they're
हुआ था।
aware. They're filling in the gaps
Win
in
करने का।
those fights. The showstopper being
वो
caught by
टूट
the
गया अभी।
convergence path, but
Actually saving,
said,
yeah.
Yeah, it ended up working out favorably for them. And for MIBR, trading out that ultimate. And they come into this one away from a showstopper. And I think Zekken finding that orb would be a death sentence. They look to defend it, though, on all gamers. They lose Shrimp. Right over it. There's the orb for Zekken. He gets it on a blind spam. The nade almost lands perfectly, but
उसने जो साउंड पे मारा है ना
now has
उसको
backup as well. The
blind
problem is they're
spot
going to know
में।
exactly where these players are. And
Oh, yeah,
No way they
that
can
was an immediate cancel from Aspas. You
बहुत
can see he was
ज़बरदस्त।
about to dive in and then goes, oh, there's 2 there. No, I'm not doing that anymore. Well, we can just play with the rotation. Second has just turned on this round, though. A shot through the smoke, a shot in a pixel gap through the door. Now the remaining 2. Again, there's been a lot of rounds where I feel like MIBR have had ridiculous advantages. But this one, I like how they played it. They have just paused. They've stood still. They know there's trips on the other side of the map as well. One holding B, one holding A, so they cannot be flanked without that information. And because they just stood completely still, the All Gamers players went, okay, I'm going to get aggressive on B, try and find info. You go aggressive on A, let's try and get something. And, well, they might get 1 kill at least onto Aspas. But other than that, it should be much, much tougher. Although I am looking at the attack side splitting up and looking for clues. I'm going to be honest, I don't like the current positioning of the MIBR players. They're giving chances. But in the end, it doesn't matter.
yeah, I mean, considering how, Shrimp in a 1v3 with a Sheriff almost won the round, I wouldn't really be playing that confident, but spreading the net has its purposes. Find those players. Hopefully remove their weapons. A lost rifle for MIBR won't quite sting as much as deleting all those finances for all
Guys, कौन-कौन stream देख रहा है?
been going majority around
कुछ chat किया करो यार, गपशप करो।
But it looks like Fangir has managed
थोड़ी
to
चैनल
find
की
the
रीच
radar for
बढ़े,
now.
सब्सक्राइबर्स बढ़े.
That is the one thing I will say though, is that for all gamers, they can rebuy no matter what. So if you lost too many weapons by getting aggressive, it would have actually hurt them more than if they took all of the guns away.
ये
So
बड़ी अच्छी शॉट थी.
clearly
Blind shots.
feeling like their opponents were going to save the second they didn't spot them on the side. But this was the second round. Again, we know that the peak potential of what this man can do. In fact, there's a man sat just over there who definitely knows the peak potential of what Zekken can do. Yes, Rob Moore is back. Well, this is a much faster take coming out from Zekken. Showstopper, he's got the support of his teammate to at least hold on to the space. 4 players outside of this A site, and they've got to be a little bit careful, but it's only space taken, no lives.
That's okay. Crowd control was all they wanted. Now they can just fade away from where that ulti's coming through. 2 players still going to be caught by it. The Nightfall right back should slow down all gamers. Should, but it might not. The shorty up close here, a death sentence for Kira. He was 20 HP, swinging that angle, and Tex has torn them a new one. Although, hold on, it's not over just yet. The big swing in leaves all gamers ahead. It's a 2v2. They were behind moments ago, but now neck and neck in this fight, coming in from both angles. GRQ isolates the fight. The swing in from Fangir is beautiful. All gamers looked like they were falling behind. The chances slipping through their fingers, but they got their grip back on this map just in time.
They did well to hold every single position there. Because you looked at the amount of counter ults, you mentioned it, the Nightfall, but they'd already claimed that space and were still fighting through it, even with having some of that later HP. It left MIBR with not really any map control to try and hold on to. Like, they're basically boxed in on that B site. And because of that, it made it very, very difficult to avoid any utility that was thrown through, any ultimates that took their guns away. The back and forth continues in that matter. Operator now in as well for Fangir. And it really does feel like potentially the team that wins 2 in a row might be the one to take the map. Whoa. He's able to get out of there. He takes a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, down to half already. Zekken looking for a bit of space towards this B site. The crew right behind him, but they've heard the wall now. Whether to bait it out or it looks like push through it all together. Well, that was the idea. Few players have been isolated. Now left to just Zekken.
We're almost all in this together.
Yeah, it's been left behind by the gang. But a plan found, and no real contest from all gamers. They gave that to them. Happy to play the retake, and after how last round worked out, I'm not too surprised. But the difference is they pushed them out of those key positions with the Steel Garden. It's not there anymore.
Oh, different ults to be expended. Already, the overdrive getting 1 and a second as well. Great work from Fangir once again. Up top is Aspas, needs to land some shots. Has Verno alongside him, and again, the trading is enough for all gamers. This B-site retake, sure, maybe they do need an ult or two, but this time it was the overdrive that did the work.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I realize why they're so confident in the retakes when Fangir's just going to pull BS out like that. Like, he sprayed 2 people down, took barely any damage for it, and is able to get out and reset for a big 5v3 retake. This is insane. He's down to 41 HP, and none of the spams catch him. Verno really stepped up to the plate in this round, but it's them that get knocked out of the park. And for all gamers, this is all they need. 11 to 9, 2 rounds in a row, and an eco coming out of MIBR. Very low buy at best.
AG.AL
should be seeing overtime locked in, and the timeout from MIBR coming in here, they're going to discuss that. Is it even worth fighting for victory in regulation and potentially throwing the map away?
क्या बनेगा 2 मैच वो जीतेंगे
Spot. We mentioned it earlier when they started this comeback. They were 8-4 down on their own map choice. Brought it back to level a couple of times, but all gamers are the ones that seem to have the extra
टाइम
little
आउट
bit
के
of
बाद
depth.
फिर जो पलड़ा चेंज हो
I
जाएगा
think them running as a unit has really
MIBR
been
फिर
working out.
निकाल
Like we
लेगी
saw in the
मैच
first half with them playing with the almost ruse of their push and pull of the map, and then on the defense, their retakes have looked fantastic, even if it was a 1v3 in some occasions. The last pause of regulation for either side. I'll say that as well. We mentioned whether or not the impact from the coaching staff would be there. I think especially for all gamers, Both times that they've taken a pause, they've gone on streaks of rounds. Be it coincidence or not, I think the coaching staff deserves some credit.
Oh, without a doubt. And I think that there has been a tangible step up from this squad, heating up as the tournament goes on. Aspas, though, comes in to shut one down. Kira, 34 HP. He's lucky to still be alive after a few shots landed. For MIBR, they know there's potentially a weapon to be retrieved in there. I think they still want to hit this C site, but all gamers have battened down the hatches now.
This
Didn't even
guy,
expect to see
nice
convergence
shot.
path put through, but they're committing it even on this lighter buy. They saved their credits to fight for the next
Kya
round,
baat.
yet somehow they're
ये
winning
round
every
निकाल
battle
लेंगे
here.
MIBR.
A missed shot from Vangear.
निकाल
Do you
लिया है
save
इन्होंने।
here?
I think
For all
so, yeah.
gamers, it's not worth even giving them the extra weapons.
You don't want to give an AWP over. You don't want to give another rifle. They'll be able to get some upgrades here and there, but that round again was all Aspas.
Saving.
The fact that he's able to dive in, get an opener, get his ult, pop
Oh,
the ult,
time out
hit,
के
I
बाद
think
ना
everyone
सारा
that was on
पलड़ा
that
change हो
site,
जाता
it
है।
looked like they lined up. And then that SMG
वो
is nowhere
momentum
near
खत्म हो जाता है
as weak
आपका।
anymore, because you have to hit an instant shot, and I just have to spray wildly while moving all over the shop. So great round from him, and that has been the case in a lot of this map so far. Like I think if you look at openers, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Aspas is going to have a vast majority of them with what he's been able to do with pistols, what he's been able to do with rifles, and it's been fight backs into the round from all gamers. Well, this time they're unable to fight back. A singular ultimate has been able to turn the tide and give them a 10th.
I think it's crazy that MIBR came in. Like I said, they saved their credits. They had money for the next round if they lose this one. This was a buy what you can and let's win the next. And yet that kill gets the ult out of them, and that's what immediately turns the tide in their favor. 10 to 11. Speed Fangir finding a lot of success in the late rounds. But early, we need some heroes for all gamers.
बड़ा जबरदस्त मैच जा रहा है यार।
Once again, look towards this C site. GRQ looks to concede that space. He's just immediately playing on the backside. He's already in spawn. After what happened last round, no one wants to be standing on site when Aspas comes barreling in. Because of that, it should be a relatively easy plant.
Yeah, but the one thing that we've been talking about with all gamers is their retakes have been incredible. I like in this scenario, though, that Hex is going to be that dagger in the darkness, the late lurk, but they are currently still watching for it. Even though the plant is coming through on the other side of the map, they're being patient. A nice shot as well off the back of the nade. Forced an awkward position, and there's that patience from Fangir. As said, one of the major dangers, the differences to the B-side takes was having Tex in the background. Second, though, again, any shot he fires through those doors seems to be deadly, and Kira is low.
Well, they had the plant, but MIBR tried to spread their roots. All gamers come in. They've trimmed the shrubbery, and a great paranoia into the back. It hasn't got the player up top, though. Verno still able to provide that cover. Now the jump in, caught by Verno as well. And MIBR, they fight their way back into this round, back into this map. 11 to 11.
क्या बात।
That was a good read from the defense initially. Like those opening picks that they found, like the nade comboed to get rid of Mazzino. Then you have the catch on the lurker as well, but it's those three players just hunkered down at the back.
And it's Verno as well, who he was like 1 in 10 or something. He had a really bad start. And that's 2 rounds now I can point to and say, without him, they don't have a chance. They did end up losing one of those, but this one here, that's all him. He saved that backside.
Yeah, it stops. He protected the president.
Exactly.
He kept that spot alive long enough. 11 to 11. Stunned through a weaker purchase, but there is a showstopper. I don't know if it's going to be used in this round. No, it's not. Again, another opener. Aspas Fangir in position once again, though, and he gets 3 in the blink of an eye. The majority of that attack force dissipates. And even a TP in behind. There's plenty of weaponry to be found for these defenders.
2v3 चल रहा है भाई।
No ultimates to play with. Bono will get his, but its viability in this sort of moment.
Look at the pings.
He's just faked that out. That TP was purely for bait purposes.
They were picking those rifles. They're saying, let's get them and fight our way back into this one. A buy up in the next for all gamers, but they might have to fight for OT. But with Verno down, maybe not. Tex, the man who's been a problem. Look at his position. Look at the plans. He has to be quick moving to site. They're going to see him very early on. He'll cut off the first head of the Hydra, but plenty more remain. Tex, a chance in the 1 versus 1. Has his cam, but look for the
Wow, भाई साहब क्या बात है,
delivers MIBR
क्या बात
with
है
a huge
भाई,
clutch.
जबरदस्त, मजा आ गया.
It's just insanity. Like, again, you look at this defensive side and you go, hey, Bangir should have had the play of the round. He genuinely might have wiped out the entire squad if he was given an extra bullet or two. But that was perfectly played from Tex. A reposition first player.
Tex ने
give
बहुत
it the
fit
second
खेला
look
ये
to
round
jump across as
भाई.
bait almost, and then gets wrecked. And then
OP.
because of that, he has the time to flip it back 3 in a row for MIBR. Sure, it was a low buy round, but they're not going to care. And for the defense, they now have ultimates. They have weaponry. They're in a good position to take us to overtime, but have they been broken by those last couple of rounds?
They've been broken by Tex. I mean, what a Herculean effort in that last. Unbelievable play. The confidence, not even letting him get to half, swinging in early in the smoke. Cool under pressure for MIBR. They've weathered the storm and found themselves to safer waters. At least an overtime guaranteed now.
12,
13
11.
on the board early is what they
Let's
want.
see.
Prowler again sent to be. We've seen this MIBR like to push and pull the map.
12 ना हो जाए.
For all gamers, they're left without a read, but the Vice setup on the A site should leave them a bit more confident to send forces in that other direction. The thing is, where's MIBR going? This is looking like one of those all gamers rounds. They're playing across the map, grabbing their orbs.
मुझे लग रहा है
It's a
MIBR
huge
निकाल
fake
जाएगी.
site, but it hasn't pulled rotations.
क्या लगता है हम लोगों को?
At least not yet. And because of that, questions are being asked. 2 ultimates have been used on the A side of the map. It felt like they had the right read, and honestly, about 2 seconds ago they did, but because there was no contact made towards Zekken,
ओए होए.
he's called for the rotations. 12 seconds to get that plant in. Aspas with an operator in a peculiar spot. Now they look to move. If they drop a smoke, that might be the round. I don't know if they've got time to plant it. I don't think they do. All Shrimp has to do is survive, and they've taken it off their own. 4 attackers will live to tell the tale of a singular kill.
Right in the nick of time.
That's crazy.
They picked the spike up with 3.5 seconds left. Just shy of what they needed. That is a huge play. And all gamers, they deserve an overtime with how they've played. And their attack side is really what looked the scariest.
5 सेकंड पे यार प्लांट इजी बिजी हो रहा
step
था.
of the way has been the shining light. The spark of hope for all gamers. Now they look to fan the flames in overtime.
I'm going to see his face in their nightmares tonight. Like, that is genuinely... He couldn't have timed it any better. Like, literally, it's not possible. Gets it on the 6-second mark. Stays alive long enough. And that should have been the end of the game. Instead, OT. Bangir's got to be feeling confident at this stage. It feels like every decision he makes turns to gold. And
12 चल रहा है यार.
Backside now, looking to put the pressure back onto Tex. They suffered at the hands of his trips, and again, you can see how wary they are of running through that utility, but this time there's no kill trip in that spot.
MIBR have everybody in the waterway.
साइड देखकर फिर साइड को रीटेक करते हैं.
Fangir will be the point of contact, and he'll fall.
ओए
But
होए.
who else is here? Who's next to fall? Who's next to challenge? Nobody. As MIBR find out, the plays come in the other direction, and a great TP from GRQ. He's passed the trip very early on, and as they now break it, it might be a bit of false security for Aspas. No, he's clearing it still. He's looking for this player, and he'll find him. GRQ down. Good work by Aspas to still be wary, even though the trip was broken so late, but he will be caught by Bai in the end.
God, they've got to be careful here.
4-3.
AG in the post plant, that was where they were truly deadly. Bai one away from an ultimate. Instead, they're going to look to get aggressive timing worked out for them, but Mazzino has his teammate covered, and now Kira is all that's left. MIBR,
Nice.
they've not been broken by that previous round. They will now go up to 13. Another attempt at
13.
map point on the attack.
Another chance to close this out. Last time,
एक
it was
और
a very
chance.
narrow margin by which they lost.
ये
Now
राउंड
the
निकाल
chance
लें.
to start this
16-14.
series 1-0.
अब
16-14
तेरा वाली
against Heretics.
हो
I'm
रहा
even
हो
talking
वहाँ पे
about the
फिर
last
लास्ट
2
मोमेंट
rounds
पे.
ago.
Oh,
Half a second.
I let you in the last time they played this
But
map.
Indeed, yeah, that match against Heretics was laborious, and this may be the same. You look across the stage from MIBR, though, and like Fangir blowing our socks off here. Leagues above the rest, but for MIBR, Aspas is impressive as ever. But the desk highlighted it, hunting down Tex. Was what this was all about, but he proved to be more predator than prey. Dive in from MIBR, they haven't spotted Fangir.
Nice shot यार.
And now they have, but it's a little too late. He'll still get 2. And with GRQ adding to the equation, it's MIBR miles behind.
Genuinely. Again, just the decision
2v3.
making. He almost gets another triple kill in a defensive round. And while Tex is thinking so much about how he can get past the wall, he ends up getting peaked.
तेरा हो जाएगा.
Aspas has been good. Scratch that. He's been great. He's been so good in opening positions, but how much can he truly hope to find with 39 HP and 3 players? A plant? Sure. Even that might be all he gets. The name is down to 4 HP.
यार.
He can't afford to take any damage along the way, trying to dodge the boom bot, but even finding his opponent's going to be difficult. Nice shot on the
Nice.
first. That's the ultimate, but the spam is enough.
Wee.
We go again with Bai finding another double, and 13-13 the score.
Yeah, this is where it starts to be a bit of deja vu for MIBR. Last time around, a similar story.
Nice shot,
It
indeed.
went the distance and then some. And this time, again, the snake in the grass of Fangir to start this round. The reveal came in just a smidge too late. He'd already got 2, and GRQ, fighting from that open door, was able to trade out to make it an even bigger advantage. Going into the next OT, for all gamers, the question is, will Fangir slow down at some point? And the answer so far has been a resounding no. Presence to the A site for MIBR. 4 players early on, throwing the season 8, throwing the reveal. Nothing seen. As now the pace picked up by all gamers, and you expect a very
क्या
direct hit.
होगा
Tex
अब?
is going to have his work cut out
12
for him.
12 से 13
Holding
13
his
हो गए
first
हैं.
burst of aggression, trying to snipe one out of the air, but he'll be forced to play the retake now.
It's a little
Yeah,
bit
round
damage.
two.
Spike to Kira. 1 away from the showstopper. Could play a part in the late round, but it's Spam
Oi.
actually takes down GRQ. That's a man advantage now. Another opening kill for Aspas to add to the growing collection.
Wow.
Already though, Fang is there again, and he went to
Right.
fallback. Finally has fallen down, but there's that
Ooh.
showstopper. And now Tex is all that resides once
Wee,
again, and
yaar.
it's Kira to close. 3 kills for the Rays. Lead taken, and the first map point now for all gamers.
Their first chance to close out this series, as said, it felt
13,
like they
14.
deserved the overtime. It was a crazy first half from this squad. The calls on the attack left MIBR guessing, and they never found the answers that they needed. Now they call a timeout in a series, in a map that they had the
बस
chance to
टाइम आउट
close
हो गया
out
फिर गेम पलट
more than
जाएगी.
once. And now they have to fight for survival with Aspas topping the board, 27 there, but Fangir, the one drawing all our eyes. He has looked like the star of the show just in that last round from the top rope, denying all that space that they were attempting to take back through. It's been so fun to watch, and I do keep waiting for that moment where he slows down. I think the worst I've seen from him is a single missed op shot, but the round before he got 4, so I'll forgive him.
I'd almost be a little bit nervous as well if I'm MIBR to take a pause, because you think back and it's been the all gamers pauses that have gone straight into round victories. I think again, Ed 101 has been sublime, and whatever's been said to these players, be it from losing a streak of 4 rounds in a row to immediate
लगता है
winning
यार?
3 of the next 4, the same in the first half as well, 4-4, 8-4 half ending after the pause. He's
MIBR.
been impeccable, and now, well, all they need is 1. And MIBR have gifted that pause over to the other side. I will say all gamers had the same opportunity to take a pause, but evidently whatever's been said by the players, he didn't feel like it was necessary on his side.
Well, all gamers, they've really grown into this map. They certainly did into the attack side. Now their defense to be tested from what we've seen, especially for Fangir, but the squad overall, every leaf has been a flower, and now they bloom late, but just in time. MIBR look to go direct to the A side, and this is not ideal for all gamers. A 4-man stack up on C. They had read the favorite site of this attack side, but things change here in overtime. Here after the pause.
ये घुस सकते हैं ये.
The A side is wide open. The Vice utility is there, of course, but nobody to do anything off the back of it. The door opens and the Thorns activate. This may send MIBR back towards this B side.
3 बंदे इधर खड़े हुए हैं. 4.
You don't know how many players are there. It could be easier to go for the split, but that will work in all gamers' favor if it's attempted.
The terrifying thing as well is, if anything, if you're MIBR, you want those more contacty plays, because the retakes coming out from all gamers have been their best work. Nice shot from Tex, though.
Nice.
He was under serious pressure and manages to get rid of Fangir. He's been the tip of the spear in all of the retakes. Think about it. Using that overdrive, getting in their face while they put the ults through. Him being gone could give them another opportunity.
Well, that's it. We were waiting. What happens when Fangir goes quiet? Well, now a 4v4, and it's all gamers' chance to break back into this. A C's nade thrown down below, a slow at least to buy some time, and the Paranoia does the same. The clock keeps ticking. And now Kira finds the first shrimp with another. Okay, the number's thin. And MIBR are left with just second, standing against the rising tide of all gamers. The tap on the spike, the swing needed. Now it's already half. He'll get the first, but he won't get anything else. All gamers wash MIBR away. 15 to 13, taking the lead
15,
and taking
13.
a dub moments later.
It's
What a
another
game, yaar.
nightmare that's probably going to keep MIBR up at night. A second
MIBR ने
defeat in
बहुत good
overtime
game
on
खेली है.
Lotus in just a matter of days. But it shows the resilience of all gamers. We said it at the beginning of the game. I think a lot of teams come in, especially teams with high caliber players who've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, go up against this squad and feel like it's going to be an easy road. And every single time they prove it doesn't matter the opponent, they are able to take it close. They're able to battle and brawl. And well, in map number 1, they're able to take the dub.
Yeah, you maybe say there were signs of it up against Heretics for this squad, but now for MIBR, it looks like Lotus might be a bit more of a weak point than we expected, but that's not for us to say. Let's hear from the big brains over on the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Great call, and yet again in overtime, it's heartbreak for MIBR on Lotus. They fall to AG.AL, who clutch it out. And I just need to go back to round 22, 23, and 24. Those final 3 in regulation, they were absolutely crazy as we welcome back Kukuka in big time. Both teams having hero moments, number disadvantages, crazy headshots, and still go to overtime. It goes all the way to AG.AL.
And that was a fantastic game to watch. That's what we talk. When you talk about heroes, when you talk about the storylines here at AWC, look at a man like Fangir. This guy came to play today. After the last, after the rest of the group stage, everyone's talking about GRQ. Everyone's like, oh, GRQ might be the guy for this whole gamers team. He comes in and goes, no, it's all about me, guys. Take a look at my neon. Look what I can do. Look how I can make this operator work. MIBR had no answers, and they have, when we talk about the all-star operator players, they have the guy. They have Aspas.
It is him. It do be him. Seriously, what a fantastic show, and what a dominant also start of the map. Do not forget, at the end of the day, as we said, they are coming in as being the underdog. MIBR should be the favorite here, but we have to say, all gamers, not for a second, not in this match and not in previous matches, have shown any kind of fear to the opponent that they have in front of them. And what a moment also to be here and be able to witness the way that they were playing it, the way they were celebrating once they managed to get into overtime and get and save that spike plant that was absolutely insane. From then, the momentum was on their side.
Yeah, I mean, I think they stole away so many rounds. Fangir did it. The rest did it. My mind goes back to that 5v2 retake MIBR had, but they got shut down because the individual prowess on this AG team. I think MIBR couldn't hang with them in the server there, which feels insane to say when we look at the names on this MIBR squad. Now, don't get me wrong, Aspas really pulled his weight. So did Tech, someone who's had a little bit of a lower tournament, but he did a great job on that Cypher. But ultimately, it's not enough here on Lotus, and this is MIBR's map pick.
Yeah, and I know Verno is AG.ALing this squad, but he was at 1-9 in the first half.
Tough.
It's very difficult to get yourself across the line. He finishes 10-19, so carried a little bit more, at least going 1-1 in the second half, but it was such a slow start from him.
Seriously, the resilience that all gamers is showing, if you add that on top of getting in the head of your opponents, like for example, Verno must have not been having a very good time at the beginning of that map. If you add on so many of the circumstances that they were able to turn around, where they were one man down, did not matter. The refracts came in very fast. Something also that Tom was highlighting, how Fangir was so proactive even when it was time to flood, when it was time to retake. Again, so on top of their game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so impressed. I think especially the macro in that first half for all gamers. I think when people talk about the CN region, people often don't mention macro, right? It's sort of not what they're known for, and if anything, they're put down about it internationally. But I didn't get that impression at all. And even when we watched all gamers against Heretics, I feel like game planning is very, very strong. I'm enormously impressed with this roster.
Man, what's happening with Lotus?
It's always OT.
If you want to be here forever, pick Lotus, because there has not been like maybe one team, wasn't it? Well, BBL, no? Bar?
Yeah, there was the play those last couple of rounds there with the 3K that kicked it off, but then Tex clutches it out. And then, of course, the stun during the plant gets the kill, waits out the timer, does AG.AL to force overtime. And then Aspas getting this opening kill here in overtime. You're thinking this is it, but AG.AL battled back on that round as well. It was a fantastic map of Lotus here.
Again, it's all gamers, so the shooting is going to be absolutely incredible. That
just we ramp. Think his
EWC.
एक मिनट में आया 2-3 दफा बेल बज चुकी है बाहर.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically,
अभी ये जो मैच गया है ये काफ़ी कमाल का था ना. कल की तरह, कल जिस तरह एनर्जी उनका मैच और साथ जो है किसका मैच था यार, मैं तो नाम ही भूल गया. कारमाइन, उनका जिस तरह का मैच गया था ये मैच भी उसी तरह था, बड़ा फिट. अब देखते हैं 0-1 हुआ है. अब इसके बाद
The final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in the EWC playoffs is up to AG.AL, and they're on the right start. 1-0 over MIBR.LOS.
मैं इसको skip करूँगा
and big time. That
क्योंकि
was a lot of acronyms that I just
अगले
did.
मैच पे पहुँचना है.
However, there is no and need to figure it out.
Yeah, look, this is a fantastic now.
In the for all games completed last in the qualifier here to EWC versus Leviathan. For all gamers, they won on it against Global Esports. They already have a little bit of a rep. To me, it has to be about keeping the confidence. We were speaking about GRQ, the cheeky plays here and there. Guys, we need to learn how to open angles together. We cannot, one opens, the other one TPs, and there's a third one that just jumps later onto the side. We still need to work on those synergies. I know that the pressure is very, very high onto them. They're still going for the picks, do not get me wrong. And of course, all the pressure right now is on MIBR.
Yeah, I love it that in this map now, the backs are truly against the wall. It's a pure mirror matchup. Fangear is going to be head-to-head against Aspas on that jet. Everybody's going to know how to play this comp. You know what the other team is going to want to do. It's all about execution. It's all about who's performing in the server. No excuses left here.
A mirror match here in map number 2 as we head on over to Split. AG.AL 1 win away from booking their ticket into the playoffs. MIBR got to dig deep. They were close on their map pick, but now have to come up with the upset. Let's send it on over to Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, D-Gon. All gamers, one map to the good, stepping into Split, Tom. This is definitely a step up from them. MIBR, a team that I think almost everybody expects to see in playoffs, but now they're in danger of going out in the groups.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at the group that they're in, I think getting to this stage, you'd put them up against All Gamers, and I think, again, if you've not watched much of All Gamers or only seen the little bit at Master Santiago, you might be going, okay, yeah, they beat one team here and there, but then they weren't able to take anyone else down. Well, this squad is looking legit at the moment, like a lot of depth of talent. I think especially we didn't see the best game from Shrimp, but there were definitely other players that stepped up while he was fantastic earlier in the tournament. Fangear just had probably his best map of the tournament so far. And we look at the other side and like Aspas was still performing well. Tex had a great map. It wasn't enough to get them over the line on their own map choice.
Split में मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगता है गेम
Still, it is
खेलना.
their opponent's choice, but I think it's one where they have looked relatively comfortable in the past, like going head to head with some pretty good teams regionally. It's just whether or not, like, if they're going to have enough to take us to a third map.
It's crazy to lose a game as well. Like in that last one, MIBR went +10 on opening duels between Tex and Aspas. Yeah, like it's wild to have it spin back in favor of all gamers like that, but we said Fangear was that savior who pulled back so many of the rounds for them. MIBR starting the attack side here and waste no time getting into the A site. Spike still needs to go meet the rest of the squad, and those smokes, they're not going to last forever, and finally they will make it through. In the nick of time, the plant without any advantages found, though. They were hoping that someone from All Gamers would give them a fight, give them a scrap, and now they have to go looking for it. Deep push in towards the spawn.
मेरी story नहीं upload हुई. Wow.
And they've got a foothold now. Now it's more on All Gamers to fight back.
Well, they know they've lost screens, and reclaiming that is going to be difficult. Bai was waiting for them to try and make the move round to heaven. Now the plant is not the greatest for the side of MIBR. In fact, I would say it's a pretty poor one already to half. They need to get a move on. They're just looking to try and defuse it in front of their noses, and nobody gets anywhere near it. MIBR was so ready and raring to try the wraparound, but the plant just wasn't for that position.
That's the danger. They planted for backside. Remember, those smokes were fading by the time that they'd pushed in. It was a couple seconds left on them, but not enough to go planting up for heaven. A piece of utility to disrupt, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot in the round. So instead, they take a safe plant and try to use those sky flashes to fight deep into the spawn. Sure, it works out, but like you said, the plant isn't for there. And the second that All Gamers get some presence on the site, get boots on the ground, it already flips things massively in their favor. That is a big pistol pickup. Fangear again showing that he's still got chops in this mirror matchup. And an eco coming out of MIBR. That's a spam on the back tap. GRQ doesn't get anything for it, and hold on. Now he's in danger. Never mind. He'll go down eventually, but the work has been done.
Comfortable in the end.
Holy shit.
I think as well, that one thing I'm loving the most about Fangear is I think there would be a lot of people who go into this game and go like, look at the careers of the players on the other side. Like these are players that have been to champions, that have won champions, won masters. Like there's so much depth in terms of who has been there, done that, got the t-shirt. And Fangear doesn't care. Not even for a second. Like, he's like, I'm going to full stick this, and if you guys are nearby, cool. If not, I don't care. Like, it is just a confident player, no matter who he is up against. It's got to be tough to play against. Now, bear in mind, a few rifles kept over into this round, an SMG for buy, but there's definitely some vulnerabilities, and because of that, the defense are going pushing.
All gamers
Wait.
not scared of their opposition, that is for sure. It's a blitz, but Mizzino is ready. Plenty of backup there. I don't want to see him push that with the spike, and thankfully he does cancel that aggression. Might be time to flee, but MIBR show no signs of running away, of turning tail. Instead, they're looking to fight their way back through. The dog's going to make it awkward. The stun on Shrimp ends his life after one. Good trades for MIBR to start. And the main thing about this is it's dangerous when that low buy comes running at you. It's dangerous when some of your players can potentially be isolated, but MIBR stayed calm and just clumped together to deal with it, obviously with the exception of Tex, who was the flank control.
I liked as well that Verna was just happy to go, I'm going to paranoia my own teammate because he's close enough that it doesn't matter and I don't want to die. So clearly happy to hold their ground, and hey, I don't mind it from all gamers. Like, you got a weaker buy, you got SMGs, and I don't even think they had one like full price rifle. So just go for something risky. You catch them, you have a far higher chance to win the round.
Also, I think it's good limit testing as well. Like, you do something like that and you just see, what did the opponents do? Like, do they hear react? 4 of us rushing and they instantly run to the A site? Then we know that a little bit of early aggression could potentially push them into our heavier setup if we want. I think it's a really good idea to get aggro, but MIBR contained that aggression beautifully. That's a rifle now, and he's just going to pop the snake bite and run for the hills.
Really not bad in terms of a low buy. You get out with an extra
पता नहीं कौन बैल
gun.
बजा रहा है.
Their guns. For MIBR, they'll probably be quite happy with that as well. 3
Round
players
miss हो
alive
गया.
versus the low buys. They've definitely had some troubles here and there with losing players to pistols. So I don't think either side are going to be too disappointed with that one. But there you go. There's the paranoia.
बच्चे हैं बैल बजा रहे हैं बाहर जाओ.
If they're going to run at us, they're at least going to be blind while they do it. But this is where the game really should get going. Rifles across the board. Even a
ML ने एक राउंड निकाल लिया.
for Fangir being put into play.
अभी देखते हैं कौन क्या करता है.
So it's not going to be an insta kill.
ओए.
In fact, he's not going to land the shot at all.
Fangir's movement to get out was nice, but Verno was hot on their heels. And MIBR, they have made this one look incredibly easy. Running it down on that A site and taking every fight with great success. And another sign that's important, Verno online early on. Like we said, he had a really tough start. The desk talked about it as well, but, well, he certainly didn't let that knock his confidence. You can see him straight up into heaven for that brawl. And
wow.
GRQ finds Aspis at least. It's some sort of reinvestment needed for MIBR, but they're happy to throw themselves at this just to remove the weapons, at least to start. Aspis was. Seems like a bit more.
Guys, like करो live stream को यार.
And I like that. They've already
like करो और share भी करो.
that are fully invested into this round. So if we do lose a few more players, it could definitely get costly and sort of ruin that leg up that you've given yourself. Give all gamers a chance to steam back into the lead. So 2-2 we go. And the question is, for the defensive side, like, saving 2 weapons here, it puts them in a spot where they could force buy around it, especially with the validity of, like, a judge on this map, for example, playing up in heaven. But I think playing around those rifles and saving up for the next is probably
the other thing as well, I want to bring it up with you mentioning Verno. I think that ultimately, on the attack side of the last map, he was okay. It was the defensive side where they were being pushed and pulled across. So the fact that they've got that attack side start might actually help him out individually, because he can now just go like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm TPing up. I'm making these aggressive plays. I'm taking space alongside Aspas and being a thorn in their side rather than trying to figure out what the opponents are doing. And while you mentioned it, it is more of that half bite. 3 rifles in play. One of the pistols already dropped to the deck. Completely under the control of the attack.
मारा गया.
Fangir's trying his best to get a pot shot or 2 off. And indeed, a walk up from Bai is quite aggressive. Been caught by Aspis for free.
Check करूँ इनकी mail तो नहीं आई.
Those pistols. Sometimes you try to take your timings. Got to catch someone by surprise, but that hasn't worked out this time around for all gamers. The 2 rifles that they've got left, decision. Perhaps you could carry them through to the next. And they're at least doing that with one of them. Kira's on the A site, and I don't imagine he's going for the latest flank of all time. But for Fangir, he's been good every time. He wants to make it costly, because look at MIBR's credits. Already in an extremely good spot. Winning this round with all 5 alive is going to make this dangerous. The imbalance is going to be stacked against all gamers. At least they carry that one rifle through.
Yeah, and I also want to say I like the compositional switch that came out from MIBR, because obviously you look at it on the other side, it's not like they've reinvented the wheel or anything, but I do just look at these agents as comfortable. Like, I love seeing Aspas on the Jet. I think we have done for years. I think Zekken on the Raze also just gives both of them this more sort of aggressive tandem. I think Verno swapping, I believe, with Mizzino, like one of them now playing the Initiator. They do this anyway, with depending on what the Initiator is, but putting him onto the Omen, we already saw the impact that it can have, with him currently being 5-1 on the board. This looks like a very comfortable composition for MIBR. And even just some of the early rounds, the fact that Aspas is, again, he's taking that aggressive space with the dashes and the follow-up. It's very similar to the previous map, which worked great. Like, that was the bit of their gameplay that was fantastic, was when they get the entry, when they get these more direct plays, their execution is fantastic, because the guy at the tip of the spear is one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
Now, like you said, all gamers have been having a lot of success off the back of these timeouts, but this one does feel a little bit more difficult, because on the defense, how it's panned out for them so far has been, well, they haven't gotten to play strong retakes, barring those first 2. They are constantly having to save. They're constantly having to call it off with 2 players left alive, even there in a 3v5, because they only had the 2 rifles. One guy's going to save. They haven't been able to avoid the early aggression with... Sorry, they haven't been able to avoid the early aggression at all, and they haven't been able to deal with it in those heads-up battles. Think about the A-site full buy. It literally looked like MIBR walked into an eco. In fact, I think it would have been more dangerous against an eco, because there probably would have been more players there. So for all gamers, it isn't just about finding the solution. It's about avoiding that early burst, not losing 2 players in the initial aggression from MIBR, and all the while MIBR now come in and pump the brakes themselves. I imagine they're expecting to see some pointed aggression from the defense now. Okay, we can't sit back and wait. We have to instead fight for mid, or we got to push A main, or we need the info early. But that hasn't been the approach. It seems like they're just taking much more passive positions overall.
It might be a change-up because of the operator. Gives you a little bit more of an avenue to find those opening picks a little bit quicker. Mid seems to be the point of call for Fangir, and it's something that we're yet to see in this game. Already, he's been smoked off, but he does not care! He's just faster than anybody else. Straight into mid. Tex didn't even get a chance to blink, and he's already gone. The read they have, though, is wrong. The flash might just give the game away. Instead, the execution coming through from MIBR. This time they don't have that tip of the spear. It's Zekken to try and fill the void, and he's gone down immediately. Shrimp doing well, and in fact, everybody stepping up to the plate.
Easy मारता तो बड़ा निकल जाना था.
And now the opposite position. They sit and they wait, knowing Verno's in that corner, knowing that Mizzino is in main, but he can't afford to leave this. He is so desperately low. It's on to Verno. 5-1. A big step up from the performance earlier on, but he has to plant. Before that, he wants a pick, and that will be the end of him from what we can see. Fangir swung in, but the rest of the squad did just the same, and all gamers, they managed to seal a pretty convincing round off.
I'd love to see that from Tex's point of view. Because it's literally like there is a half second where he reveals himself through the smoke, insta hits the shot, and it makes things so difficult because then you have the immediate gamble of the 3rd player over onto the other side of the map, and then the flash that comes through that gives them all the information on the other side. Sure, those 2 players still had to do well, but you don't have that 1-2 punch of Aspas and Zekken. It was just Zekken that went first, and
mid se ja rahe hain ji.
Definitely became a little bit more troublesome.
Seekers right away. MIBR going for a much more pointed attack. The B side under threat. Kira had a rough time so far, and the Seeker seems to have sent him out of the site. He's now smoked off, and in fact, GRQ is going to come meet him. They want to play a full retake of this B site, and again, that has been the problem. When they try to stand their ground, MIBR washed them away. So instead, they'll look to fight back, which was really the upside for their defense on Lotus. They were very good at the retakes. Blade Storm from Aspas to deal with, though. Could be a different story, and the
Nice.
Showstopper certainly will.
Gets rid of
बहुत तगड़ा गेम है भाई.
chance of having smokes on the retake. That's going to make it a lot more difficult. Denied the dog, but needs a
Oi,
little more.
yaar.
2 quick kills coming up for the defensive side on the way back through. Even still, though, Zekken's there again, and because of that, he has a nade. Up above comes Fangir, but it's only the one. Trading evenly once again, leaves it close and down to
1v1,
Jafaro!
nice.
And he's definitely back in the server after map 1. Another high-impact round for the AG.AL.
When he's 8-2 now, yeah, that's definitely a different flavor than what we saw from Verno starting out the previous map. As you said, it might change when we swap sides. That's where the pressure was put onto him, but seeing a slow start here would be even more worrying.
3-4.
Giving them a lifeline. In 2 buy rounds now, Verno has been the difference maker for this squad, and considering they've only got 4 on the board,
AG.AL
4
3
rounds,
or
4 rounds overall.
MIBR 4.
No surprise that he's our
Nice.
highlight. All gamers. Right back in with a full buy. Right back in with the operator. But 3 players towards the A side, and it looks like, again, MIBR are going to play this very pointed aggression. It's why the op is such a good counter to this, because they're contacting so many of the early angles, but if it's in the wrong place, the rest of the squad
nice.
will have to answer up.
Wait.
Kira does well to get one, but the trades firmly in favor of MIBR.
That's back to basics. It's what this composition does best. You have the Jet, you have the Raze, you have a Sky for the flash, and you're in.
पता नहीं मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि MIBR जीते.
Viper's Pit for the post, and this becomes an incredibly harsh retake, especially when you have an operator. That operator goes from being your most valuable asset to a weakness. And in the last round, they had a Blade Storm. Well, they don't have that anymore. Bai's trying to find a gap. But that gap is
Nice.
exploited by Mazzino instead, and for the remaining couple, do you want to throw the operator into this? You might just now, that's
Ooh.
1, but that time is too far gone. It's a consolation frag and a lead extension for MIBR.
Yeah, this is their way back through. A strong attack side already on split from MIBR. Some of the quieter players in that first half of Lotus finding their rhythm early on. And I guess looking across, though, for Fangir, for Aspas, definitely taking a step back, and it makes sense when you look at the Jet on this map. For Fangir, or for Aspas, sorry, playing on the attack side, but you look at it from the perspective of Fangir,
Yeah.
things have slowed. And I do think that, in my mind, that's not so much a danger as it is, it's a matter of time before he finds that rhythm again.
Well, wrong place, wrong time. That's been the issue so
Yeah.
far, is when his operator was in position, when he swung mid, perfect. But it almost feels like he's reactionarily moving. So, okay, they hit B fast the last couple of rounds, let me go B. Now they're not doing that anymore. 3 players walking
3
up A,
point जो
the spike
करेगा.
about to rejoin the rest of the players on that side of the map. And sure, you get the early warning system of those sky flashes, but it only tells you that somebody is there. It
Wait.
doesn't go 5 players. They don't have a clue, so they can't gamble everything over. The deep position allows them a 3rd player, and while Zekken maybe a little audacious.
Yeah,
Wait,
most
wait.
definitely. I mean, Aspas down as well. It's a fantastic pickup by Bai. MIBR falling
Nice.
like flies, 1 at a time they face, and 1 at a time they fall. The rotates in. Texas up against numbers on this cross, won't even get close. A double jump.
Guys, make sure to
kick off
like,
the
share, and
Mazzino. Well,
subscribe.
certainly got the shot out of him. To be fair, he could run to the B side of the plant, but he'll have to get through a few players if that's to even be a possibility.
Nice shot. 4,
I
5.
do agree, for Fangir, it feels so unlucky. You look at the last round, he's on the A side, he's ready to pick them, and I do like the approach. What's working for MIBR? They play contact up to the choke points, then they burst out of the choke points and overwhelm you. How do you counter that? You hold ahead of the choke point with an operator. They walk into you, easy pickup. But Fangir's done that every round, and every round he's been sat there while his teammates on the other side of the map go, yeah, we got nade, we got paranoias coming, there's a dash. It's been an annoyance for him for sure, but he's still 7-5. And we see him there in the late round have success. Just wait till he's on the right side of the map.
Maybe this will be the one. It's looking like more of a mid-press for MIBR. Of course, last time they played this map, it was the attack where they managed an 8-4 versus Leviathan. I believe that was in the qualifier to make it to this event. Where they sent the previous Masters winners.
Nice.
Hacking already. Berno, who has been the best player so far for MIBR, is
जहाँ
gone
पे
from
देखते
this
हैं वहाँ
round.
से kill निकाल
Not
ही
only
लेते
does
हैं.
that cause the problem of your top fragger going down, but also your smokes, your paranoia. Leaves you with limited utility with this double duelist, and we're right back to contact again, but that contact has a pop flash ready, and the pop flash has blinded a couple, but nobody actually reacts off it.
I think that's going to give the game away. The smoke is delaying slightly, but this looks now like an A hit. The fake goes through towards the B site. That will keep them in position a moment longer, but it thins the herd for MIBR. And towards the A side, 30 seconds left. They still have to get past Bai, who has been a consistent menace for this squad. The snake bite stops the wrap around, and he'll catch the spike on the way across. Now they've got Kira to deal with and the TP from GRQ. 15 seconds to get that plan through, and both will be dealt with. MIBR looked like they were against all odds, but now it's back to even.
Yeah, Kira could have just played the time, but that felt like an attempt to be a hero, maybe not realizing that Tex was still up above, and instead gave them away back into the round. The duo that was so impactful over on Lotus. Can they drag home around? It's patient from the attack. They're not giving anything. You can even see it. Banger is expecting a wraparound. Fully looking towards the heavens, and again, the second the dash is sent out, Tex is there to punish.
Nice,
Every single movement ability that before his eyes ended up with the death of an All Gamers player.
बड़ी dedication से खेल रहे हैं.
Yeah, great work by Tex as well. That backside hold. He ends up finding a triple, and all the while waiting for the wraparound to come in. This round did not look like it was going to come even close for MIBR.
दोनों टीमें
2 versus 4.
ऐसा खेल रही है कि ये नहीं कहा जा कि ये टीम वीक है या वो वीक है. दोनों टीमें बहुत अच्छा खेल रही हैं.
No, because Bai was alive initially, getting picked off on the cross. And to end up with control back in your favor there is definitely something that's going to put a smile on your face. A little bit of a tech pause coming in from all gamers. We're getting towards the end of the half. I think it's a good moment for players to take a breather as well, though.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the moment in that round that fully felt like a bit of a throw was when MIBR.LOS packs up. It's like, you want the kill badly enough that you're going to try and offset your opponent, but if you just sit in the back with the showstopper, there really is nothing they can do, and all you have to do is get one.
They also don't know that he's there at that point, right? They knew about the TP from GRQ, or at least they could assume it. They knew about Bai, but they hadn't spotted Kira, unless I'm mistaken. And so even the showstopper activated, even just sitting there, there's a chance that they're so pigeonholed on the time, because it was like 10 seconds left to plant, that they just rush in to go for it. And you get the pickup, you get the round. It's a little over-eager, a little jumpy.
I don't
try and close the round
The thing
out.
is, I don't hate the showstopper with, like, what was it, like 15 to 18 seconds left. It's more so just
wait.
Yeah, if you just stand there, they then have to run at you. And I think that's actually what Tex did fantastically, was just, okay, just wait.
मैं पानी लेकर आता हूँ.
Flies into his crosshair.
पानी के बगैर गुजारा नहीं है.
It's not a bad one, but it's a good recovery. And finally, one of those cut rounds actually going the way of MIBR. I think back to the first map, and a lot of the time it was them with the advantages. You mentioned it with the opening jewels. They were getting a lot of them. And then all gamers were able to fight back. Half equal at a minimum, and considering they lost pistol in second round for MIBR, this is already a pretty decent half on the attack. But they're going to want a little bit more, and right back to regular programming, it's looking like a fast A hit.
Smoke and orb up top. Okay,
in the right place.
Taking down Tex somehow. A spam straight through, and it's going to be a 5 versus 4 in the post plant. All gamers, as we've said, very confident when it comes to those retakes. If they can get on the site, there's a Viper's Pit, and if not, it's there for the next. Good work by Shrimp. He's been so consistent in this half, and he's kept the advantage in their court. That little sneaky spot by Aspis will be checked. Jumping across. Kira drew the eye so GRQ could find the headshot and leave Zekin all alone. Was against 4. The first is his, but time ticking. He can try to use that to his advantage, but finding these picks should be nearly impossible. Boxed in. Nice work. And the nade thrown out. Goodbye time. He's evaded the shots to start with, but the op will find him in the end. As tight as it will be, there is enough time on that clock for all gamers to push up to 5.
it's a nice attempt in a scenario that definitely felt impossible. And I think you might have been sat there at home going, yeah, these guys are talking an awful lot about if Fangir was in the right place at the right time. And I don't know what they're on about. Well, this is the example. Like 3 kills, an opening kill, 1 on the way back in, and then 1 to close the round. Like this guy, when he is in position, has been a real problem for MIBR, but it is just the all-in gamble every single time of if he's in the right place at the right time. A chance for a 6-6. Maybe not the greatest defensive half from all gamers, but if they go in level, they won't mind. That's an immediate showstopper, and it's close. Bai is down to 40 HP, but will live to tell the tale. Is he going to get back into the vibes? But I don't think he can.
No, he's going to let it fade. With Aspis holding up close, it would have been a risky fight. The Judge invading with the decay, but Aspis on the other side. Not a gamble they wanted to take. Bai forced back by the grenade as well, but Kira does really well!
Nice.
It's a triple for Kira!
ये दो भी
He'll
निकल
fall
आते,
in
बड़ा
the end.
मजा आता
Dex
है।
and Verno still have some life left to give. But an AWP waiting for an overextension. In fact, he drops it at just the wrong moment, picks up the Judge, and it's a little bit of an oopsie. Now look who's posted on the angle, or who was. It's Tex right down below. He's managed to slip the net.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers will find him, though.
Ooh, that makes it a little bit more awkward. 35 seconds. They've still got time to play with. MIBR are hoping that somebody makes a mistake. That might have been it. A quick double for this attack side. And Shrimp still expecting further aggression. And well, to be honest, he might be right. They're still not planting just yet. Are they about to try and hightail it to the other side? It'll be very late. No, they want to make sure that the spawn is clear. Another smoke. Another attempt to get that plant in. This one will be stuck, and in the meantime, Shrimp is going to try with the spam, and has managed to catch it. That was the planter. This time, Tex now has to stick it all the way through. His opponent gets a chance to re-aggress. The orb utilized on the other side, and a sneaky move from Tex to escape and close the round. Again, another nice attempt for Shrimp, but it will be MIBR to go in with a lead at the half.
Yeah, I think Tex finishes that one with double digits in terms of kills, and I think every single one was high impact. Verno in the same boat as well. They both stepped up to the plate in a big way during this first half, and MIBR now with a lead at the halftime. That's got to be a big upside for them to bring us to a map 3. It feels like the wind's in their sails, but I won't be finding myself counting all gamers out. Remember how this started. They were not able to deal with the pressure. Well, that's not going to be the case for them anymore. No, they get to dictate that pace. And considering it's still a close half after them being deactivated in those kind of round 3 to 5, still anyone's game.
Yeah, it's worth saying that both teams on the previous map were able to win it out over on their attack side. And then their defense felt like much more of a grind. I think both teams able to, well, in the case of all gamers play with the rotations, and on the other side, the more direct entry style was working wonderfully for them. Even still, though, I think MIBR not winning the pistol and coming out with 7 rounds. Sure, there were, I think, multiple either 2v3 or 2v4s that they had to.
अभी तक जो भी सीन है ना, लाइक बड़ा फिट गेम प्ले। MIBR का गेम प्ले बड़ा फिट है, और AG.AL का भी, और दोनों बड़ा तगड़ा खेल रहे हैं।
2.5 seconds, considering he was a 1v4. The nade almost taken out a player. And even there for Shrimp. What a try. The spam, the reposition, the flash down to try to cancel the plant, force the fight. It was a very nice try, but Tex in those clutch moments finds himself in the post plant backside. Something activates in, and we saw it on both sides of the map. And now we come in to half number 2, all gamers. Still, and the thing for them, they're down by 2, but they know this is a chance to close the series, to take it 2-0, to send MIBR home and lock in playoffs. And a pistol round could put them right back to neck and neck, considering how the attack went last map. Yeah, as we said, MIBR not out of the woods yet. This pistol could make it a bit more comfortable for the defense.
Yeah, they are the only representative of China left. MIBR look to join 100 Thieves and NRG. Maybe even G2 later in the day. It could be 4v4 in terms of Americas versus EMEA. Depending on how these two last games of the groups go. Zekken is already going to spot a couple, but this is a ruse again. This is exactly what we spoke about when it came to Lotus. You have what looks like an all-in play early, even give information to the other side, and then they have this slow walk-up. It's only going to be the one player. It almost makes me question, are they going to go back again? It looks like they are. This is like ruse on ruse on ruse on ruse, and I can't really blame MIBR for being in the wrong place. Yeah, they're going back.
Same as what we saw on Lotus, Tom. All gamers were pulling the threads, using MIBR like puppets.
Yeah, there you go. You see it from Mazino go, okay, they are now on A, but now they have a backstab of their raise and a second one in the form of Shrimp.
Exactly. Normally it's Bai who's left behind to play those roles, but all they have to do here is delay. This is the problem, though. If MIBR do go direct, if they go quickly into the site, those flanks won't matter. The position, at least, of the plant is for Heaven, but Aspas clean up the site immediately. GRQ trying his best to slow them down. The Heaven position needed from Shrimp, but he will not find anything. And MIBR, that's what I said, right? They're grouped up. They're in that clump. So when it comes to the retake, they're not waiting for the guy that's coming from the south side, that's in sewers, the flank. They don't care about any of that. They're ready to go the second that they get to the choke point.
I really like that as a pistol round from MIBR, because that was their major problem on the last map. Was they've gone this way, then that way, then this way, and then I've rotated through spawn and I've been killed by a late flank. They then implanted a player on B. As I leave B, I get killed by that guy, and then it's like, okay, now we have a 3v5 retake. Instead, okay, all 5 of us wait somewhere in the middle of the map. We then rotate all together. Even if we trade 1 for 1, we come out far more even than before. And then in this case, Aspas hits 2 immediate headshots on the players holding. They are now the panicky team and not us.
It's going to be a full eco from all gamers, as you'd expect. The classics across the board. Paranoia left just to take fence. Already a bit of an investment, even with that piece of utility thrown through. And now you've lost Kira. No nade for this round. No smokes anymore with GRQ down. But if they can find another pick or two, it'll be damage done. The thing is, for MIBR, the buy isn't what we see a lot of the time, where like you have a lot of bulldogs, or you even have some players playing low buy for the Vandals and so on. It's SMGs. It's a Marshall. Losing these for the next won't be the end of the world, and I think 2 picks probably won't get any sweat on the brow of the defensive side. We'll need it to be a little bit more than that, and it doesn't look like we'll get any more than the 1. Last man is Shrimp. Spike in his control at the very least, and there we go. I was going to say, Zekken must be aware that he could be coming from screens, and he looked at it and now backs off. They'll just concede that space and punish him when he walks out a little, or not even punish him when he walks out a little further. Catch him in the doorway. Nice work. MIBR with 9, and I think they did a good job of avoiding real dangers around mid there.
Yeah, I think this looked like a round of just like, let's make sure we get the conversion. Everybody has a weapon. We have a chance to farm up orbs. We can go for something risky in close range. Like, I think Split allows you to do that. Like, you can play some angles where, firstly, if anybody has light shields, that Spectre can do a lot of work. Same with the Stinger. But also, if they don't, if I sit on a tight angle, I have a chance to win that battle. So it means that the likelihood of winning this round is a lot less than if you go for all the rifles. But also it means that you're not going to have crazy costly rounds if you lose those rifles.
Yeah, you're not going to have weapons recovered by the opponents that are really that scary up against you. And with the way that the economy's going, they'll have an operator as soon as they want it in the hands of Aspas.
Or light shields.
Indeed. For all gamers, there's especially close range. Like, those SMGs are now going to find a much easier fight when push comes to shove. Look how they're set up as well. Initially, there was the attempt of a crossfire in mid, but there is still that setup towards A main. From what we can see, all gamers want to take it in this direction. 2 mid, Spike outside A. It's just clearly going to be a split there, and I think that info should be pieced together by the defense by now. Maybe not. They might think that they've gone back on A main, I suppose. Re-clear of the flash and B. Very soon, all gamers are going to have rotations coming their way or a flank underway. It's time to pick up the pace.
Oh, a tight low angle that's not been cleared. Tex is the snake in the grass. A chance to do so much damage first and the second as well.
Wow.
This gives Aspas an opportunity. Bear in mind those light shields, and that's where the Spectre is all the more deadly. He's landed his shots and left it all onto Bai, and they don't have to peek. They can just wait for him to go for a plant. There's only 15 seconds. He doesn't have much on the clock to play with. He's being flanked as well. There's still a flash available, and he desperately needs someone to fight him. And when they do, Mazzino wins the fight at range. A fantastic round from Tex. And I'll be honest, that duo of Tex and Aspas is not necessarily one. You look at their roles, you go, well, they're not going to play in tandem. But the way they play off of each other is genuinely fantastic.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you leave the clock that low, you're pushing in towards the site. Still, it was like 40 seconds left. They have enough time, but it's that tiny little gap from Tex for him to be able to fly under the radar like that, for them to not have the utility to clear it out. Like, you're pushing towards that A site, a boombot, a dog, something has to clear it, but it doesn't. And that narrow gap left. And that's the thing. Every time that Tex has been in that position, you think of the first half, his backside plays on both sites. Right there as well. You give him a chance, he takes it and runs to the bank with it every single time. For MIBR, look, that last map, Lotus in general has been a problem for them in the last 2 series that they've played, but bouncing back like this, if this is a dominant win, I think third map favor swaps massively in my mind. But I have adored how all gamers have played the attack so far. I really don't think it's over just yet. Even look at that pistol round. They did manage to sell the fake, but MIBR were too quick on the retake. And I guess that's the other question, is have MIBR adapted to that slow style? Because they certainly have.
I think they have.
The read.
I also think as well, the thing I like there from Aspas is the patience. He knows his teammate has a play. He lets him make the play and then goes for his own. Like, it's good synergy. Well, now a chance to farm up orbs towards the ultimate. And even see Kira shying away. Does seem like Kira's more of a ruse in this scenario, though. 3 players already taking deep control. Zekken, well aware of the position that has been lost. And the closer they get, the more deadly their weapons become.
Oh, nice work from Bai. That's Tex down already. The wall falling. Doesn't go down in time for Zekken to catch them on that cross. But he has called for the rotation. He's heard it. Verno now knows to give up that heaven space. The smoke in to make it uncomfortable, but the dog clears everything behind it. Flashback out could come through, though. Look at this sneaky little position from Mazzino!
Wow.
A triple again! MIBR strike from the shadows! And all gamers can't quite adjust.
Nice.
The ace might be stolen, but it's all smiles from Mazzino. As MIBR looked to take this in dominant fashion. That was such a nice setup. He got in that smoke just at the right moment, and no one was looking his way.
Yeah, maybe not a round that you expected to need a play like this, but I don't think it's going to do any harm. And that's the thing, like, you're able to come back in moments where it looked like
Lemon यार बहुत बेहतरीन खेल रहे हैं MIBR.
5. They're now far and away from all gamers. And from that map 1, a map that ended in overtime, a map that showed the caliber of players, but their own map choice of split is looking like more of a blunder. Now, the operator purchase up for Fangir, him being 1 away from Bladestorm as well, gives them opportunities, but his counterpart in Aspas has also bought up that operator and is also 1 away from the Bladestorm, so swings and roundabouts.
A minute 5 on the clock, and the op now rings out, but the shot doesn't land. All gamers at least know where that is now, but what to do with that is the question. 55, and they're spread in the default. Mid, off limits with the Viper's Pit. A with the op. Guess B seems like the easier choice, and it was moments ago. But that's changed now as the Seekers confirm players towards the B side. Aspas on his way. The operator will be here by the time the push comes in. And mid is still very much defended, for the time being at least. Tex waiting with 2 players on the other side. They're invading the smoke. They're looking for this fight, and they found him. That's a huge pick from Bai, but
Nice.
Aspis being in position, deadly as ever. The blade's drawn, but he's put to bed. Trades for now, keep it workable for all gamers. They'll even get the plant, and that all being dropped. It might be the mistake that cost them the round.
Leaves it on to GRQ. It's safe to say he's had his moments throughout this tournament so far, but this one might be enough to cling to life.
Nice shot,
yeah. That's the easiest one done, but the wraparound already coming through closer than maybe expected, and the blast pack is good enough to just completely discombobulate.
मैं भी पूछने वाला था कौन राउंड निकालेगा.
For MIBR, 1 away and 7 in a row needed from all gamers. But you know what, Mitch, if they take a pause here, I might just believe in the comeback.
I know that, Tom. You've been a day one believer of the new 12-5 meta.
Well, after they did it.
Day one, I remember. First time they did it, you said, oh, this is a good idea. This is exactly when I want to see that one.
Yeah, no, the first time they did it. No, sure.
But no, there's not going to be a timeout here. No moment to breathe. Instead, perhaps Ascent is on the horizon for MIBR. What a resurgence. A dominant map here, the choice of all gamers, but I doubt they'd choose it again. Bangir, Blade Storm.
Oh, nice shot.
One, a clean opener. They should get the plant off that.
Where, with no ultimates online, a post plant and a Blade Storm makes it quite difficult to break back in. I am looking at Tex as maybe the one player that has a gap. It's how long that gap stays open for. How long does GRQ face the wrong way? Well, the entire time. And Kira actually hasn't reacted either. Just moves into the corner instead. Not wanting to rush to take that fight. But Second has just saved his teammate. That couldn't have been better time with Bangir, though.
Timing
seemingly had enough of the blades. Wanted to go back to the SMG. And
nice timing.
Either way, whatever it is, it's working. Verno left to try and fight versus 3.
फिर राउंड निकाल गए.
The first of what needs to be a 7-round streak
6
has been found, but even still, it felt a little
7
bit
राउंड की
shaky.
स्ट्रीक चाहिए भाई, फिर निकलेगी AG.AL की.
Triple kill, double kill with the blades, and then just, I don't need these anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Right clicks them into the ground. That's enough of that. Look at this. Yeah. I guess he expected the re-swing from bottom ramp, so he's pre-firing it with the right
I like
click.
it as, pre-fire or right click. Like, yeah, maybe back like in 2021, that might not even land still.
That looks so funny. Well, 6 rounds in a row, it's a big task. Up against a squad like MIBR. Players like Tex, like Aspis, showing up at these moments when they're needed the most. They have delivered. Even when they're not needed the most, they've delivered. And Ascent may have to be where that bounce back happens, but let's see. Momentum can only carry you so far. A start from Mazzino as they look to shut this one down, and it seems like mission complete. Shrimp, last man alive, and well, he'll make it deeper into the spawn at least, but what do we do from here? Surrounded in every sense of the word, no lane open to him. A minute on the clock, and if he wins this, I believe in the 6 rounds in a row. I believe in the comeback.
He's cornered. And they are not letting him out of the corner, more importantly. Even the lower HP Aspas is now being healed up as well. It's not like you're saving that heal for a rainy day. He is going to bypass his way towards the side, but instead he has to face Mazzino, who hasn't really missed a beat in this round. Finally, he shows his mortality. But speaking of mortality, a man with surely no more lives to be had eventually will fall. It is Tex to confirm a 13-6 victory from a tight OT loss on their own map choice. That was incredibly clean from MIBR.
Yeah, well, the sharp blade of all gamers from that first half, or first map, certainly blunted here. They tried the same plays on the attack that worked so well on Lotus,
पिछला मैच भी अच्छा था इनका और ये भी.
We're ready for every trick that they had up their sleeve. Now we go all the way to Ascent, somewhere that Flare isn't really what we get to see. Variety goes out the window, and considering the matchup there, I think it is going to come down to those head-to-head matchups. It's going to come down to if Fangir can find that same form as
यार मेरे पास इंग्लिश में क्यों लिखे हुए आते हैं मैसेज आसपास का नहीं पता.
To our third map, it's time once more to go back to the desk with Deacon.
I love that there from
But
Mitch, man. He was correct. When we
Tex
go
ने
to
और
Ascend, it's
आसपास
about
में
the
बड़ी
guns going
गेम की
ablaze
है.
and less about the strategy there. And we will do exactly that as MIBR take control
और
of the second
दूसरा
half
जो है
and run
उसका
away
नाम
with it
क्या है?
before AG.AL can get
Monizo.
back on the board.
Monizo,
So it is
Monizo, I
1-1
believe.
in our decider
उसका
match
gameplay
here
बड़ा
in
fit
Group
है.
D as we welcome back Big Time and Kukuka on that last one. And that was more of the MIBR, America's potential team, the one that needs to achieve it with all those names on the roster. That's what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, I think that it got easier as the map
Commentary
was
में मैंने
progressing,
सुना है उसके
especially
बारे
when
में.
we swapped halves. Good to see that Texas carried a lot of the team for today. Good to see especially that in those last rounds, Massino found a little bit of a bounce back. He did not have a first good map. The first half, it was very, very shaky. But I think that by the end of it, they would have never been able to close it without the confidence that he got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a little bit of a class difference from me on this map. MIBR looked well drilled, well prepared, and it didn't feel like all gamers could really find the answers, especially in that second half, like you say. When they get over to that attack, they really do begin to struggle. Started out well for all gamers. I thought this could have been a much closer game, but I think MIBR really just, like you say, settled into the game, really showed their class as it progressed.
Yeah, I think as well, when we were speaking about this last half that we were seeing and how dominant MIBR was being, we think about the flooding, right? Think about literally the last round that we saw being incredibly quick in not letting them set for postline, barely even getting the spike down, if they even managed to get up to that point. Difficult task also to keep the mental in, especially with how back and forth this map also started for both of these squads.
Yeah, I think also, I love the comp in general, but I like it a lot more for MIBR. When we look at who's able to play what, it looks very, very comfortable. Aspas, Jet, Zek and Raze, big names, but all the supporting cast comfortable. You know, we spoke before, GRQ, he's having to play this Omen. Is it as good? And I will say, on this map at least, it didn't look like these were the most comfortable roles. I felt moments where there wasn't fluency with all of the utilities.
Next match किसका है? Next
to Ascend, fingers crossed that will be a different story, but it's hard to know.
Yes, and on that Ascent, GRQ did
यार
play
वो
Phoenix,
मुश्किल सा
top
नाम है
of the
उसका.
lobby, 300 ACS+.
You were waiting all day
I
for
just
this.
won it.
You were waiting all day for this.
The young
NongShim
kid GRQ on the Phoenix.
NongShim
I
करके
know
कुछ था.
Kira is normally the
RedForce
duelist,
और
but
G2
please
का.
give him the opportunity to do so because that's
G2.
your tournament lives are on the
Yes,
line. We've
yes,
seen what he
yes.
can do.
I think there's even more interesting things to talk about when we talk about Ascent. The end of the day, they are in the same group. Both of them played Ascent against Heretics. The results very, very different. And MIBR, the thought that they found a weakness to exploit.
matchup है वो.
Heretics
मजा
that
आएगा.
definitely bounced back on that map the second time that they played and
मजा
had an
आएगा,
almost
मजा आएगा
flawless
फिर.
defense against MIBR.
इन्होंने भी बड़ा
For
अच्छा
the
गेम
side
किया है
of,
यार.
all gamers,
MIBR और
playing
AG.AL
with the
ने.
duelists, having GRQ almost doing everything that he wanted to.
पहला मैच जो है MIBR 13 और AG.AL 15
I
पे
will say
गए.
for
ठीक
MIBR
है.
though, winning this
और
map too in
दूसरे
pretty
में
comfortable
MIBR
fashion is
13
exactly
और
what they needed to
AG.AL
get themselves back into
6
this
पे.
series. There's no more doubts about firepower. They got outshot in map
और
1.
gameplay भी में बड़े
but
fit
map
थे.
2, they dealt with it very, very easily. So they will be the ones moving forward with that momentum now, taking away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you're afraid of when you lose your first map pick. Are they asleep for the day, or will they be able to bounce back and have a strategy prepared for the other team's map pick? And here on Split, the answer was a resounding yes by MIBR.LOS. They're going to go ahead and regroup as we have our elimination.
हाँ,
Not match,
Split
but
पे अच्छा
map.
खेली है.
This is it here for
पहले
both these
Lutis था,
squads, and one of them will
तो
move
उस
on
पे
to the
उतना
playoffs.
अच्छा
One of them
नहीं
will
खेल
go
पाई
home.
थी.
We'll find out who after this short break. You're watching EWC 2026.
लेकिन फिर एक दफ़ा ये चलने लग गए थे तो टाइम आउट आया था. टाइम आउट के बाद फिर ये चलने लग गए थे तो काफ़ी लंबा ये लेकर गए थे. उनके 4 थे और ये अच्छा खासा इन्होंने निकाले थे राउंड्स. लेकिन फिर टाइम आउट एक आया, टेक्निकल इशू आया और उसके बाद फिर लेकिन ये कि एक राउंड ऊपर जाते रहे और लास्ट में भी ना उसमें भी बिल्कुल जीतने वाले थे और स्पाइक प्लांट हो रहा था, लेकिन उधर से AG.AL के बंदे ने आके गोली मार दी उसको.
Play is in our DNA.
फिर 13 से 14 हुआ. फिर
Whenever we let it
इसी
out,
तरह
it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
बड़ा मजा का गेम
Kadir
था
City,
यार.
powered by play.
मैं आगे कर लूँ अब इसको.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years
इसके
of
बाद आगे
grind,
करते हैं.
and we're here. Now.
आज
the
मैं
proud
आया भी
founding partner of
तकरीबन
EWC,
4:15
powering
पे.
the biggest event in gaming.
पर मैं
Shoulder
पीछे
to
से
shoulder
पूरा ही
with the
देख रहा
world's
हूँ.
best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
नॉक्शिम प्रीमियर खेलती थी फिर VCT टीम बन गई. अच्छा, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नोडल सेल करती थी. अच्छा, ठीक है जी, अपना बिजनेस भी है उनका. और क्या चाहिए. ओए, ये नहीं बंद करना था. मैं इनका फार्म चेक कर रहा था कि इनके फार्म में वो चीज़ें आ गई हों गेम वाली, बट नहीं आई अभी तक. सही. ये सीक्रेट लैब वाली एक चेयर हमें भी दे दो यार.
Hi, I'm Zekin. From MIBR. I'm going to be playing against a mystery opponent.
Okay.
Oh, he's deegging me. Oh, this guy's frying me. Who would have?
अच्छा जी, ये स्किप करेंगे हम.
Match is
ये भी स्किप करेंगे.
Okay with this coming up in the veto once again over on the side of all gamers.
एसेंट खेलेंगे अब.
Vangear on that chamber and GRQ. I want to
1-1
see
हो
you
गया
lock
है
in this
दोनों का.
Phoenix.
अब देखते हैं
Oh, he will. He will. He
कौन
will.
निकालता है.
I mean, Kira's already on the Omen, so unless he's going to pull out a different duelist, there's like a final lock here. This
अभी
is
इनका
the pick
होगा
where
ना, इसके
GRQ
बाद
put
फिर
himself on the
वो
map,
आएंगे ना.
during this tournament, and so I'm very, very excited
Best
to see
of
what he
3 है
can
ना.
do up against Aspas and Zekin.
Economy here is super important, right, for both of the teams. We've seen the impact that the operator has been having on both of them. For Vangear, of course, with him having the chamber and whatnot, it's going to be easier to get an operator in hand. But when we think about Aspas, even Zek, and the rest of the players as well, to even catch a flank, care for mid, a lot of aggression from the side of all gamers, but not that much utility. If they misuse it, the round should go for MIBR.
Yeah, over on the side of MIBR, there are no changes
Kira
from what we
race
saw
से हट
coming
के
out last
Omen
time.
ले रहे हैं.
This means they've board reviewed. They felt like it was some,
Vele,
different types of mistakes. It's not a
Neon,
comp issue. They
Sova.
think they have everything they need to make it work here. But can we see that
Mazino का
improvement?
game भी बड़ा
Otherwise,
अच्छा
they
है.
will be going home if they played this
मजीना है,
map.
मजीना है,
against
मजीना
Team
कहते हैं मेरे ख्याल से इसको.
MIBR.LOS
इसका
and
gameplay भी better है.
AG.AL, only one can continue through. 2 teams from Americas has already
और
qualified
सब जो चैम्बर
100%
है
so
Finger,
far, whereas
वो भी fit है.
AG.AL are the final opportunity for
GRQ भी.
VCT China to have representation in that playoffs, but they've got to earn it. Who will
हीरा भी
step
अच्छा
up
है.
and who
सारे ही
will
अच्छे हैं.
rise above here at EWC 2026 Paris? Let's find out as we send it on over for the final time to Mitch and Tom.
जैकन का सही.
Thank you, Degon. The final map of the series. We've gone all the way to Ascent. All gamers stayed alive on map number 1, but signs of life started to disappear in the previous Tom. MIBR coming in hot to the touch, but how do you feel about all gamers' composition? They're bringing in one that I've grown to love. Looking at this Phoenix, at the Neon, at the Chamber.
MIBR ने सुपर टीम बनाई थी.
To be honest, the bit I
जैकन
love
मेरा
about this
फेवरेट
is that
प्लेयर,
you, and when I
बहुत
first
funny
saw it, I
और
was
अच्छा
like,
खेलता
wait,
है.
the guy who was playing Smokes is now
Nice.
playing Phoenix, because they swap it up directly. Like it's Kira really likes the Raze, so he'll play the Raze, and GRQ really likes the Phoenix. His Phoenix was nuts.
Exactly.
Like it was probably the highlight when they came up against Heretics. Of course, you're gonna look at this and do the kind of proxy thing where it's like, well, one of these teams beat Heretics 13-8, the other one got 13-2, so this is easy for all gamers, right? It's like, no, I don't think it's going to go that way at all. I think the fact that MIBR have gone back here shows that that was more of a blip on the radar, maybe being boomed after
क्या लगता है MIBR निकालेगी
in the tournament. This is a different scenario.
Third
They've
भी
just dominated a map. They come in with most of their players having highlight moments.
दूसरा
I
मैच भी
think we're in
निकाल
for a
लेगी
very level game.
MIBR या AG.AL
Well,
निकालेगी
let's hope so. Certainly owed it after that first map, a tight affair. Oh, damage done. Shock dart chasing down
Oi, oi.
Bangir. He just about
easy win for
ran
MIBR
TP out in time,
अच्छा जी
but he hasn't run away.
वो पिछला जो मैच खेला वो बड़ा फिट गया है मतलब दोनों ही मैच जो मैंने देखे हैं वो बड़े अच्छे गए हैं यार
Across the map.
दोनों टीमों ने अच्छा खेला ये नहीं कि एक टीम ने अच्छा है और दूसरी ने बुरा दोनों ने अच्छा खेला है
Still no clear direction for the attack just yet. Fangir just moments away from stepping
फेंगर
into
चलाता है
Verno's
फेंगर
41
दोनों सामने
HP.
खड़े हुए हैं
Could be an easier fight. Or the defender.
उई 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 उई
Just depends if that one tap could be
One-
landed. The jump
one
beat with
HP.
40 HP is crazy. And he's left down to 1.
They're pincering though. The flank coming in, and the defenders know this.
Whoa.
I like this from Verno. He knew if he sits back and waits, he's going to get pressure from behind. The dart is going to help him out massively. The paranoia nullified.
Nice,
and
yeah.
Verno is having a crazy round
Oi.
once again. And now his teammates are looking to try and wrap him. Kira, though, has given an opportunity, but they're both so desperately low that it ended
Nice round.
easy for MIBR. Verno, a hero once more
ये
in the
वर्नो है
early
जो बैठा है
rounds.
सामने
Yeah, huge work by Verno. I don't know how that reveal didn't get broken. It allows a second pulse out, and that, I think,
Panic.
gives him the upper hand in the third fight. Indeed, yeah, panic. Mistakes made theirs. Verno holds the line. I like the idea as well from MIBR. It was a stalemate for so long, but they were ready to push B main. They were ready
Nice.
to fight on short. More so ready to fight A main.
Zek
And
है
the second
क्या
that push comes in through mid, they're like, okay, now we gotta
Good
go. We go
mid-round
back,
call.
we're dead.
Yeah.
But we go forward, we have a chance. And that chance converts to a round win.
Is that a round 2 Odin?
ग्लासेस टैक्स है
I don't think
मोटा
it's round three,
मजीना है
so,
अच्छा
yeah. That's
मजीना
The Toadin.
it's a nice strategy, I have to say. I love it. You look at the trips that are in play here. The idea, if they go straight through a mid flood, you're going to already deal with them quite easily. It's shoot
I
a
really
fish in
want
a
him to
barrel.
get one shot.
Then you've got that reveal that would come off the back of it.
Oh,
Verno with
there
the
was a
headshot.
chance for a second. There was a chance.
He gave him a moment to aim, but not to pull the trigger, at least.
Yeah, okay. They've managed to bypass his angle, but he's given it up. Has Zekam for support. The only other real rifle, but Mazzino, he ended that last map. I
Mazzino.
think it was like there was 2 rounds where he came up with like 7 or 8 kills. Like just Mazzino just popped off, and that does make me a little bit
Wait.
more worried for all gamers that it does seem like every single member of this squad has
Nice.
started to rise to the occasion. I know that at times there's been a lot of criticism of a player like Tex, but I think in this series he's been one of their best players. And while a very clean second round coming out from MIBR, the Odin hasn't been lost. And we'll be coming back in to what is a bonus round, which, I'll be honest, you don't normally see an Odin in a bonus round.
No,
Bowden.
you really don't. It's a problem to deal with. It is a different setup, though, from MIBR. This time, Odin's going to be sent towards the B side. Again, it's going to be that heads-up duel with Fangir, who has lost 2 in a row, which I wouldn't want to fight him at this point. Not feeling the odds that he loses another, but hold on. Aspas is walking up on him, and there it is. Fangir landing the shot. Fool him once, maybe even twice, but an old saying in Texas. I know it's in Tennessee, maybe in Texas. A chance now for 3 for MIBR, seeming less
Sorry, what's the
likely.
saying?
दोनों राइट पे बैठे हुए हैं
Fool me
अबे
once. Shame on.
Oh,
Shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled
I
again.
thought from Tennessee it was, are you from 10 IC? Or are you from Tennessee because you're the only 10 I see?
That was excellent. Are
There
you
you
from
go.
10 IC?
There you go.
Because you're in Tennessee.
Exactly. That's the only saying I know from that. Fool me once. I
वालेकुम
don't know where
अस्सलाम
that's from.
सिनेस्टर क्या हाल है मैं बढ़िया सुनाओ
That
अपनी
was exquisite. Okay. Well, all gamers on their way to the A site. There is a big setup waiting for them here. A lot of trips, as they've just
dear.
found out.
Wow.
An easy spam for Mazzino. That's not the only one. There's another kill trip on the back in the camera. Landing a tag and maybe a little bit more. The door's gotten in the way. Save the day for now at least. Tex, well, as difficult as he normally is to deal with, they've got him in one. And now
first
the
match
Odin
का
retake.
थर्ड चल रहा है
They might not want to go for this anymore, but
Oh.
Verno is
दोनों
giving
ने
him a chance.
1-1
It's
किया
so
अब ये
close.
फाइनल चल रहा
The
है इनका
shoelaces taken off of Shrimp. GRQ tagged heavy
Mar
as well.
oi.
Down to 1. The Odin spam would be enough. He needs to tuck in that corner. He needs to find a safe haven. And Zekken doesn't know how desperately low that player is. He'll still be peeking in with the ult, but it's a death sentence. Verno, 5 and 1. The ult to deal with. He's found him to start with. The spam can take him down with ease. And now just the mag runs dry. All gamers just about finding the round.
It's a weird one because normally going out of a bonus round, you sit there and go, okay, that's not great. But they had an operator and an Odin.
And the op went in the hands of the opponent.
It was barely
Group C नहीं
a
हुआ.
bonus at that point. It had
Group
a
D
lot
है.
of bite too. I think Mazzino did fantastically well to play off of the utility that was thrown in front. But they actually do still have enough to buy him with another operator. Sure, it's at the cost of Mazzino, who's been their best player so far. So maybe a little bit surprising to see him have to take the bullet. But then also, the operators on the other hand for Fangir, which I wouldn't want to
Group
give
C
him that
अभी
for free.
हो इसके बाद होगा आगे.
Aspus is going to be sent back. Blaze has
अभी इनका
marked the
फाइनल
space.
चल रहा है ना.
Let them
Best
safe
of 3 है
passage
ना.
through middle, although Fangir's looking to fill in the space after. He can't cross anymore. Not without looking for a fight. So short's going to be his responsibility. All gamers gearing up for an A play.
If he pings
क्या
him,
कैम है यार.
there's a chance that you can maybe get the kill with a wallbang. Instead, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury thrown out, almost seemingly off nothing, and that's an early
Nice.
double for Verno. He's been playing incredibly
Double.
well so far. And one, and then out, and in fact, no, Aspas feeling confident, goes for the repeat, the swing off his
Nice.
contact from Tex, and this trap setup has worked, well, I want to say more than perfectly. That is as good as that could have gone.
And this has been the case. Looking at the last map, you said it. It's an unusual pairing, but Aspas and Tex get so much work done together. Kira, you are dead to rights
Nice.
here. Big stun landed.
But that Tex cam was
इनका
just
plan देखा आपने
enough for the
किनका?
contact of the Hunter's Fury.
Game में.
You've got to be sat there
Team
as the
का.
attacking side going, why the hell have they randomly popped
कैमरे से
mid?
देखकर सोवा
Who
की आड़
Hunter's
कर
Fury
दिया. हाँ
straight
वही
into
तो
top
मैंने
mid?
बोला ना
But it's
कैमरा.
because they could see them
कैम
on the
बोला
cam.
मैंने.
Like he's able to get just that little pixel of information.
कैम की
And go, look,
लोकेशन
this
भी
guy
और
is here in a narrow laneway.
उसके
If
बाद
you
जो दो
line this
उठाए
up,
हैं
you're going
सोवा
to get
ने
a couple of
वो
opening
बेस्ट
kills.
था.
That's really lovely stuff coming out from MIBR.
Yeah. A sneaky little play that ends up sending all gamers down to an eco.
अब एक होता है ना कि एक बंदे ने फाइट ली और अगर तो वो डैमेज हुआ कुछ हुआ वो वहां से निकलता है तो उसको कवर करने के लिए दूसरा पीक ले लेता है. ये नहीं होता कि वो भी भाग रहा है बचने के लिए और पीछे से वो भी आ रहा है तो मार देगा इसको. नहीं, इधर से दूसरा पीक लेके उड़ा देता है.
Striking from
तो
behind.
जो टीम वर्क है वो बड़ा फिट
Well,
है
now all of
इनका.
a sudden it's a competitive round. Those rifles not recovered just yet. They can be. They could be. If not for the instant rotations coming out of MIBR, the timing here on that main peak could be everything. And Tex has already
Nice.
cleaned house before the swing comes through.
All revealed as well.
अच्छा आवाज़ मेरी और लाइव स्ट्रीम की बैलेंस में है ना. कास्टर की आवाज़ और मेरी
Basically dropped
उसकी
him
ज़्यादा
alone.
है या
Like,
मेरी
it
कम
was
है
a
तो ये
little
मुझे
bit
बता
risky,
देना.
but because they didn't have the plant down, he just looks for a timing. And unfortunately for all gamers, I think one of the first
अमेरिका की
players he
टीम
drops is the
की
spike underneath
कोऑर्डिनेशन
Valve,
बहुत
which,
अच्छी होती है.
as a place to
वे
drop the spike,
अमेरिकन
it's about
टीम
as
है.
bad as it could be
ओके
for where
सही
the
है.
remainder are. Still, a little bit of initial damage coming out from the side of all gamers, but this defensive side is looking good so far from MIBR, and you have to bear in mind last time they played this
4-1.
map, they only managed 2 rounds total, so yeah,
ये
safe to
राउंड
say
अप
it's
कौन
going a
निकालेगा?
little
एनी
better.
गेसेस?
Indeed. A 4-1 start, and the wind is in their sails now. For all gamers. Oh, that paranoia has landed, but doesn't look like they're going to continue the push on MIBR, sitting back, sitting safe up against these rifles. Now, one of the things I'm curious to see, because Lotus, it was much easier to push and pull that map. They attempted it on split, but MIBR did not fall for it anymore. They had the responses, they had the reactions, and now here on Ascent, I'm curious to see how this attack side will shape up. We've had a lot of failures here with the slower plays, and now an attempt to start with a bit of control towards the A site, late move back in the other direction, but again, MIBR haven't moved. They are sat still. An operator in a position that I don't think they could have ever expected. The angle onto GRQ and a big player removed. Still the Cypher setup to push through as well.
Yeah, they've got the TP to the backside if they need it. There goes Mazzino. That will now be a third player defending this site, and The question is whether or not they want
yaar.
to fall back. No, they're going to try and pressure into what is now a pretty hefty setup. In fact, I think Mazzino even cancelled. He was like, you know what? I'm going to TP, then realized that
मार
Aspas has
देता
already
यार.
rotated in and went, I don't
वैसे
need
भी
to.
मार गए.
Let's hold up the other side of the map just in case. A player tagged up as well. They know exactly where they are, and they've got 20 seconds.
हाँ
Mitch.
smoke
I
कोई
think
नहीं देख
Mazzino
रहा.
would have committed that TP if not for map
वो
number
खाली हम
1,
ही
if not for
देखते
the
हैं.
attempts in map number 2. Like, you see that push, you see it stagger for a moment, you think, okay, but the others are outside my sight. I'm going to fake the TP across, they'll push in, we'll clean them up. This time it was a more direct play from all gamers. The problem is, as they decide to save, they're not allowed to.
Nice.
Second,
क्या
one
बात.
side of the trash compactor as the walls close in, a couple seconds left, and I guess we'll never know if he saved the weapon. That's how it goes sometimes. That's life.
They did celebrate very quickly. So
इनकी
I'm
coordination
gonna
बड़ी fit
assume
चल रही है
they
ना.
killed him.
Hi in April.
I'm going based off
Drop
purely
down.
इधर अगर आपने
celebration,
एक
so
बंदा इधर मारा है ए पे या किसी भी एंगल पे तो वो बंदा मार के उस एंगल को छोड़ के निकल जाता है गायब वहां से दूसरे एंगल पे किसी और जगह
He
जाके
does have a
खेलता है.
gun, we definitely know.
Might drop them.
See, as said, my read of body language
drop them
and
before the-
celebrations. Oh
Put
yeah,
timeout.
yeah.
It's
All
possible.
right,
Drop
cool.
into teammate. Yeah,
Anyway, moving away from Mitch's idiocy, 5-1. Defensive side building, and now those pauses that we spoke about in map number 1 become imperative. They need to find a response here. Sure, versus Heretics, it was a pretty horrific attack side and coming out from MIBR and a great
मसला ये
defensive
था कि
side.
फिनिक्स मार दिया वही
The other
एक
side of
प्रेशर
things
था
with both
एंट्री के
Shrimp
लिए.
and GRQ having a performance to remember, but as of right now, they're getting shut down before
सही
the
बात
round
है.
even seems to get started. Like they're looking to try and take control. They're failing. They're looking to try and almost sell fakes. It's failing. They can't hold on to
Regroup भी
mid.
नहीं
They're
हो
losing
सके
into
थे.
the operator and set trap plays. Bono's
वही
in
है वो
form.
मारते ही
We've
ऐसा
seen
है
Zeno
यार.
have a decent couple of
Regroup
rounds.
कहाँ पे
Tex
जाके
has
होंगे.
been fantastic throughout the series. And the funny thing is, right now, Aspas and Zekid are at the bottom of the board. They haven't had a whole lot to do in this matchup. Now, one thing that was
Faiz,
building up into
Modern
the last
Warfare
round
2
were
है.
those ultimates. Shrimp,
Multiplayer.
and GRQ have weaponry to play with, but can they make something work here?
ये मैं भी डिफेंड नहीं है वो.
Oh, GRQ, as you said.
हाँ,
It's been a
defending
little
में
quiet, a
बड़ा
little
fit
missing. This
आता है
time
यार
picked
ये
off
में.
from the side, but it is only the ultimate that's taken down. That trade good for the start. But enough to finish. Aspas is
What
up
the
through the floor.
heck?
The convergence path goes through. The spam is fantastic, but hold on. GRQ and Kira, they've got some life left in them. Caught by the ult they might have
Well.
been, but they fired back at the start. Now it's Kira. Alone, he was getting some great shots in that first look at second. So quick to walk through.
Oi, oi,
Kira
oi,
could
oi,
never
oi.
expect that level of aggression. And for MIBR, a 6th round locked in. There was definitely a bit of danger there, but considering the ulti's thrown by the other side, that's just fine.
Recently
they
सस्ती
throw
मिल रही
in the
थी.
running back even while not having a weapon
2000
into the
रुपए
hands of the
की
player using it, but it was basically
Steam
just
पे.
take
अभी पता
space,
नहीं
try
है
and
कि नहीं.
trade. That wallbang shot that came out from Aspas is just disgusting because Zekin is dead. If he
100%.
doesn't hit that, he's dead, and he's the guy who ends up cleaning up the rest of the round. Tex continuing to be a safe pair of
Steam
hands.
पर अभी भी
Problem
मिल
is,
रही
you
है
look at
7
the running
डॉलर
ahead,
में.
it was a low buy.
90% off लगा
Force,
हुआ
they
है.
use Overdrive, they use Run It Back, they use Hunter's Fury. That is 4 ultimates committed to 1 round, and it doesn't net you a win.
That reveal.
6.99.
Look at the push up from Aspas. Aggression cancelled by all gamers for a moment. Now they start to fight inside of B main. Aspas loses his TP back. He's a player pushed out on short to help him. The drone is going to send him flying. Dash out, but now look who's stuck in mid. Mazzino has to stand his ground, has to stand tall, and that he does. A double kill on the Phantom. They were so pigeonholed on trying to deal with Aspas, they forgot that he might have had help.
Even still, that is Mazzino over delivering.
Yeah,
Like,
100%.
You're
हाँ, मेरे
supposed to
पास भी
keep
है.
him alive. Instead, you've taken 2
मैं तो
bodies
खेल
in
भी रहा हूँ
response. That's got to be
आजकल.
infuriating. As said, this is the best we've seen MLBR look so far this tournament. Sure, they had those blowout games initially, but everybody can have a round, can have a moment. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Aspas, the man who was
Loadout
saved,
नए बनाने
has
पड़ेंगे
dropped
मुझे.
the spike
पुराने
into
हैं
middle.
लेकिन
The
थोड़ी
remaining
उनको
2
सेटिंग
players are
चेंज
running
करनी
around like
पड़ेगी.
headless chickens. They're having to try and just get that spike back, and instead they are caught
Nice
from every
shot.
single angle.
7-1.
7-1 in the lead. MIBR are running away with this.
Yeah, things have really changed since that first map where throughout the entirety
अगस्त
of
में
it,
जाके
all
Warzone के
gamers
मैच
were
वगैरह हैं
competing, or even at times, especially on the attack, looking like the better
और
squad.
CS के जो मैच वगैरह हैं वो बहुत
That was
लंबे हैं
how it was
यार
going
बहुत
every
टाइम
round.
चाहिए उसके
It was,
लिए
I think, +4 overall for the
पूरे
team. But you
पूरे
had 2
week
players
में
combined, +10 in opening duels
2-3
on the
weeks
side
हैं
of MIBR,
CS
and they
के
lose that map. It was Aspis, it was Tex putting up numbers. All gamers dealt with it every step of the way. Now GRQ goes on to a favored agent, and still we're not seeing that flare.
Well, the reason it was close was because Mazzino was 0-6 in opening duels. And now he's in the argument for being their best player. Like, if you talk about a turnaround, he just single-handedly destroyed them in that last. And, well, when you're 7-1 down and this is the purchase, no ultimate still. And look at the pressure that's being put on. They've eliminated Bangit. Now, what I will say is that is the delivery of a fairly hefty upgrade in terms of weaponry. They get to keep the rifle and then get given an operator. I don't think that trade was worth it.
No, normally you're going to see players drop
मैंने
that up first, go in with
EWC
the
के लिए
shorty,
अपनी
and then
ऑफिस की
refract
शिफ्ट
back. Of
नाइट
course,
की लगवा ली है
Aspis is feeling it
नाइट
at the moment.
शिफ्ट
His
है
best explanation
सुबह
I
8
can
बजे
give,
आके सो जाऊंगा
7-1 up,
फिर
but a
दिन
little
को
bit
उठूंगा
overzealous.
और
Up
लाइव
against
स्ट्रीम
an
शुरू
ego,
करूंगा
downright
रात तक
silly.
जब तक होती है
But that's
Great
what happens
delivery
when you've got
service,
this. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
That's
Aspas delivery. You'll get more than you bargained for.
problem is they still need to push out through this, and breaking in with the operator of all weapons might not
आ
help
जाओ
all that
अंदर आओ
much.
भागने लगी नियॉन
On the choke, the spam from
ओए
both players catches by. He
बच
tried
गया
to slide through, but so many bullets came his way, it didn't matter.
मैंने लिंक जो
GRQ
भेजा है
having
उस
to
पे चेक करो
recover,
ना मेरे पास
another
तो ठीक
spam.
है
2 players through the smoke
$7
on this
की
initial push.
14 की लगी है
GRQ tagged low again, even
मेरे
after
स्ट्रीम
his
पे
heal.
7 क्यों है
He's on 23 HP. And they've barely any
Oi,
time
oi,
left.
oi,
This
oi,
plant
oi,
should be
oi.
impossible with an Odin still in play, and it will be. Time running dry.
Wow.
And chances for all
Odin.
gamers are running
Odin
out.
Devta.
8-1 in the lead, our MIBR.
I always find this when I watch Verno that he looks like a player above his age. Like, because in that moment, you could forgive him to go, oh, if that guy's fought like 3 of my teammates, I can probably just go in and kill him. But he's like,
Global
no,
account
I'll
में
wait
stream का
4
तुम्हारा
seconds, and then it's like 3.7 seconds. He's like,
global
and now I'm fighting. Because I know that he can't plant the spike anymore. I'll just sit in the back line and make sure this round is over, and then I'll be a little bit greedy with the kill. It's just smart stuff that basically
इतने की
makes
है
it
गुरु के बाद मुझे गुरु ने
impossible
बताया था
for
उसने भी लिए
GRQ
तो
to
मैंने
get
भी ले ली
anything sure. He's got that run it back online.
उसके
They've been
पास तो
farming
और भी
up
सस्ती मिल रही थी
those orbs from all the way
इंडिया
through the
में
game, but we are
400
yet
रुपए
to
की
see
मेरे
that
ख्याल से
same heroic play that he was pulling out versus Heretics.
After a very competitive first map, it does feel like these last 2 have left something to be desired from all gamers. The last remaining hope. Of CN, here comes the ult. From GRQ, it's delayed for a moment. Flash lands nothing. Reveal is there, and it's shut down right off rip. Dive through. Bye-bye.
Oh.
No one's with them. And bye-bye indeed, it seems.
Wait.
To all gamers, we need someone to step up to fill these shoes as players drop across the board. Zekin's on
Wait.
10 HP, and he survived that fight.
Wow.
Shot back for the kill, and with 9-1 on the board, is there any hope left for all gamers?
Okay, that is the second round I've now watched where Zekin 100% should have died.
He was
So,
dead to
but
rights.
bear in mind, they knew he was in that corner since the run it back. So that was when they still had their entirety of their team online. They then peek him from short as well, while swinging him at the same time. He ends up with 3 kills, and then the 4th player that runs in just goes, nah, I'm killing him, and just runs full swing and it gets killed by Aspas because he's so tunnel visioned in on just getting a singular kill onto Zekin. Just look at the scoreboard. I think the bottom fragger right now on MIBR has 9 kills. There is nobody underperforming. And this
Chrome
is
पर
the team
नजर
that
आ
was
रही
promised. This is
लेकिन
why at the
एप्लीकेशन
beginning of
में
the
नहीं
year,
आ रही
you're
तो
almost
ये
laughing
क्या बात हुई
the fact that Zekin has managed to go and join Aspas on the same team. You're almost looking at the fact that they've held on to Verno and built this superstar-studded roster. And it's not quite delivered, but when it does work, this is what you get. It feels like they are fighting a literal war, and everything they do, they just run headfirst into it.
That's been the same for the last map as well. Like, that first half was close. It was a chance to be 6-6 if I'm not mistaken. And then we swapped sides and MIBR ran away with things. Now, on this map, GRQ. Look, he's top fragging at least, but I did think that, like, I liked the comp. I liked seeing
अच्छा
him
ये
play
बात
last time.
है
I think GRQ especially is a huge step up, and he wasn't bad.
हाँ ये
so far
पूरी
in this
गेम है
series, so
full
you
game है
imagine that
complete
ceiling's gonna raise. Fangir
multiplayer
looks better than
raid
Aspas, which
story
is
सब
one
कुछ है
hell of a
इसमें
feat. But now it looks like he hasn't even started playing. Indeed, nobody had to go one round of the board. 9-3, the best scoreline that they can hope and pray for, and even then, the Divine will have to answer for them to have a chance, and perhaps he has. Aspas has made a mistake. He's missed a shot. A rare miss on one side, but then an immediate filling in of the blank shrimp. Tries on the wraparound, but look how confident Zekin is! He's running at them! And maybe he shouldn't be. Fangir, quiet so far, but now a chance against one of the world's best.
7 HP भाई
He's down to just a classic. He used his last headhunter bullet just to try and escape. And now with 7 HP, what he can hope for is that either Aspas makes a mistake or he can get towards that site and find a gun. But you can already tell that the information has been given over. A rifle in the hands of Aspas, and it really does just become a game of chicken. And at least for the moment, it seemed like the Brazilian had the right idea. Or maybe he still does. He's going back towards spin. Okay, it's been long enough. Both players decided to move at the exact same moment, moving in tandem. Aspas is low enough that the classic could just do the work, but his opponent at this stage might end up running out of time. That's going to be the bigger problem. He has to now get in and get that plant. And in fact, Aspas was starting to believe that this was a move towards the other side of the map. Instead, now, he's got to go running back towards B.
And there's a TP available for Fangir, but he's not going to take the risk of even placing, and he doesn't know how close Aspas is. Of course, Aspas went to A thinking the spike had maybe been taken. He hadn't seen it for so long.
Wow
As time ticks away, the info.
वो आएगा भी उधर से नहीं ओए यार
He'll step forward as Fangir swings in, and
Nice,
Aspas
yeah.
lands the shot, digging a hole deeper for all gamers, burying them under round after round. This attack side,
10-1.
they may end the half with one.
It's looking more and more likely as they go by. An incredibly nice attempt from Fangir. This round shouldn't have been particularly close, especially after Zekin put him so desperately low and just seemed to have it dead to rights. This correction with a singular bullet left seemed like it
यार
might
क्या
have been
पता
enough, but
निकल भी जाता उसकी
in the
HP
end,
भी
the
तो लो थी ना
final
7 HP थी
look at the scoreboard.
मैं
11,
तो
11,
बस गन
11,
की हवा
11,
मारनी थी
10. Like, there really has just
But
not been
OP
a missing piece to the MIBR puzzle. And wow, Zekin's getting more and more confident. In fact, this isn't just sheer rundown. Bai is having to just try and hold on for life, and even an escape route doesn't exist. They are being surrounded, choked out, and they think maybe, okay, is this the open site? Is it the one that nobody's holding? No, it isn't. There's still 1, now 2, now 3 and a 4th. Wrapping round the wall. It was Verno to close 11 to 1. The team that faced off against GE is showing up once again.
Yeah, listen, I don't think there's many teams out there that would look at especially an elimination match and a qualification match at the same time and say, I'd like to face MIBR in that one. But you definitely don't want to face MIBR in this form. You know how strong of a player someone like Aspas can be. We've seen Tex from the very get-go be activated. But now Mazzino, Verno, they're there alongside him. Zekin looks like he's unkillable. The amount of times I've seen him take one for anyone else would be a death blow and keep
मेरी तो अब आगे
on
नाइट
moving.
शिफ्टें होंगी कम से 1-2 महीने
Even at times having Aspas as
तो
his
खेल
savior
सकते
with
हैं
the
वो
blocked wall
रात को
bang.
12 बजे तो नहीं
I'll be
खेल
honest.
सकते लेकिन उससे पहले खेल सकते हैं
If he hadn't died a couple of rounds ago to the Headhunter, and you'd said to me, oh, he was in God mode by accident, I'd go, oh, you know, actually that makes sense, because there were rounds where, yeah, he gets wall
मैंने
back
बहुत
like
टाइम
that
से
while
लेनी
being
थी यार
spammed out
पर
by an
बड़ी महंगी
overdrive.
थी
The round
इसलिए
after where he
वो
gets 3
मेरे पास
kills while
2000
stuck in
रुपए
the
की
same
है
corner for a
मैंने
whole
कहा
round,
भाई
and then a player runs
लेते
in just
हैं
to kill him, and Aspas goes, did you forget about me? Like, come on, guys, like, please don't forget the guy who has a champion's gun buddy. But even still, even with every once in a while a glimmer of hope, It gets shut down. This was probably one of the best opportunities they had, and even still it didn't go their way. And right after that, a complete
अभी तो
decimation.
नहीं देख
11 to
सकूंगा
1. It was a good defensive half last time out for all gamers, but at
Stream
this
के बाद
point,
ही देख
every
सकता हूँ
single round is like hanging off a cliff edge.
Well, yeah, a pistol round will end the game. More or less any round after that will end the game as well, even if you take it. All gamers have to be perfect.
हाँ screenshot भेज दो
We can see a pause. I do think though, like, the game that they played on map number 1, they made MIBR at times look like fools. They caught them off guard. They played double to triple fakes that worked almost every time. Bai was lurking in mid and catching so many players off guard. But once MIBR realized what was happening, once they had that time between maps to discuss, okay, how should we react to those kind of plays? How should we react to them pushing and pulling like that? Ever since then, they cracked the code, and all gamers haven't had that extra gear to shift into. Now,
They need the fan gear.
they need the fan gear if they're going to have any chance. And there he is to start it off.
wow.
Fan gear activated. I don't know what that means if you're still going for a car analogy, but who cares about that at this point? Anything that will work has to come through for all gamers. An opening pick is about the best scenario they've had, but Zekid just looks like he's hit a completely different gear, a different level. In fact, an even scenario, a nice work from GRQ, a player revealed, but they are losing as they go. Just the 2 players underneath. The flash is perfect, and a second round will come through. The lifeline has been garnered.
निकाल
More
गया
importantly, GRQ getting most of those kills gets him closer to that.
11-2
Yeah, perhaps a consolation prize, but you never want to count yourself out. Remember,
दो
this
round चाहिए
isn't a
इनको
situation
फ्लैश बड़ी
where
फिट
they
थी
can
बिल्कुल
rely on a lower bracket. There's no extra layer. There is no safety net to fall into. It's a long way down and a long way back home for all gamers. This pistol guarantees them at least a bit of runway. And I was waiting to see if, as confident as they feel, they go in for the crazy force buy here, but MIBR are looking to get this over as quickly as possible in a more conventional way. And take the eco. And gear an opportunity to pick up a couple more orbs, but it's really GRQ you want to see with a few coming out of this. The buy in the next for MIBR could be the beginning of the end. Keeping this clean as well is exactly what they want. All 5 alive for all gamers. It's a good start to the half.
Yeah, especially when they've invested on every single player. Like they have to do that. You can't be playing a conventional bonus round where you're risking it here and there. And for Vangir, getting a few additional orbs, it's not going to help him in this next round, but if he could do the work with the operator, he might be getting one for free. The problem is he lost all of his shields, so he's going to come back in with an operator, but no shields alongside it. It's a thin line between another round onto the board and his opponents with an operator on the attack.
The buy has been bypassed. Oh, he's just shot, but I don't think they've noticed just yet. Never mind. They turn on a dime,
Wow.
catch him off, but the trades keep on coming in favor of all gamers until they don't. Verno dropping shrimp. Means the
3v2
spike makes it to the site. Needs a 3 versus 2 in the post plant. And there's not much to help all gamers get back into this. The operator would love a pick, but
wow
I think they've spotted it now. They've seen that big gun. A paranoia for Kira can perhaps, in fact, it could catch them all if it's at the right angle, but waiting to get into position before it's fired through. It'll find one towards the backside. Clean pick up on Aspis, but Tex was not blinded by it at this point for Fangir. 11-3.
Scope खोल के scope बंद
the
कर
time should be too far gone. And by now it most certainly is with 2 left
निकल
again.
गया
It's all about orbs. It's all about punishing the attacking side, making it cost them, but
nice
nothing to be found. No op saved, and 3-piece for Verno gets 12-3 on the board. The beginning of the end is here.
Yeah, maybe he thought there was no way out, but I think at that stage, saving the operator holds so much more value than a singular kill. Like, that round was already over, and definitely mistakes starting to creep in a little bit more. I think Shrimp walking back into the site after they've already completely lost it, it just seems panicky. And you can understand why. Their tournament life is on the line. The last representative of VCT China. And it looks like America's might be getting one more team at least in towards the playoff stage. They are, however, a man up for now. Not a bad start.
Man to the good. Zekin down as well, the immortal man.
He bleeds.
Finally. Early pickup, but still some weaknesses here. They're certainly not out of the woods. Paranoia Prime fired through, caught one, but not the second player. Luckily, Aspis is quick to get out of there. He heard a shot coming at him from behind and bailed. Bai's now rotated in to help the squad, and Spawn still cut off by Kira with the flank up by Fangir. All gamers have MIBR boxed in with a man advantage to play with as well. This is looking set for 12-4.
Yeah, they've got to run it back if they need it. QRQ sat at the back
क्या
of the side,
होगा
and that's exactly
खत्म हो रहा है मैच राउंड निकाल लेंगे AG.AL वाले
awkward for them, even just a singular pick, but no, he's denied by text. The problem is, should now know that there's a decent amount of players at the back of this site. Aspas desperately low already, and Bai will hold his ground. The move towards the other side of the map doesn't even seem like an option anymore. They've only got 15 seconds to try and make this move, and although eventually we'll see a player lost, it's not going to matter too much, although, if he got that TP off, there was a chance at a plant, but Shrimp made sure it wasn't.
Yeah, they just got there in time to take him out before he slipped into the shadows. Another opportunity for the streak of rounds for a legendary comeback against some of the best that the world has to offer for all gamers. They proved themselves on map number 1. But this task, it seems too tall for any team to make 8 rounds against MIBR in a row from this point forward. Tour de Force online for Fangir. I don't think he's going to be saving that for the next. I don't hear it popped.
Yeah, I think with the fact that they don't have the credits.
Yeah. Lose a player or two and the panic will kick in, but the Outlaw's perfect.
Yeah, all of them are one shot to the Outlaw anyway, but
except Aspas.
Interestingly going for that hero gun in this round.
He's heard them right, he's heard them right, he's heard them right! Oh my god! What is happening? They were stepping for the last 5 seconds! The man's deaf! He's unplugged his headphones! It's a 5v3! And Aspas has got by! The dawn of this series looked so bright for all gamers. They pushed MIBR to the limits, but as dawn turns to day, a dark night on the horizon for VCTCN. They are going home, and MIBR push through to playoffs.
It seemed like it was going to be a worrying day for MIBR with that first map. They had themselves in a pretty decent position, and then we saw the fight back from their opponents. But on map 2 and map 3, this is the MIBR we hoped to see here at EWC. A brilliant performance, adaptations in map 2 and map 3. Honestly, it could have been an email. That was so quick with how they were able to get through their opponents. They look very, very good in this matchup.
Oh, they absolutely do. What a bounce back. I mean, all gamers' plan on map number 1 worked to perfection. Their preparation paid off, but the adjustments from MIBR were there. From the second we stepped into map number 2 on Split, we saw those issues fixed. In the pistol round,
शुरू से मेरा दिल करता है ये टीम जीते.
And from that point forward, it became more and more dominant. But this
बड़ा मजे का खेल रहे
shines a light to just how strong MIBR can be. A big team now, locked in for playoffs. And that's all the time we've got in the game. It's time to throw this one back to the desk with the beautiful, the wonderful Deacon.
Thank you very much, Mitch, man. As it is MIBR.LOS getting the job done here against AG.AL, and as he so eloquently said, crushing the hopes of a VCT China representative in the playoffs. It also means it's 100% win rate so far, qualification rate so far here for VCT Americas. They are 3 for 3 and will go 4 for 4, attempt to, in our next series. But it's time to celebrate MIBR.LOS hitting the right notes and finally achieving that potential we've been waiting for them to see.
It's good to see that it is in ascent, right, as well. To see that phase, to see the bounce back from what we saw against Team Heretics. All of the players, I believe, showed up. Bruno, I think that throughout the series, redemption arc complete.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that they went back to Ascent. I think it shows good prep work and fantastic coaching from this
you can
squad.
play Ascent.
Well, but I think when you get
team
destroyed on a map like that, I love that they go back to it because it means that they felt prepared and it felt like also all gamers showed their Ascent as well. That shows to me that they feel like they have a very, very confident read. And I think when I watched this game, that's what it felt like. Every move all gamers tried to make was so confidently shut down because they had all the information. This was prepped well ahead of time and great AG.ALing there. I think I really want to give flowers to Verno because that map 1 looked very poor. It looked poor. We were, saying sat there at 1 and 9. Is he going to be able to pick himself back up into the game? He did a fantastic job individually in this map 3, but calling structure rock solid here for MIBR.
And there were also a lot of unforced mistakes for the side of all gamers. I know that in the last round it seemed a little bit tragic. Love to see the voice. They'll love to hear the voice that Mitch was given to that situation, because I think that was going through all of our heads.
Yeah.
Like, oh, come on, no, not this way. You can battle through after the series that you've given us today, after what you've given us throughout the tournament. This is the way we're gonna say goodbye to you. Bit sad.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Verno point just because it was a difficult start for him. The 1 and 9 on that first map, first half, and then finishes top of the lobby here in the match that matters while still calling the game for the rest of the squad.
I think that also something that we didn't get to mention in the first one is that in head-to-head duels against Fangir, he was like 8-0 to Fangir. I said, like, Verno was like, I can't kill this man. He's coming at me. I shoot. My weapon don't work.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen for the rest of the series.
I mean, it's great resilience. That's why these are top-level players. That's why these are players that, when this roster was built, we keep saying it, was expected to lift trophies. Great names across the board. A fantastic organization behind them. I think they truly showed their potential today, locking themselves into that playoffs.
All right, well, we can hear more now about MIBR.LOS' last series with Tech standing by right now with Janiro.
Miles remastered.
All right, Tex, that's another win. Assuming a weight off your shoulder now that you've qualified for the playoffs.
Software से games लिए 700%. मतलब
I'm not gonna lie, you guys also had us in that first half. So I want to talk about Lotus first things first. What went right and then wrong and then right again and then wrong again?
Yeah, I don't know. These Lotus games are getting a little too close. I don't know. We have it, but we don't have it. We're making some weird mistakes. We even
सॉफ्टवेयर चलता है हार्डवेयर पर.
So it should be better for the future,
अच्छा.
Yeah, just a lot of momentum. They honestly played really well as well. So yeah, props to them.
Would you say being able to figure out what went wrong on Lotus?
कितने टाइम चला के games लिए हैं?
Third map, because the last one, respect.
Yeah, so they have a pretty similar playstyle in all of their maps. So honestly, figuring out what we're doing wrong and how they're gonna play in the future is like really important.
What?
Okay.
When they all
solid throughout.
That's a MIBR here have international.
NongShim RedForce will set you up with the pre-match after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Okay. NongShim RedForce versus G2 Esports. कौन जीतेगी? क्या होगा? क्या बनेगा? लाइव टाइम परचेज किया था. अच्छा. But G2 go for revenge. अच्छा, NongShim को सपोर्ट करते हो. G2 go for revenge. ये भी ठीक है.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
Qiddiya City. बस
We
इधर
were
जाना है
there.
यार.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
यार आप कास्टर बन जाओ इनके EWC वालों के. PUBG मोबाइल पाकिस्तान के. अच्छा यार कोई चीज़ मिले तो बंदा ट्राई कर लेता है. जैसे अब ये ट्राई किया तो मिल गई. अब इसमें इन्होंने ये कहा होता कि आपने खुद बोलना है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बोलना है, तो एक डिफरेंट चीज़ होती, कास्टिंग खुद करनी पड़ती. बट इन्होंने का बैलेंस रखना है कि हमारी स्ट्रीम जो है उसकी जो कास्टिंग की आवाज़ है वो आनी चाहिए. आगे करें यार, यहाँ पे हम टाइम तो ज़ाया कर रहे हैं.
Changes from them. I think we've seen them play very, very good Valorant here. So maybe now's the time.
Tell us about G2.
No, you disagree?
Listen,
switch
Breeze, I understand.
Yeah.
It was a mistake, okay? The two times that G2 has gone against NongShim, that has been both of them this year, they have lost. We've always gone the distance, but you can never count G2 out. I think that
Mouse
the
pad
history
check
is
karo.
just Andre just like doing his things. I remember the story about the previous mouse
EWC
mat that he had, but
पाकिस्तान
I
से
think that
आपको ये
Valen, this man
देख
here,
रहा.
this entire squad is the pride and joy
एक और
of North
लड़की भी
America.
है.
So many times that
Ish-
we have
issue-
believed in them, and I know that there's been
something.
some hearts that have been
हाँ,
broken.
मैं
I
उसका-
guess that you can say the same for NongShim when they made certain decisions, but G2 is a
मैं
team
भी
that
कल
always
सर्च कर
manages
रहा
to
था तो
reinvent
मुझे कोई
themselves,
नहीं मिला.
to look for the next wave of
शायद हम दो
Valorant, to
ही हैं
just
जो
keep
स्ट्रीम कर रहे
innovating
हैं.
with
शायद अभी वो
incredible
लाइव बैठी भी होगी.
individuals and just always topping the Americas region. And I think that, you know, the only thing funnier, I am willing to sacrifice having all the Americas teams in playoffs if that means we do not get any Pacific ones, because I'm going to have such cool week just pissing you off all the time.
Yeah, that will be very fun for me, but let's hope that doesn't happen. One thing I want to cast your mind back to
उसने बंद कर दिया
is
लाइव
G2
स्ट्रीम.
Esports. They're in the
मैच
final
देख के.
of Masters Bangkok. This is their best chance to lift the trophy. They looked amazing all the time. Who's on the other side? It's a full Korean
Maybe
squad of T1.
वो उन्होंने ये
T1 are
डाला
the
है
ones
कि
who get the
आपके
win. Cast your mind
स्ट्रीम
back.
का
I will
अच्छा
say, I
क्लिप
think
हो तो वो आप
G2
शेयर कर
struggle with
सकते
the
हैं.
Koreans. I think they struggle with the
वो
style that
देखता हूँ
they
मैंने
bring
कुछ क्लिप
out there.
निकाले हैं.
And I think the empirical evidence is kind of on my side.
वो दूंगा.
Exactly. I'm going with the underdog then. Okay, they've won both of the times, so technically G2 should be the underdog coming into this encounter. I do agree. The face that we're seeing from NongShim reminds us of the
अच्छा उसने
brilliance
एक
that
ही
we
मैच
saw
पूरा
at the
किया और फिर
beginning
लाइव
of
स्ट्रीम
the
बंद कर
year.
दिया.
They've been very close. They have already won against G2. In fact, they haven't lost against G2, exploiting every single one of the weaknesses. So
gaming.
the changes that G2 made into their maps fell short against against a NongShim that was all in
यार
through,
NongShim
better
का
prepared.
दाम भी
Yeah,
best
I'm so
neon
happy
player
to
है.
see this NongShim team
Let's
have that
see.
return to form. The start
Guys
of the
यार
year
like करो
was
यार.
unbelievable for
Share
them.
कर
They
दो,
didn't
share
lose a
कर
match
दो.
in Pacific. They went to Santiago and they didn't
Share
lose a
कर
match.
दो
They
जैसे
couldn't
टोटे share
have
करते
been
हो.
better. It did take that dip in the
भाई
middle.
नया
though.
है.
The meta changed, the roles changed. They had to figure it out. But now I feel like they're finding their footing once again. But the thing is, it's not just Dambi on the Neon anymore. Extros is a fantastic second man in. I want to talk about Ivy as well.
Yeah,
This guy
he is
was
the man.
he was sensational for the team, and he always is. I think this is a
अरे
very
आवारापन 2 का नया गाना आ गया भाई, ये सुनना है.
after a slightly disappointing Pacific
I think they slept on themselves.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree
The
with that.
potential was there.
I wouldn't disagree.
The wings were there, and they were like, "How about not?" And it's like,
ये
they
स्ट्रीम
did kinda
खत्म
just
होगी तो
go,
फिर
"We're
दूसरी
amazing,
स्ट्रीम
let's
करूंगा.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things
Game
was like,
खेलेंगे,
all right, we're
Valo
gonna move
खेलते हैं.
Dambi off of the Neon that he's so good at, probably one of the best in the
और
world.
मैंने
Some
रिएक्शन
would
चैनल
say
पे भी
best.
स्ट्रीम
the
करनी
best
है.
in the world, and we'll figure it out, right?
कल
And
देखते हैं.
that didn't
कल
quite
एक और
work out.
मेरा
Now
काम है,
they
मैंने उस
switching back
सिलसिले में
onto the
जाना है.
Neon.
अल्लाह
Things
करे
look
वो हो जाए.
fantastic. Ivy also firing off as well. It is a very scary NongShim roster
अभी
that
नहीं
G2 have to
बताऊंगा.
come up against.
You know what it is? It's
बस
like
दुआ
it's
करो
like
कि जो
putting
काम
training weights on.
मैंने
you know,
सोचा है वो
when,
हो जाए.
I'm gonna need some explaining.
Kuch bhi show.
Training
It's
wins,
like-
and I thought about the scene in Mulan when she has to go and
वो
and
active नहीं है, by
climb
the way.
the
But-
tree trunk.
Because
I
वो
don't know,
उस पे
is that what you
रिएक्शन
mean?
It's
पहले
like
हम
trying to
अपलोड
run
करते रहे तो
underwater, and
मैंने
then
कहा
when you
रिएक्शन
run on
वाली
land, you're
लाइव
so
स्ट्रीम्स
fast.
उस पे
They play
करते हैं.
without Dambi on the Neon, just as practice. How do we sync up as a team? How can we make this work? And then when it really matters here at EWC, they swap it back. They go, okay, Dambi, let's go. You're back on it, and now they're ready to go. It was
Fracture
the
ban
plan
हो
all
गया.
along. Silkanon, I never doubted you.
Ascent
Listen,
ban.
if Puckett was here, I would make a Dragon Ball reference, but
Breeze
he's not,
pick.
so I will save it for the next time. The
G2 ने pick किया है,
to make
defending
it out
में.
of this room. Let's take a look at the map Vito because it looks pretty familiar.
I mean, it's the same so far. NongShim picking Breeze. They were very, very
Yeah.
good on this map. A
It was
lot of
A,
A
guys.
spam.
They went A.
They went A.
And then they
Here
went
we
A.
go.
Oh, and
then
इसने
we
pick
went
किया
Sunset on the
Sunset.
second map.
It was
I
Breeze,
think they
Sunset, and
just
Split.
literally G2 just wants revenge.
Brutus
It looks
ban.
like.
Yeah, so
Oh
Split
no,
ban.
that's the
Decider
switch there.
है
Yeah.
मैंने
Will
कहा.
be
On the
Haven
last one,
closing
yeah.
out there, not Split by G2.
Okay, so yeah, G2 are the ones that make that little move. Obviously, map 3 didn't go their way in the past, so now they think they
So
have
now
a
they
little
change
bit.
it.
I think they have a better
Boom.
shot on Haven.
Win.
Yeah, I mean,
What
look,
you gonna do?
I like it. I think I always think it shows a lot of confidence when both teams run back the same veto, because the winning team is going, we beat you at exactly this, we can do it, and the losing team has gone, well, we learned from that, we know we can take you next time. So it's always a nice little bit of mind gaming when these first two maps are going to be exactly the same. So a lot of weight goes on to the coaching staff then, in my mind. If you're going to run these games back,
Sorry.
क्या था? NongShim
if you run these games back, it really does mean that the coaching staff on both sides feel
RedForce.
like they've learned from that game and will have a read now. So it's read versus read.
I expect this game to go to a
Versus-
third map, and I think that we all should be on the same boat, not only based on the past matches that we've seen from them, but also from the form that we have seen. But to me, seriously, the most important is that Breeze. We were speaking about and laughing it off a little bit on how NongShim just kept going A, but the massive hold that G2 had on that side of the map was exploitable. So we cannot blame that in the slightest. They have, however, kept playing it and got another rep. They have fixed some of the mistakes. To me, still, the one player to look at is Jogemo and how much he's suffering playing on that KO. Baby was saying that he was setting him up time after time, giving him his kudos for obviously playing for the team. But at the end of the day, I want to see a Jogemo that is unleashed as well.
Yeah, I agree.
9 and 15 was
Insta पे
John
डाल रहा हूँ,
in
आज
that first
तगड़ा मैच
breeze.
होने
8
वाला है.
and 16 was Baby Bay on the Neon. So again, we'll see if they stick with it as we move towards Agent Select.
Yeah, look, it looks like G2 doubling down and they're sticking with this composition again, even though it didn't work against NongShim before. You know, it's tough when Dambi's the neon on the other
अच्छा,
side.
G2
Baby Bay
बकवास
has a lot
है
to live up to
इस पर.
in that direct head-to-head. Can they make it work this time? Because I will say, when we saw it from them again later down the bracket, I did like it a lot more. But it's all about what have you learned? Can they stop the A spam that NongShim will almost definitely try and condition?
I also like the harbor a lot. I think that in this map, there's so much versatility that you can have with it. So many walls on the side of NongShim. You have the Neon, you have the Phoenix, you have the Harbor, you have the Viper. It is incredibly annoying to deal with that. And that's probably why you want to go A. There's so many ways that you can segment that in some occasions, if Jogemo doesn't hit the first knife because of the nerves to the initiators, it kind of loses value. value.
I mean, the big thing I want to see from G2 is fight forward in a main.
Yeah,
if you give a main, Exos will farm the ult orbs. He will get the ult online. That's the game plan. Everybody knows it. So I don't want to see G2 sit too far back. Normally you see A being played from B
last year. ले लो यार ले लो.
against the Phoenix.
सस्ती है वैसे बहुत महंगी पड़ती है. अच्छी गेम है. स्टोरी मैंने भी खेलनी है, बट स्टोरी मुझे इतनी मैटर नहीं करती. जो मैटर करती है चीज वो है मल्टीप्लेयर.
He actually didn't want to pick Neon.
Yeah, oh, what a misclick.
मल्टीप्लेयर बड़ा फिट है.
Light was in my eyes. I picked Neon. I didn't mean to. And also, Dragon would just
बीच में
happen to
फिर
walk
रेड
in
भी है,
as
वो भी
well,
खेल
and
सकते
that just
हैं.
happened to be the same
और
composition.
बहुत
We'll
ज़्यादा
get you
मोड्स
an
हैं.
update in just a little bit from a competitive standpoint.
तुम्हारे पीसी पे
on
चल
that as
जाएगी
we
फिर लेना, ठीक है.
like to see this one
ये
here.
देख लेना स्पेक्स वगैरह. तुम्हारा सिस्टम कौन सा है उसका मुझे पता नहीं है. स्पेक्स देख लेना फिर लेना, क्योंकि आजकल बड़ी स्पेस भी लेती है और बड़ी हैवी भी है.
B a little bit more, which is very, very important. And the theory is that you should be able to fight a main a lot more aggressively. You can place those stars to kind of limit the attacker's movement.
Yeah, but you're speaking about the attack. They first need to get onto that attack in a healthy enough form so they can get some rounds on the board. And as you're saying, for the defense, all of these possibilities are definitely there. But the way that NongShim were playing it, sometimes through main, sometimes through mid,
90
being
GB
so
की है,
aggressive
ठीक
with
है.
the walls and the utility falling onto it, it's almost like you cannot blame Valorant. He really tried to create those situations.
Internal जो
but
गेम के
NongShim were
ग्राफिक्स
on
हैं
top of
वो
all of them.
Yeah,
मैंने वैसे भी लोग किए हैं, ऑप्टिमाइज करके खेलता हूँ.
NongShim just continually loved because they
specs
understand
देखना
that A side so well. And I will say, I've been very, very impressed with X-Ross since it's him that took over on that Phoenix. I think it's a role that fits him incredibly well. For those of you who don't know, before he came to Tier 1, he was a duelist guy. He played a lot of Yoru. He actually adapted across to that initiator.
Guys, like करो यार लाइव स्ट्रीम को. लाइक करो और पहुंचा दो जहाँ जहाँ पहुंचानी है.
And here we go.
WhatsApp पे शेयर कर दो. WhatsApp पे.
Winners of Masters Santiago, G2 Esports, the conquerors of VCT Americas, the pride of VCT Americas, and again, so far throughout the EWC 2026 Valorant tournament, it has been 4 out of 5 playoff spots claimed by EMEA, and 3 out of 3 potential so far here for Americas. Will G2 make it a perfect 4 out of 4, or will NongShim finally rise up for the Pacific?
Action camera जब लूँगा तो फिर इधर रख के लगाऊँगा सामने. ठीक है. पूरा कमरा दिखेगा. फिर लाइट भी मुझे थोड़ी अच्छी लगानी पड़ेगी. थोड़ा अच्छा सिस्टम करना पड़ेगा. अभी इस कैंप पे तो प्रॉपर लाइटनिंग आती नहीं है, तो डार्क ही डार्क फील होता है. बट एक्चुअल में अगर तुम देखोगे तो ये कुछ ऐसा माहौल है मेरे रूम में.
Between these two squads, a rematch not just from Master Santiago, but from earlier on here at EWC. It was a 13-5 affair for NongShim to be able to take this map. G2, what have they learned from that is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to learn there. Of course, it's a very tough map to go up against NongShim on, because of the way that they're so quick to get to the punch. Like, Dombi's so good, he's got so much open space to work with, and then they've got, you know, multiple layers with the Harbor and the Viper to kind of cover up some of what they're doing and allow for some of those explosive plays behind the Phoenix and the Neon to really disrupt you. But it will be G2 starting on that defender side. It was very difficult for them to do much. I still look towards this Astra to get more value here for this new G2 comp. Obviously, yes, Baby Bay as well on the Neon. Had a real rough go of it. It's a tough ask to go up against Dombi when you're on the Neon, no matter who you are in the world. So a couple players that we're looking at really find some impact here. See if they could slow NongShim's roll.
Exactly what they're looking to do. Some cheers from the stage. These players already fired up. It's going to be a full share of purchase here for NongShim, wanting to have some oomph to this, but obviously working without the util. G2 though, looking decently prepared as they have this.
Dombi अच्छा खेलता है. Neon ही लिया उसने.
Slide across Leaf, playing this very cautiously. Carefully, absolutely annihilates them.
G2 भाई.
X-Ross able to peel one back, and now
Leaf.
All of a sudden, the last one standing. 0 point not to connect for the swing out. He will be overwhelmed and taken down. Jogamo able to find the second kill as G2 find the opening pistol.
It's a good read. Just
Jogimo
remembering, looking into the past. they don't check that angle. They don't check that quarter. And on top of that, I mean, Leaf, absolutely
ये
brilliant those shots.
के निकाले हैं यार. Nice.
That is not easy to do, even when you're offered the time. Full.
Yeah, precise attack है यार.
Clean, clean, clean. Big round win. Got to jumpstart things here for G2.
इसका nickname just a slinger leaf.
Leading into a pretty easy 2-0 start for them. Good amount of firepower here as Baby Bay just looking to take the space outside of A main.
Only one bandit invested here for NongShim. Ivy, who is a real menace on a lot of maps against G2 last time, faltered in their follow-up, but Baby Bay tuck right in side of RB's smoke, and they're kind of ready for it. They're at least going to spam him out of there, but didn't really take too much damage at all, so RB suffers quite a bit more.
Down to 46. Space still looking to be taking those. Downbeat sliding out of that, through that wall rather, and Valen will quickly dispatch him. Clinton ready to come through. Gravwell to try to hold Ivy in position. He can't quite make that bandit sing the same way, so does end up getting taken down. Pole position for a flawless retake here. RG2 as Baby Bay will be able to finish the job. It's sort of RB and X-Rolls just with the classic isn't able to find too much value there at that range. The last one will jump out. We'll stop it from being a flawless, but Trent, only one not really bringing a weapon into this outside of the Sheriff, so Diffuse to come in and G2 start things off hot.
Yeah, they're looking really well drilled right now.
Read
Some
करके आया
good
G2.
reads on some timings. You can see there's a little bit of practice and preparation, anticipation of how NongShim's going to want to time those lurks with Ivy. They had the Gravwell ready for it. So really just very solid understanding prep. It's tough to beat a team 2 times in one event. G2, very, very good. Comes to their practice and their ability to adapt. Baby Bay 3-0 already. Much better start than we saw the last time out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he gets one more kill, he's already halfway to his kill total from the last time they played on this map, so.
The Chamber is a little bit different than Neon.
A little.
So there's some adjustments to be made. Quick little walk, clear down through elbow, and this should give G2 a lot of comfort and a lot of information that this is still going to be an A-side lean from NongShim, especially as they do hear that drone. So players now starting to get in transit. Ivy trying to watch for that flank. Cuts him off for now. Valen just gonna go getting inserted at double doors. Stop that Viper from being able to flank through. For now, though, site will be taken. The plant to come in.
Plant हो गया.
Drugs previously used, won't be able to find much of anything there, but Ivy not winning the fight. Leaf is able to take him down. Early advantages again for G2.
And Valen gets spammed up. But G2 maybe just going to have to try to play for a few exits here. We'll see, though. They've got an opportunity if they can find a pick.
Fragment out. X-Ross knows exactly where Jogamo is. Francis is able to find the one. The double swing is going to be coming in, but Jogamo not fast enough to find that punish. So X-Ross still going to be good for one before getting taken down, but it's still good damage found. Need to get onto this Diffuse ASAP if they want to have any chance of winning this one out. But Leaf now knows that it's going to be over, so we'll just get taken down. We'll see if he can find anything additional on the back of this, but he will not. 2 players surviving. Still good damage for G2, but NongShim get on the board.
Yeah, so even though you're playing a bit of retake here, you know, one of the things the desk was talking about was how important it's going to be for G2 to not give up those easy A hits or just kind of have plans around it. You're playing for retake very difficult against this NongShim comp, in particular because of the Phoenix makes it really tricky sometimes when you're getting flashed trying to clear a little bit of extra space towards those pyramids. It's going to be X-Ross with his ult coming into this 4th round. It's going to be the Outlaw there for Baby Bay. It's only 2 players who are one-tap to it, RB and Ivy. So here's Baby Bay hoping to find that lurking player from the side of NongShim, but actually they leave Francis here as the lurk, and he's kind of got his hands full. He can't really clear too much space. The recon goes pretty deep. He's just going to peel back. So NongShim, I think, probably pretty aware. They have to try something a little bit different, but so much util here at the door. lot can be absorbed.
Run back through. Ivy, however, going to be taken down. That snake bite from Leaf is able to find him.
Leaf क्या करेगा अभी?
Kill to come in, ult to expire. Now
Nice.
Leaf is poking
Trent.
forward, finds RB. Downbeat dead. NongShim now needing the rescale forward, but as these walls fall, so too shall he. Is Francis going to be able to find just the one more kill? Is wary about this flank, but can't really do anything about it. Jogamo has the jump.
Nice.
5-1-1 on this KO, and 3-1 now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, really impressive stuff already from G2, showing that they're willing to contest that A main a little bit more and have good ideas on how to hold the B executes. That one there,
G2 कहाँ की
maybe
team है?
just relying a little bit too much on the run it back that it can clear a
और
lot of space.
NongShim,
There's just so many
NongShim,
smokes at the front of the site there.
NS.
And Ivy just tries to disrespect the util, and maybe it was the
अच्छे
decay, maybe
smokes
it was a
डाले.
spam shot while he was walking through. That bite, that snake bite goes down to it, so you're back onto an eco.
Oh, quick shot. Dombey trying to up the pace with Baby Bay. Absolutely denies it.
Wait,
Pumps the
wait.
brakes for them, and Jogamo
Wait,
back up
wait,
forward
wait.
for another extra kill.
अमेरिका
He'll
की
end up getting
G2
taken down.
NongShim Pacific की है.
Weapon
अच्छा.
potentially to be grabbed. RB will be able to slink forward. Takes that Vandal into hand. Hurts away as the Nebula will fall, but fan out into mid. The drone looking to try to spot someone, and Ivy will give them a glimpse.
And they opt not to challenge him this time. Just going to instead split 2-2. Try to play it a little bit safer. See if maybe they can outlurk the lurker here. Get behind Ivy. It's going to have to group up. They need to make sure that this hit goes through, knowing that there's likely going to be 2 left at least on this A site. You don't have the brute force of Domby there to lead the charge.
It's a grab well on timing. It's well read
Flash
by Valor.
आएगी इसके मुंह पे.
Big Bay about to be under some pressure this
Oi,
time. No
oi.
scope, not going to be able to connect. Ivy barrel stuffing is able to find that headshot now. Can take that outlaw into hand. Leaf, the only one.
G2 हर दफा टॉप वन आती है
vulnerable
अमेरिका
to
से.
the one shot.
लाइक कोई नहीं बीट करता उन्हें जब रीजनल मैचेस होते हैं. अच्छा.
Takes him down.
Nice.
No damage to be suffered. 2 players to try to hold the line here for
G2
NongShim.
का तो नाम सुना है ना. हर जगह जिस साइड पे
Get
जाओ
around
वहाँ
back
पे भी
into their
G2 का नाम
favor,
होता
but
है.
it's another kill for Leaf with a snake bite. He has the follow-up as well. He is on fire
बहुत नाम है
already.
उनका.
As G2 starting things off 4-1. It's ahead of the next buy. Some ults cycled in here for NongShim. Do we see a timeout called?
I think they should. I think you're going to have to talk here
Stronghold
pretty
type का
quickly
लोगो
about
है
how you
इनका.
want to address this. Like, do you want
बस
to
ये टीम
try to take
इंटरनेशनल
some
में
more
पता नहीं क्या
aggressive
करती है.
A main fights? But G2's already shown that they're willing to contest that space, use some of their flashes to try to make sure that it's not just going to be a free run into the front of A. Instead, Silkanon gonna let this run down at least one more round to see if RB dial up the proper response. You do have a couple big ults here on both sides. No command for Jog. RB's ult and Francis's ult available. So see what the plan is behind that, but it's a similar 4-1.
The peek out. This is going to be a double face. Ivy gonna have his work cut out for him. This is a slide out. He's trying
Nice
to split the difference.
यार,
He's
क्या
trying to
जबरदस्त.
take down Leaf before maybe they can plant his feet, but to no avail.
It's a nice check with the knife too before they make that move. Really smart stuff.
I knew that window was going to be clear as well. Again, that space going to be given up on A, taken by NongShim, but now here comes the retake starting. As Reckoning not quite in the range of that null command, so is able to send out the wall. Downbeat, he's going to go chasing forward. Try to catch them off guard here, perhaps. Oh, tucked away. Re-swings. Jogamo will end up falling. The null command now expired, so no res to be had. Francis able to find Leaf. Trent peeling one back. Downbeat. Elimination, but NongShim looking like they're finding their footing, and X-Ross starting to warm up a little bit
ये
more.
अच्छा कर रहे हैं G2 एक साइड push करके clear कर
Find
रही
their
है.
second round win.
Yeah, and this is one of these rounds where you can see
Let's
just
see
how
यार.
oppressive it is to try to play retake against this comp. Yes, you
लग
have the
रहा है
comfort
G2
of
win
having the
करेगी.
Harbor ult to give you a little bit of extra space to get Domby next to Orange, but and that pays a lot of value there. Nice little start though to isolate Ivy, take him out of the round, give yourself that 5v4 advantage. Still though, NongShim very fearsome, and they're still going to be
लेकिन
carrying over a
NongShim के
bunch of balls.
पास
X-Ross
one
into a
tapper
second,
है.
run it back. Francis still holding on to the Under's Fury. Domby into an
हाँ
overdrive.
AG हार गई यार.
So you used one of yours last time. G2 can match with a lot of their ults too. pit available for Leaf.
Standing ahead.
See if he's not in a position to drop it early, so happy to maybe think about it as a retake option. Still, G2
MIBR ने 2 win किए हैं.
giving up that front A space again. And NongShim will just take this all day. I mean, they're so good at these A takes that they don't care if you know what they're doing. They'll just keep doing it. And very few have been able to really stop it consistently. But they see one there, and it's taking their time. They really aren't too sure. They're looking for some of those aggressive push-outs. Seen them a couple rounds now from G2, so being very cautious, making sure that Ivy's not in a position where he's going to get just dusted on his own.
Start already. Just beat the grab well, but no, will be tabled for now. As X-Ross sprinting around the back of side alongside Dambi, just scouting as much as he possibly can, but nothing to be seen. NongShim know that they're, oh my god!
He
safe enough to find the plant, but what in the hell is that?
The look on Valent's face.
I mean, yeah, he just got away with murder. Unbelievable. Hunter's Fury set the blind there, but X-Ross to cover, keeps him protected for now. As Jogamo strafing across that molly. Cleans up too. Francis now. That Hunter's Fury, a lot of weight going to be put on his shoulders with this one. Snake bite sent previously. The fuse going to be interrupted. Jogamo down to 8. The bursts coming through. The hold to begin. Spray over to the
Nice, yaar. Kya
Will
baat.
connect on to all 3. 4K formula round. I mean, it was an absolute monster for NongShim the last outing. Very quiet beginning, but that is a massive way to get right back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see the thought process from NongShim in this round. It's make sure that nobody's going to be able to get those lurks really established. Why? So you have that Hunter's Fury, a safe position for it to cover that post plant. So, you know, NongShim, a team that's well known for their, you know, pseudo W key style, right? They're going to come at you with Dambi, but they know how to slow it down. They know how to take a pause, and they know why and when to do it. RB's been around for a damn long time, so you best believe he's wise to some of the games. Dambi this time slow creep up, but another flash to the ready.
Oh, there's going to be the exchange. Here's Dambi, hits the transfer. The cleanup too. Jogamo will be able to find a shutdown with that stinger. The weapon maybe a bit out of grasp. Wants to maybe try to recover that, but instead will end up falling to the wayside as Trent similarly going to be caught in mid. Ivy starting to get going as he scales forward and will be able to intercept Leaf as well.
4-4 कर लिया भाई.
Back-to-back rounds here for NongShim as they tie it up 4-4.
And this is what makes Dambi so scary. Yes, weaker buy for
ये
G2.
मैच लंबा होने वाला है.
Also, he can
Last
just
of Us
disrespect
2
your util.
लीड करनी पड़ेगी.
know he's
आए
coming
बड़ी
and they
फिट
still
गेम है
can't
Last
stop
of
it.
Us 2.
So maybe rifles there, it's a different story. But yeah, look at this. I mean, just ridiculous. Just sliding on in. No fear.
Best
Tough
game.
one. Yeah.
Masterpiece.
I know G2 has to feel like they might have had a moment where if they could have killed Dambi there, maybe it could be a different round. Maybe you can get that Thrifty to go, but not meant to be. This go, Valen has a Cosmic Divide. Jogamo getting close to another null command.
With the op online as well for Baby Bay, but for the moment, I mean, it's being avoided. NongShim have just forgotten that the B side exists.
Yes.
Try to go for it the one time, and it didn't work. They say, okay, well, let's just keep hitting A over and over again.
If they changed this to just a one-site map, NongShim would be perfectly fine with it. Like they would just be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We agree. B-site, why? Who needs that? Although they might be rotating back this time because I think they figured out there's quite a heavy stack here again. And even though they've been able to best the 3-man stack at A at times, they're trying to make them think they went the other way. But G2 knows better. I'm a little bit worried about Baby Bay. Look where Ivy's gotten to. And they have no idea. They have no info on that. And I don't think there's any way that this drone sees him. Unless he goes like this.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're dead to rights. Swing that corner, immediately going to fall. And now NongShim are pushing into the stack. Dambi, headshot on that push, and Jogamo right up in between the pyramids. Finds it. Push through, and it's going to be Jog coming away with 3.
5-4. Nice.
Shuts them all down on entry, and NongShim not able to gain the lead for themselves.
Yeah, I really like G2's approach so far here on Breeze. And why? Because it plays a bit like how they used to play Breeze with the Harbor comp, in that they throw all this util at the chokes, right? There's the flash, there's the shock dart, there's probably an Astra util in there sometimes as well. And then they're aggressively hitting you with a counterpunch while you're trying to make your execute. This is something I really liked that Valen used to do a lot with the Harbor, and now they've kind of got some new ideas as well baked into this to really shut down NongShim. So finally, gonna have to make NongShim consider other parts of the map.
No, it's all a ruse. It's all to try to make them think that they're going to be, make them think that they've rediscovered
surely
this section of the map.
Knife only catches on Francis, but now you're
नॉक्शिम
seeing two
को
guns.
मिड
So
कंट्रोल करना
now
चाहिए,
as
ऐसा
G2, you should be
कौन
like,
पुश
okay, they're
करता है
coming
लोग,
this
वो
way.
बार बार जा रहे हैं, उनको अच्छा लग रहा है। वो भी तो कैस्टर भी तो यही कह रहे हैं ना कि अगर एक ही साइड कर दें तो इनको कोई इशू नहीं होगा, खुशी खुशी आएंगे,
So Ivy,
खुशी खुशी ही आएंगे बी पे।
curious how aggressively he wants to play this. Could go for a very deep backside pit. We'll send this. Going to occupy a bit of space around Orange as well as the mid doors. Really just funneling all of G2 either onto a flank, which Francis is watching for, or just from the spawn.
Hello.
Stun will connect, but Jogamo going to be put down to the floor. The res can come in, and is. Valen's able to find that, but there's the backstab. Francis arriving out in the mid. Able to find that kill. Now suddenly it's just Trent. Stuck within the smoke, pushes forward, finds Ivy, looks for a little bit more.
Live stream चल रही है,
to go his way. 5-5, NongShim, they will keep it neck
Live
and neck.
stream पे हूँ।
Yeah, so actually this does end up kind of working, but also G2 loses a bunch of information control on the map, trying to make these aggressive moves early, and NongShim's able to take just a short pause to use it against them. Some really good back and forth in the shot calling right now. Really impressed with some of the adjustments being made. RB again finding another little micro change in some of their macro. Get the round win, but Valen's been good about counter adjusting.
यार बीच में कॉल आ गई
for
थी।
today. EWC going to be on op duty in mid again, this time up from window.
Just when the spike started inching further up cannons. It'll drift back into the spawn.
Don't worry. Surely this time they'll buy it.
Ivy has to be wary.
It's a tough spot to be in for Baby Bay, though.
Oh. Lucky for Ivy. Can go for a full speed swing, but Baby Bay immediately is pivoting over. That 0 point should have spotted out quite a bit, and Valen's done it again. This time will be counter spam. Fragment will fly to stop the flood.
Requiem.
That smokes down on either side, but also the reckoning out of the equation.
देखते हैं यार आज क्या पता खेल लूँ, कल मेरा ऑफ है, परसों भी ऑफ है।
Part of the plan to try to take this site.
Yeah, so NongShim's going to try to send an extra player over with Ivy this time. Create the extra angle. May work a treat. He really wanted to get in there, but that was a really nice recon dart. It slowed him completely down. Couldn't clear it.
I mean, the overthrow gone now, but Ivy finds the timing through mid doors. Jogamo going to be struck down. Trent spotted. He's just a hair off from being able to find Dombey's head. 2v4, the operator in position, but given the weapon investment and the cash that G2 don't have,
उसके लिए चीजें अरेंज करनी पड़ेंगी, वो बड़ा
He's not
टैप
coming
है।
to the rescue. He knows that this is going to be a save. Baby Bay's just trying to see if he can find a pick and then rotate out. If they find out where he is.
लास्ट टाइम वो क्लिप नहीं निकला था यार, जब वो एकदम आता है ना उस टाइम मैं जो डरा था, वो क्लिप नहीं निकला, वो लाइव स्ट्रीम से कैप्चर करना पड़ेगा।
Yeah, so I mean, it's still a similar answer for NongShim.
क्लिप निकालना ही भूल गया था।
Mess around on the map a little bit, take a pause, make them rethink their ideas, then eventually go back to A once you've kind of maybe confused them a little bit. But it's sending that extra layer over in towards mid. Not sure it was necessary.
हाँ वो अचानक आता है यार, मैं क्या था मुझे डर नहीं लगता, वो अचानक आ जाता है भाई।
Around making little micro adaptations, adjustments, make it difficult for G2 here. G2 again tried to go for that choke point punch and lose Valen quickly. And they just don't have enough of a response. Again, able to slow down the overdrive, sure. There's so much more behind that NongShim explosive entry power. It's really tough unless you are able to gum it up at the chokes like we've seen a couple times. This time around, maybe with that harbor smoke at the front of B.
हाँ वो एक क्लिप निकाल दो यार उसको फुल रेस पे करके ना एचडी पे वो वाला एक क्लिप निकाल दो लास्ट स्ट्रीम पे था वो 1 मिनट का 2 मिनट का जो भी वो सीन है
Spike can be brought forward to be planted, but they're still taking their time with this one. NongShim. These walls are only going to last so long.
वो मेरे ख्याल से किक पे भी मैंने की थी ना किक पे देखो किक पे निकलता है तो किक पे इजीली निकलेगा वहाँ से बाद में फिर बंदा डाउनलोड कर लेता है वो क्लिप निकालोगे वो मेरे पास भी आ जाएगा उसको फिर मैं पब्लिश कर दूँगा किक पे और डाउनलोड कर लूँगा फिर बाद में
Tunnel was able to find Francis. He's put himself on an island.
हेलो उमर क्या हाल है
NongShim are just going to have to win this with the rifles. Jogamo spotting the one. RB trying to collect that elimination. Can't quite do it. Jump up over the half wall. Noise made. Trent knows exactly where he is. The swap the guns to dive forward. The swing out. It's all to play distraction as Ivy from window will mow them down. NongShim managed to make this a 7-5 half in their favor.
Yeah, showing they've got some legs
पिछले
on that
मैच की
B
तरह
side too.
दोनों टीम में
A
अच्छा
lot of
खेल
A
रही
hits, but this one they're able to get going.
नहीं यार किसको
Even though
दाव
it
दे अब
looked
तो
like
मुझे
maybe
छोटी
Leaf
कर
was
दी
just
अब दाव देने
gonna
का
close
क्या
the door
फायदा
on him, but X-Ross
इसको कर रहा हूँ यार इधर
go.
दाढ़ी को दाव दे रहा हूँ ये देखो
Review. This is the opening pistol where Leaf pretty sick bandit play. And a good start here, and obviously a much better defender side than we saw last time.
Oh, for sure.
Because they didn't win a single round.
Yeah, I mean, there's a hell of a lot of improvements here for G2, but still curious about, with this run back, with NongShim continuing to just hit this A side over and over again, finding more and more success. We didn't get to see a timeout call at all from Josh RT. Decided to just let it ride. Granted, from the defender side, this isn't a bad scoreline.
Not at all.
But we need to see a really impactful attack now, if that's going to be justified.
It's got to be better than what we saw last time, because they only got 5 rounds on their attack side. In the previous matchup. So, yes, I think from what I've seen on this defender side, I think from Josh's perspective, I'd be pretty confident that, hey, my boys are following the game plan pretty well. It seems like they have a pretty good read on the
इनका ये पहला मैच चल रहा है बेस्ट ऑफ 3 होता है तो अभी 2 मैच और रहते हैं अगर दोनों ये जीत गए फिर 2 होंगे अगर 1-1 हुआ तो फिर 3 मैच होंगे बेस्ट ऑफ 3
We'll see. G2 can find that
वैसे
second
आता
pistol
यार
here on the map, or if it's going to be NongShim building up the streak even further.
Or maybe his timeout button's broken.
Frantically slamming the damn. Hit it too hard and now it's not working. So.
You can just blame Alex. It's the same coach's booth. It's him. It's his fault.
Clearly, for G2, a bit of comfort, but not going to be feeling relieved. You're not going to be feeling truly comfortable at all until you're through this series with the win.
Yeah.
Loser
5-7 G2 का 5 और NS का 7
advancing forward into the playoffs.
जागीमो के 13 kills हैं और क्रॉस के 10
You can get this map to go. You got to be feeling real good about that sunset.
Oh, yeah.
Do not like the way that NongShim played it. Do not like their agent comp on it. But we'll see. Maybe they made changes. I hope. My hope of hopes. See a little bit more consistency. Francis, clear the drone and under a ton of pressure. Just says nope. Not even worth it. I got tagged by a dart.
Right पे कोई है ही नहीं.
Stuff out. I'm out.
It's a gamble stack for NongShim that is not going to find success. I mean, should have known G2 was just going to look at the playbook from NongShim and say, yeah, hitting A seems pretty good. Here at shop, X-Ross going to be overwhelmed outside a bridge. Fallon cleans up down B. Now 3 players versus 4.
X-Ross.
Francis looking for a timing, but Trent for him to also swing up towards bridge. And now they're completely surrounded. Fighting on multiple fronts, but Fallon has the backstab opportunity. Ivy will fall on RB, now has to do it all. G2 looking well slated here to get themselves right back into this to tie things up. At 7-7, if they can just close out the clean anti-eco.
Whoa.
It's a solid tap there from RB, but it's a matter of time before one of the players will find him. It's going to be Trent.
6-7 भाई साहब.
All right, giving themselves a real shot in this
G2
map.
आग ना दे यार.
Love the aggressive post plant play from them. A very different look to G2 here today. And a lot of different ideas. They're being much more proactive on the map. And that's really catching NongShim off guard at times. You know, 2 players coming up towards bridge there, absolutely unexpected. You wouldn't think, you know, maybe they'll send 1. 2 like that, especially a G2.
इनकी साइड पे 8-9 कैसे चल रहे हैं? पहली गेम में 6-7 चल रहा है भाई. साइड पे दिखा रहे हैं 8-9.
You know, post plant style here today. Come to match firepower with firepower, and I am all about it.
This time, Gamble stack onto A, looking to be correct for now. Maybe with a... No, I mean, Leaf maybe with a minor spot out here onto Ivy. And now has it fully confirmed.
Ivy by this time, no. Actually, RB's got to go.
और सुनाओ यार. यार स्ट्रीम को शेयर कर दो. लाइक भी करो. सक्का पकड़ाई भी करना. अगर नहीं किया हो तो.
Leaf starting to stray away.
स्लो खेल रहे हैं यार बहुत ज़्यादा. बहुत स्लो. शुरू में तेज खेल रहे थे लेकिन अब थोड़ा स्ट्रेटेजिक हो रहे हैं शायद.
Sent out on X-Ross, but at the cove situated. Pushes forward, a couple right clicks going to be sent out. They know that somebody's going to be playing up close.
अभी तो ऐसा लग रहा है NS round ले जाएगा फिर.
Now for G2. Rerouting over to B, where for the moment it's still just Ivy alone. Down being the walkout in the mid. Immediately going to be dispatched as Leaf finds that kill.
गेम में जो आ जाए वो नहीं बचता भाई.
Go right back into A. Defensive hold going to be significantly weaker. As X-Ross didn't check to the side. Shit. He was ready to try to shut down the crunch from mid, and he ends up getting caught by Baby Bay. He should have been able to have that kill for free.
7-7 हो गया भाई.
Would have been a bulldog scooped up off the corpse. Absolutely misses the opportunity, and now it's just Ivy to try to see if he can get any additional damage. Basically needs 2 kills. That just feels very unlikely.
No, it's pretty difficult.
वो भी नहीं आएगा.
Gonna try to tuck in and die to the spike. Nice little mid-round here from G2. Kind of almost walked into the trap, but NongShim pulled the trigger on it just a little bit too soon. I think they actually could have had G2 dead to rights if they wait for just a little bit longer, or at least done a lot of damage to him. And instead, they were just a little bit too trigger happy.
7-7.
That gave G2 enough time there for that mid round to move in towards double doors. But as Valen, I'm probably going, ooh, I almost sent the boys into the grinder. So let's try something a little bit different, maybe.
हाँ ये लंबा हो जाएगा.
Toy with some different ideas. Now, NongShim's strategy here today continues to be gamble stack.
Just stack up.
Just gamble.
Going for it again. Maybe a push in the mid. Flash out, but now the lean back over to A, where it's just RB alone.
Boys, we're in Paris, not Monaco.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going for here. Throwing the check. G2 free to scale. Swing of the elbow. Nothing there. No one home. NongShim now getting ready to have the bad news. Hear the sprint forward from Baby Bay, and RB just has to try to stay tucked back.
It's got to be full retake now. And I mean, yeah, you've got 4 coming from spawn that you may be able to just kind of.
Trent hears all this.
Yeah.
यही स्ट्रीम अगर मैं ट्विच पे लगाऊं तो वहाँ पे तो ज़्यादा हाई क्वालिटी की आनी चाहिए.
What a read!
Will stun him up, and Dami with the slide in is able to find that kill. Wise to that. Meanwhile, RB was still able to find an elimination as well. Turns to the side, Baby Bay trying to barrel stuff, but RB still comes away with another before finally getting taken down. Ball fully connecting with a swing a little bit late. Jogamo covering fire, keeping his AG.AL protected, at least for the moment, as Jogamo gets this into a 1v1. Ivy sprinting, tapping, the swing coming in, and Jogamo does it again!
Up elbow, and then a push.
The 4K to take them back into the lead and convert the bonus.
Spotted by the Sova utility initially, but that allowed Jogamo to sneak in the back. Ivy this
looking significantly improved on Breeze.
Oh, and a huge glow up on the KO for Jog. His flashes have been really, really good, but the gunplay has been even better today for him. He looks so comfy on the KO.
I mean, at its peak, it's a 2v5. It's just Valen and Jaw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bails
I thought the round was done.
17, 9, and 5. Looking untouchable right now on this KO. And G2, they want to try to up the pace. Not going to go for the more precautionary play
अगर उस
against the
पे लाइव
Thrifty.
चल रहा है तो मैं थोड़ा पीछे
Not
हूँ
going
उससे
to
तो
cost
इसलिए
them
फायदा नहीं है
everything, but Trent barely able to stabilize and take down Dambi. RB had been tagged up, but that's going to be a couple weapons now recoverable. At least the one passed over. Trying to assess where they want this to go. They
फायदा
will
नहीं.
leave it in the hands of Extros after all.
Kind of a weird post plant for G2 because they have to go fanning out, looking into spawn to see if anybody's out there before they could turn their attention back towards the site. Turns out that's where all of NongShim is.
The Reckoning's going to be committed to this. It's not going to connect on anyone here. Balance position now known off the drone. Cosmic Divide going to be called in, and Ivy dead moments before that wall gets lifted up.
Oh, Leaf.
Leaf on this backstab could be monstrous. Jump through. Valen just dancing around this. He's able to find Francis in there. Leaf now can strike. X-Ross hearing the footsteps, but know that this is going to be over.
Nice.
Takes down Jogamo, but nothing more to be found. Looked like it was going to be the Thrifty confirmed, but G2 still stabilized. One player
Nice,
surviving. They're still now up 9-7.
This is a very different G2 in a lot of ways. They're being so aggressive post-plant, willing to take some risks, willing to make fast counter moves. Now this time NongShim on this eco does something that you see all the time. Turns up the tempo, tries to go for the big swarm. NongShim actually going to take a timeout. Finally, someone does. It's getting a little too out of hand.
No,
You're coming into a big buy
timeout.
as well. You're potentially going to have that operator for Dambi. So some things that certainly Silkanon wants to talk about, and I imagine this is probably something like, yo, let's go back to the game plan here, guys, with how we usually play our defender side. Let's, you know, keep maybe Dambi mid, have him take some control, split it up 2-2, Viper front of B, everybody else over towards A, and maybe somewhere a floating player out there like Francis.
One of the things that they've started leaning into more with Dambi in particular is using that operator, but they've not gone for it yet, and they also haven't had very many opportunities to try to get one online.
No. I think it still isn't fully comfortable for them and for him. I mean, as good as he was with it the other day, it's still not something he's...
Well, I mentioned it. They have it now.
Yeah. I figured it'd be coming here in this round. But I think it's hard on the attacker side, too. Like, you want Dambi to just be getting in their faces.
Oh, on that side, sure.
Yeah. But here, this is the first time they've had money for it.
Let's see if he's going to be able to find value, because for now, G2 completely avoiding it. They are going to go into the heavier stack side of this map.
Like some of this from G2, they've thrown up a bunch of smokes in mid to try to deny info over to NongShim, but NongShim went 3-2 from the get-go.
Oh, wow. Hell of a shot from Francis to start things off. Shuts down Baby Bay right as the null command comes through. To clear a neutral win as Francis going to be further spotted out. Fragment over to backside. Another going to be layered in. Those flashes at back pillar. Ivy going to hold his own, but X-Ross getting the spot out. Relays that over immediately. And Dambi will be able to find value. Catches Leaf on that deep lurk. G2 for now. Looking to be held at bay, especially as RB does that. Cleans him up. It's just
मार
X-Ross
दे निकल आया वॉल से.
through the alt. Still on board for a flawless, which would be a huge way to jumpstart their economy. Get them back into this game. And yep, RB will be able to find the third and final. So flawless round confirmed. NongShim, once again, just one round behind G2.
Yeah, the op really doesn't mean much in this round. It's more that NongShim just sticks to their early round read, the 3-2 setup, and a really nice opening shot from Francis to take down Baby Bay. That's so much of that entry power denied. You need that Neon on these executes. And to have him just be instantly headshot, that slows you down so much because you know that snake bite and some of the other util is going to be following. And it's just going to be so much harder for you to make entry. You're only running the single duelist. As G2, NongShim runs double. They have like an extra layer if they lose one of those two. As you as G2 don't really have the same comfort. You're We're going to try again, though, a little bit faster this time.
Players decided to drop him for Baby Bay. Going to be spotted here as Francis will fall. Leaf able to find that opening kill. G2 trying to make this happen, but RB swoops around from behind, is able to find one.
Oh.
Exros dead, leaves RB all alone now. In a 1v3. 6 bullets remaining. Now down to 5. G2 trying to find the timing on that catch. He managed to make it happen. Gets the reload and swing out.
Nice.
Valorant has the headshot. G2 get a thrifty, staving off NongShim once again as they reach double digits.
This is all Valen for me, and it's the play call at the beginning of the round. We're just going to turn up the tempo. They're not going to be ready for the fast B hit. It's the last thing they're going to expect based on all the conditioning we've shown so far. It's like we're either going A or we're doing a delayed hit B. This time, they just turn on the
ये
jets.
वाला भी निकाल लिया है.
They go in there quick, I should say. Get some
इसकी
space,
क्वालिटी
have a good
ज़्यादा
flash
नहीं
to
है,
clear the
कम
back
है
of that
यार
space.
इसकी
RB
क्वालिटी.
almost plays spoiler.
Oh boy, this is a glass cannon.
वो
Damage
बहुत blurry है.
mid.
Well,
all of G2 are there, and he cannot find the shot.
Let me check now.
Jogamo taking him down. Baby Bay, however, not going to be clearing the corner. Suspecting that Alpha's going to be playing alone. Curveball out, but Jogamo just dances back up behind the door.
ये clips हैं मेरे पास ये वाले.
We'll have it on the trade with that Hunter's Fury.
उतना अच्छा नहीं है but ना होने से बेहतर है.
Valen going to be taken down, and so far the crunch looks decent.
ये clip मेरे पास हैं ये वाले जो recent था ना जो मोटा निकलता है कमरे से
tough read now for G2.
सीढ़ियों वाले एरिया में जिसको अभी मारना है हमने कमिंग स्ट्रीम में उसका क्लिप नहीं है मेरे पास.
Taken down, the op can be recovered, and NongShim will spare their blushes a bit. It still ended up being a bit of a nail biter for them, but they scraped by with the round win. One away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think doubling down on the fast pace makes a lot of sense because you take down that operator so quick, but then Baby Bay doesn't fully clear the corner. I think there's a little bit of confusion because of that. He checked it, but he didn't look far enough to his right to really confirm.
ये भी मैंने डाउनलोड कर लिया है.
Baby Bay will cut funds
ये है
for
मेरे
that
पास.
overdrive. I'm gonna mention he picked it up in the previous round. Well, he's just gonna dive on in.
Sending it out. Not spotting anything. Francis, who sends out a shot. Might have been a bit of a misclick there either way. It's a drone and will have that Neon rerouted. Meanwhile, Ivy trying to hold forward with a full blind. Going to be connecting as he backpedals away. Gets that snake bite out. But still going to be 2 kills going over to G2. RB only able to find Valen. But Ivy again looking to try to refill this space. Catches Trent. Can he find Baby Bay? No, he cannot. That elimination to come through. The overdrive. Tomby just trying to run him down. His peek from window could be everything, but Baby Bay just turns back, plants his feet, and holds his own.
Huge shot there from Baby Bay. Very well, may have saved the round.
I think if you're G2, messing the pit here even might be good enough to go for. You still are going to have 3 more ultimates to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worth it. They're just so scared. They have no idea where Exros went.
I mean, I don't know if they've seen him at all. He's got a full util.
No, I don't. I think he was on the other side of the map the whole time.
He's going to be looking for a backstab.
2 versus 1 चल रहा है.
Can spot out any of these players in transit towards A. Then used to think this is going to be B.
I mean, I think you have to pit, most importantly, because you don't know where he is. Give you that extra layer of safety. Beautiful. Love it.
Yep, and they also gamble on the right side of the pillar.
Nice, yaar.
Try to make this nigh impossible for Exros. Really, now he has a bit of a quandary. You just save the op.
Holy shit.
Try to play this. Try peek at the corner. Finds the first. Gets the fadeaway shot.
Shit.
What is that?
क्या बात है यार.
What a monster. What a hero for NongShim.
क्या बात है.
As Exros.
G2 से करने गलती कर दी भाई.
Ungodly clutch to tie it 10-10.
That is unbelievable.
मुझे लग रहा था 1v1 ना हो जाए बड़ी मुश्किल हो जाएगी लेकिन ये तो दोनों इकट्ठे थे.
G2 there in that moment. They had a real chance. This is a nice little execute, able to get that extra little off angle created. You know, Baby Bay swinging in from mid opens up a lot of space. It's going to drag a gun. I mean, just disgusting. Just disgusting. I don't know how I feel about leaving the pit there.
फिर से टाइम आउट 10-10 पे.
I mean, he did hit a crazy good shot. You have to kind of tip your cap
Yeah.
on that one.
Now that is just unbelievable. So into the immediate timeout call. A round like that, it could be just soul crushing if you're G2. Because yeah, you leave the pit, but you're also you're playing it in those circumstances as well as you can. You're double stacking the angle and making sure that you're not giving him really, I mean, what you think is going to be, you know, a 1v1.
Right.
You're playing against that, but somehow, some way, X-Ross, he manages to separate him.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit that timing where they're close enough to the corner that he can isolate that fight.
Guys, make sure to
So it's
like,
just-
share, and subscribe.
Yeah, it's tough.
Insta पे story
You
लगा
take
दो
a risk
यार.
like that, you think you're going to catch your opponent off guard, but maybe just took a little bit too long. I think they maybe expected X-Ross to be to the site a little bit faster, in fact, and that they maybe could catch him like as that pit is dropping, him trying to scramble to figure things out. Goes that no command for Jogamo. He's in mid. He's just kind of standing there.
Menacingly.
Yeah. Real scary. I'm scared.
Cosmic Divide now to be called in. Domby just has to backpedal, give up the space, give up the sight. 5v5 retake attempt, and Trent should be able to get into a disconnected position to utilize his Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, this should be a
from
tough
pit is Ivy.
round here for NongShim.
Leaf just on the other side.
10-10 चल रहा है यार.
Trying to find the jump here. Ivy, however,
Good hard gameplay हो रहा
still
है.
pushing forward.
Oh boy.
And Leaf not spotting him at all. This is now a huge backstab opportunity for Ivy. I'm just going to be quickly cleared out. It's under the side, Baby Bait rerouting. Ivy still circling closer and closer to these players over at main. Valen, however, still going to be able to find one. France is going to be taken down. Leaf watching for this flank. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still profiting on the front lines.
क्या बात.
Ivy can find the one, but now he's all alone. Nothing more to do. Rotates out to try to hold on to this gun. Jogamo will
Yeah,
fall to
wow.
his hand, but G2 win the round, regain the lead.
11-10.
Well, this is exactly one of the rounds that you love to see from G2. I talked about it earlier. Just that traditional on-site crossfire setup post-plant. Yes, they're watching for the late lurk and things like that, so they're hanging some players out in their spawn a little bit longer to linger. But that is so well executed, and Jog continues to thrive. 25 and 15 on the KO. Huge glow up for him today. The difference maker right now here for G2 for sure. And you've put NongShim on another week bye. It's going to be one rifle in Ivy's hands. He tips it over. Or two, since X-Ross has a Guardian. They're going to go for a three-man slow creep out of A main. Two towards mid. G2 curious about where exactly
Title change कर दूँ मैं stream पे.
NongShim's going to try to cheat on the map a little bit to take space, and they don't see it over at elbow, but a quick pivot. Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that drone saw Ivy.
Still deadly. Still a lot of work to do. Recon to backside, and Jogamo is silently crept forward. They have no idea that he's made it this deep, and now they find out in the worst way possible. Quick little shot, but Ivy quick to trade it back. Finds that kill, still operating alone, though, and it's going to be Trent. Front of sight, take him down. Don't think he got the confirmation on Leaf as well in mid. Going to be down to X-Ross, who's about to swing this corner with the peek in towards elbow. Just trying to be so cognizant of too many angles. Leaf will strike, swing around the back. Domby able to find that kill, gets it back into a 2v2, but they're just so outgunned. Relay bolt chucked in, push into the fast lane, making sure that he is not scaling forward. All this to try to play in RB, but Trent watching, has him covered, and Trent will get them over the line.
12-10 भाई
A 3K
साहब.
for the Sova, 12
Nice.
to 10. G2 just need one more to take down NongShim on NongShim's map pick.
The thing I love about G2
G2
is
को
that
एक और चाहिए
they
यार.
always give you a different look, round over round. It's so rare that you're going to see them kind of do the same thing twice and a half, unless, you know, they've conditioned their opponent that they can double down on that. This one, a quick check up elbow, and then a push in towards the front of B.
NS को
Almost
3
though,
चाहिए
Ivy
और
goes
G2 को
crazy.
1.
He got unspotted by the Sova utility initially, but that allowed Jogamo to sneak in the back. Ivy this time says, "Okay, I'm kind of sick of you guys doing this on my site. This is a Viper's Pit for you. Do what you want, but for now, G2's looking again
दोनों
for
टीमें slow खेल
more
रही हैं.
aggression from NongShim, looking for that scaling. Want to be better safe than sorry here in this round. Anything really on the map is Star over at Double Doors in mid, right in front of Xros there. That doesn't tell you much. They're pretty much going to perma put that smoke down. I think the Poison Cloud is in mid 2 there,
Nice.
potentially. Trent, throws the dart. You're not going to get any contact off of that. So Leaf can at least hold the line here. Now you can start to establish your presence a little bit as G2 take a little bit of map control, start to work things out.
Oh.
What a pick for Danby, though.
Yeah, long range with that Phantom. Took a couple bursts, but eventually he's able to find that. Both now situated RB. In front of the Viper wall, trying to see if he can spot out anything at the same time. This drone forward into the pit. He's trying to sell a bit of a fake. RB trying to find my timing, but he just cannot find the shot. Jogamo again, the 1-2 deliver. Noise is being heard, and Ivy's going to be outdone. Trent never rotated.
4 versus 3. 4 versus
Taken out of the
2.
equation. Xros and Francis having to do it all in a 2v4.
Wow. 4 versus 1. Xros.
His work cut out for him. He finds the
Nice.
first.
3 versus 1.
Still, the null command will expire. But on the swing, Valor takes the fight and takes his life. 13
Nice
to 10.
यार.
A massive rebound.
मजा आ गया.
G2.
Well
They did their
played.
homework. They were prepared for NongShim to go back to
And
Breeze.
it's really on that defender side where they made some really nice adjustments to get some rounds, to get some big rounds. Getting up to 5, they win both pistols, that's huge too. But it's all in the preparation. I mean, you could see it right from that first pistol round where they tucked the player into a position where NongShim had no idea they were going to be there, and it devastated them.
मजा आ गया जी, बेहतरीन खेला है.
Now we get ready to go to Sunset. G2's pick, where they were able to take down NongShim in a 13-7 fashion. NongShim, their backs are up against the wall. They need to fight back, otherwise their run at EWC will come to an end. But for now, let's send it back over to Degon and the desk.
ये आखिरी बंदा खपा था क्या?
13 to 5,
अरे मुंह
as
करके खड़ा है.
Achilleos said,
अरे
was the
देख ले.
last time that these two squads did battle in Breeze. But this time, G2 come prepared, and they stick it out. It was a very, very close series of back and forth, but ultimately goes the way of G2, and they are up 1-0 and one match away of making it an all-Western affair in the playoffs of EWC 2026. Welcome back, Kukuka. And big time on that last one, and big time. You just winced there at the very end as RB on the harbor, holding down the site, just gets a little too curious, a little too greedy to get information, gets picked, then the site's wide open, no harbor for retake. And that seemed to be a problem that was happening on rounds that NongShim were losing.
I mean, like, that's the one thing you can't do on Harbor is you can't die before that spike is getting planted. We did see them play that A retake a couple of times, and I think G2 had the answers. But I do want to echo just what Paper was saying. I think that first half is where G2 really showed improvements. I loved it that they came out of the gate swinging. They fought for A main. They listened to me. You're welcome, G2. That's what we need. They fought in A main. They used that Astra stuff well to be able to condition NongShim. NongShim managed to recover that pretty decently as well overall, but ultimately it's just not good enough here for the NongShim squad. They let it slip far too much in my mind.
Well, thank you for what you did for your region. To me, it was
sending them home.
Yeah. Just send them home. Send them home. But I love to see also that Jogamo was unleashed the way that he was. Today, it's not only having the balls for going for these duels. I think that he was much more right into where to use the utility, where to actually be a surprise for NongShim. Not only that, shutting down Danby was one of the main keys for G2 to actually get this map on the board for them, and that is something that they definitely achieved. Do not get me wrong, it did go the distance, and it wasn't perfect, but it is so good to see that in just 3 showings, the phase that we're seeing from G2 goes from that loss to this win because it's only been a few days.
That's the thing for me.
Baby
I don't think this was terrible
तभी
for
तो
NongShim. I
नाम
think
है
they still had
उसका
good ideas and the execution, you know, it wasn't perfect, but it was still solid. I think they lose both pistols, they lose a bonus, they can't get momentum in the game. That is backbreaking, but I do think it's G2 that showed dramatic improvement on this map to get the win now. But as we're going to move across the sunset, I need to see NongShim find the same level of answer, or they will be going home. They couldn't get it done here on their map pick.
I think that they also learned what positions to play and how to take advantage of them, how to surprise them. Leaf and Valen on the defense, amazing the way that they were playing, the way the Valen was trying to read them time and time again. Very good showing from G2. We said we expect this series to go the distance. But that was kind of accounting for NongShim getting this first map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I kind of feel like they needed this into the series. It's hard to know, but it's going to have to go the distance, and they need something better on Sunset.
Yeah, just speaking about this, Breeze, one more time on G2 side, this is that unique composition that they pulled out earlier in the tournament. They had the second match to try it again, see if they were switching. They did not. They stuck to their guns. And
इतना गरम करके मुझे मारना था क्या?
G2, 27 and 16, the only player to hit 20 plus kills in the round. It was just a very, very solid showing from him, given the fact that he's the one flexing the agent.
Yeah, he's got that dog. What do you say? He's jogging well. He's got it. He's always had it.
Yeah, look, we got to give him his flowers. We criticized him when we first saw him play this KO. We said, is this the right
because, but the reason why we criticize him is because like we know he's so good and he can be such a big win condition that you will want to do anything for him to be comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I think he proved those doubts wrong. He proved that he is able to hit that same level of performance on that KO. We heard from Baby Bay in the interview, and they said the reason we went for this is because he's so good on that Phoenix. So I think a lot of it was about letting him be a little bit more aggressive. They don't want him to be this incredibly supportive KO, and I feel like when he puts himself first into those positions to take the fights, he can definitely win them, as we saw this game.
That was your STC replay from map number 1. Breeze going the way of G2 and Kukuka. We have to talk about it now because it's one win away, a full, potentially a full Western playoffs. Like, that just seems like wrong. That just seems wrong here in terms of Valorant.
Yeah, we've had such a variety of teams all throughout the tournaments that we have had. China, Pacific, but if G2, as you're saying, is to win this next map, it will only be 4 teams from EMEA and 4 teams from Americas making it into playoffs. So as you're saying, it would feel very little Valorant in 2026.
Yeah, look, it's abnormal. In Valorant, we're used to seeing a lot of regional parity. The top 4 at Masters London, 1 from each region, but that would not be the case here at EWC.
All right, well, we'll find out if that's the case or if NongShim can bite back, not only for Pacific, but for the rest of the world. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
अब मैप कौन सा आना था? Sunset.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
दूसरी दफा देखूंगा. उस दिन रियानी की स्ट्रीम पे देखा था. युवराज किधर देखूंगा? मैंने अभी तक खेला नहीं है मैप. फ्लाई सौदिया. जाओ यार सब्सक्रिप्शन लो क्रंची रोल की और मेरे साथ शेयर कर दो.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Back to Sunset we go in this rematch of day number 1, but G2 are up 1-0 over NongShim. The last time these two teams played, it was a 13-7 victory here for G2 to extend it to map number 3. If they do it now, they punch their ticket to playoffs here at EWC 2026. Kukuka and Big Time here for you to break things down as we move on over to that Sunset.
Yeah, and in that Sunset, there is something to be very excited about, and it's the composition that G2 played the other day, having the Neon, the Sage, and the Chamber. We were theory crafting about what we wanted to see, and funny enough, we got everything that we wanted. Incredibly
मैंने भी ये MW2 करनी थी तो मैं सोच में पड़ गया था कि क्या करूं, अब जगह नहीं है. SSD full है मेरी गेमों से.
I think G2 excelled on this
Resident Evil को उठा के हार्ड ड्राइव में डाल दिया.
And I love how they played it. They're a very smart team. They've always been good at Sunset. So I love that they were ready to pick it coming into this tournament. But on the flip side for NongShim looked woefully underprepared on this map in my mind. Definitely felt like they didn't have the reps, they didn't have the read. But we have just seen how much G2 were able to dismantle them on Breeze, given time to make that read and make the appropriate adjustments. I need to see that come in from NongShim. I need to see good, smart coaching. I need to see clear game plans to be able to deal with Juggernaut and shut it down. And to be honest, I wouldn't be against a comp swap. We also saw NongShim run the Sage. I love the Sage, don't get me wrong, but it didn't suit the team. It was X-Ross playing it. I think he had 8 kills across the game and very, very little impact with that utility.
It was also the Cypher as well. Sage, Cypher, those were two different ones there. I think Sage was being ran by G2. Cypher was the one that was different. I'm very interested to see what it's like.
Just too good. Baby base just too good. That's exactly what's going to happen. To me, Morgan, you have to sell this to me. If there is any hope for NongShim, how do they turn this around? Because now that we've actually put it into words and we've put it as a for EMEA for Americas, maybe I don't want G2 to win because that sounds kind of boring. Like, what is people going to say that that is not good news, especially, and jokes aside, especially coming into next year and how things are going to work. EMEA and Americas and top, and that's it. Come on, guys, we don't want that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I for sure don't want that. I know that this NongShim team is capable of so much more. This is the team that lifted a trophy. They went to Santiago. They went flawless.
No, but you need to sell it to me now. I know what they're capable of.
I'm building into it. I'm building into it.
Yeah, but
what
I've
they're
heard
capable
the
of is Dambi going crazy on the Neon. Sunset is a fantastic Neon map. I want to see him bring it out. If they do bring out that Sage, I want X-Ross to be very, very aggressive. He has the capability to do it. When I felt him play it before, he was too far back. He wasn't getting in the mixer enough, but that's where he's at his best. On the Phoenix, for example, he was great in the last map. He was the bright star for NongShim.
You say that you want X-Ross to be extra aggressive. Do you feel like sometimes Dambi is a little bit lonely on the tip of the screen?
He can be for sure. I mean, I don't mind it if they swap away from it. If they want to go solo duelist, this is the team that can do that as well. When NongShim were in the come-up, cast your mind back in 2024, it was a lot of breach, it was a lot of supporting utility, and Dambi getting it done himself. So Dambi, please, if you can hear me, come on, man. Keep the region alive. I need you.
I just still can't believe that you just heel-turned after giving him so much stick for being a bad friend and not supporting our former caster teammate here in Baby Bay. You had the jersey out earlier, and now you're just playing both sides.
I am so full of it. Everybody that knows
crazy.
me knows that I support no team. Like, I support everyone. I support whomever wins. I like the underdog stories, and I just support good Valorant. I have no horse in this race. I want the better team to win.
Wait, did you just hear what she said? She said,
that's how I manage to live my life.
And
you know
who
how
also
intense I am. Could you imagine if I was actually a fan of a team? Can you actually imagine?
That's a good point.
I mean, we saw it with España, who won their World Cup
and you will
match,
keep seeing
as
it.
we get ourselves themselves into map number 2 here in her final Group C decider. Win and move on for G2. Lose and go home for NongShim RedForce.
Okay, so this
it's
is
breach. Do you want to defend yourself?
It's a very, very different composition coming out from NongShim. They're swapping back to an old school style that this NongShim team ran way back in the day. When I remember playing this team in 2024, this was the kind of thing they would do. Danby was that solo neon, and he was heavily set up by smart initiator util. Now we know Francis and Etros have the capability to do that. They've for sure swapped styles here. Now the plan here is you have so much util, you want to bait out that Sage util, you want to be able to force away Baby Bay on that chamber across away from those lines. I think this is a good, smart, deliberate swap into the composition that they knew G2 were bringing.
The good thing is that they have the experience, they know what G2 is going to be bringing, they know where the mistakes were and where the parts of the maps that they couldn't get into. We just spoke about the defense and how we expect G2 to play around it. Also, Valorant taking so many risky positions as well. There were so many moments where any gap was filled by G2 and even making them even more aggressive from the defense. I wonder if Francis being on the breach is going to be enough. There is a lot of stunts, as you're saying. There is a lot of utility to force chamber out of those angles, to not give
Sunset में कौन win करेगा?
But I will say, Trent did play super, and I mean super well on this map with Sky.
He did. He's very, very good at it, no doubt there. But I do think they have their work cut out. I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling the copium for NongShim. It's growing. I'm believing.
It is the winners of Masters Santiago earlier this year trying to recapture that form in the quickest of moments. They have to do it right now.
I think
G2 have fought off the phantoms of failure on the international stage by defeating XLG earlier and trying to do it one more time here against NongShim RedForce. It's map number 2 and match point for G2. Let's see what NongShim have something to say about it as we send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
It can all come down to this. Sunset has to be where NongShim grab this series by the horns and take it into their own hands. They have to find this win, something they failed to do versus G2 in the last outing. A change of the composition, back to very old flavors.
Yeah.
Is that going to be enough?
Great question. You know, you kind of hope here as NongShim that the map doesn't live up to its name for you at EWC, that this isn't going to be where you say goodbye, but there's still a hope. And I mean, I talked about it even during Breeze because it was already on my mind that I need to see a different comp from NongShim on Sunset. Did not like what they were bringing to the table the first time. I think this is not only more in their wheelhouse, but I think suits going up against G2's style better. The desk was doing a great job of laying that out for you all, keeping the chamber uncomfortable. I think as well, having a little bit of extra oomph to kind of fight Trent Sky. There wasn't much.
मैं भी भूल गया था कि सनसेट है कौन सा.
Previous comp that could keep the Sky.
अभी इसको देख के याद आया ये तो इतना खेला है
counter punch against the Sky flashes when they're coming your way. Now you've got that breach to allow for that.
इतना खेला है और मुझे याद ही नहीं है सनसेट कौन सा मैप है. मुझे लगा वो नया जो आया वो है.
Slow down G2 behind that Sky util. So a lot to keep in mind. Pretty aggressive here.
मुझे लगा वो नया मैप जो है उस नए का क्या नाम है मैप का? सुमित, वो सुमित है. हाँ, नया सुमित नहीं है. हाँ, सुमित. Confusion हो गई.
Baby Bay to push forward, but I think he heard or spotted Ivy, one of the two. He's on the hunt.
Quick slide forward into the A site, widely empty here from G2. Paranoia going to be sent through, interrupting that plan for now. Baby Bay trying to note and get that kill on Ivy on that flank. Will take him down to 9 HP, but cannot finish the job.
हाँ वो नया मैप भी है ना,
तो शायद नहीं भी होगा. Start to rescale. Get this space back, but how much impact is going to be able to have is the question as that goes for the team. For now, it's a hell of a lot of poke and prod, looking for some kills, but Dami will be the first one to fall. Francis shortly thereafter, but RB rushing forward, classic in hand.
दाम्बी गिरने में सबसे पहला रहा.
Swing around the back as it's just Baby Bay remaining.
Baby Bay, fast
enough. A 4K for RB will get the pistol win for NongShim.
Yeah, RB just sending it in there. Just going for the right clicks. As well, if there's going to be a lot of smokes on site, I'm going to just see if I can use that to my advantage. That is exactly what happened. It was very, very nice from him. Some good ideas from G2 here, but the fact that BabyBay not able to get that kill onto Ivy leaves him at 9 HP. Means that he has to wrap all the way back in through Link instead of trying to come through their spawn or something like that to keep NongShim guessing a little bit more. Goes for the early shot, does not connect. Flash there, make it a little bit more difficult for him. And away we go. NongShim should have somewhat easy access to the site, but actually something's got them thinking otherwise.
Clear that trip. Ivy now to scale forward. Will miss his timing on Leaf. Just now slotted into market. Noise going to be heard all around as Valent will get taken down. Trent trying to send out that sky flash and it's just all to play Leaf in. Gets that backstab. The Marshal now going to be recovered. Taken into hand, but spike is planted.
वेबसाइट पे उन्होंने पहले ही 4-3 कर दिए इनको पता है क्या होने सट्टा लगाया है
just want to be clean. They could not do in that previous map. He's just riding in alongside the smoke. X-Ross able to find one. Jogamo going to be struck down on that approach in domain. Time starting to tick away as Downbeat will be able to find the two at the back of sight. Francis cleans up Leaf, so about as clean as it can get. Marshall going to be carried over. All the key weaponry retained. NongShim find the 2-0 start.
Yeah, they're able to eventually suss out the correct read. Sure, there's the sky flash in the mid. Gets you the kill. That's really all there was there for G2. We're looking to maybe get that early headhunter kill and try to use that to scale into some success. Let BabyBay go for those quick one-and-done peaks. Just wasn't able to connect really, but it's that early util from NongShim that keeps him a little bit off balance, makes him maybe pull the trigger a little bit sooner than he'd like. Only gonna have one bullet in the headhunter here. Got the outlaw though.
Oh, fully blinded up. Stuck behind that box, and Downbeat able to wall bang him down. The shot from BabyBay not going to be connecting as Downbeat's able to find a second. Trent going to be eliminated now. Crowd into the corner, trying to hold his own. The right click will get some damage, but it's far from a kill. NongShim are everywhere they need to be, as they will be converting this bonus. 3-0 start for them on Sunset. Perhaps this just means both teams took their time to prep for their opponent's map picks, suspecting that this draft was going to end up being very similar to the previous.
I think you're exactly right. Fully agree. Leaf trying to skirt between NongShim players. Very precarious position.
That you asked. Hearing all of this noise that Downbeat is making, and he should have Ivy falling into his trap. Takes a quick little second to readjust. Now turns his sights back over and catches Downbeat in midair. Good damage found from Leaf, but still a bonus converted for NongShim as they start building up this economy.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Josh rips a timeout here, or very soon. You got to talk about some of these setups and how they have counters to maybe some of the set plays you have where they didn't before, right? They've got flashes, they've got the breach in there this time, so that quick hit that Jogamo wants to make there, that slide behind the box outside of B main, isn't going to work this time because there's so much they can actually throw back at you, whereas before they didn't have nearly as much. They had like a paranoia. It wasn't much.
Looks like for now we'll just be tabling it until the next rifle buy. Now a bit of a third attempt with that carried over Hero Vandal in the hands of Leaf. One charge away from having that res online as Ivy's going to be spotted nice and early. Jumps back across in the tiles to safety. Meanwhile, the exec getting ready to come through on the A site. Allen going to be forced away. Pop flash going to be sent in. They try to hound down Tommy, and they will be able to do so. Leaf onto the one Trent with another. X-Ross is dead, and RB can only find one. Jogamo picks up the Phantom, puts it to use, and it's a thrifty
Finally
for G2 to get their first round win. And if you're Josh RT, if you were considering that timeout, you're not doing it anymore.
Nope, definitely not. Nope, don't need to. They just had to be a little bit patient. Play for the retake, get a great flash to go, a good paranoia there too. Hitting them from both sides there are G2. Really nice. I mean, NongShim never even had a chance to react. Francis had a rolling thunder, no opportunity to use it. They just get smothered out of that round. It's kind of curious if BabyBay was going to go for the op here. Had enough money for it. Opts to just hang on to the rifle for now.
दो राउंड और निकालेंगे G2 वाले.
Headhunter bullets. That's what kind of had me, my interest peaked Still only at 2, but goes for the Phantom this round. Maybe just since he scooped a gun up off the ground. They pass one over. Oh,
Nice.
RB though through the smoke.
I'll give it a bit of a freebie there. Trent dead. He was one of the big reasons why they were able to get that thrifty over across the board with that pop flash through the smoke. Not going to be the safest res ever, but still are going to be going for this one as Relay Bolt's going to be sent through and Jogamo sliding across. Does manage to take down RB, but the trade is going to be there. We're back into a 4v4 as the roller thunder will crash across. Connecting on the 2, but the wall has them contained. Flash out, Dombey widely avoiding that, turns back!
What
and
the
how is Valen
heck?
not gotten that kill? Should have had him absolutely screwed, but the cleanup is still looking decent. Leaf and Trent trying to pilot this one together. Trent able to find that elimination. Ivy now getting ready to swing, striking, and knocks them both out.
You forget.
It is a clutch for NongShim to maintain a 3-round lead.
There's actually so much to talk about in this round,
Agla
but it
round
all
निकालेगी
happens
G2.
so fast. There's the rolling thunder, there's the res, there's the cover of the res with the neon slide, there's the wall from Leaf to block in this entry to set G2 up for a potential last-minute defuse, but it's a wrong guess on which way Ivy had gone. They just assumed he had wrapped back to Link, but he actually was just staying behind A the whole time. Tough to read in that situation, but nicely done by Ivy there. Be patient, wait for his moment to strike. Zombie flashed up, doesn't want to continue there. Trent, that prowess.
Guys, कौन कौन live stream देख रहा है?
Confirming with the dog.
Like कर दो यार, like कर दो.
High-low setup.
Wait.
Couple shots out, gives Damby some pause.
Cage trigger.
Slows it down for now, and Ivy just trying to cause some disruptions in mid.
And because of Baby Bay's op, you can lean your strong side into A now. This is really comfortable for G2. A-site simulator all over again. Seekers. Yeah, oh, you know. Just don't clear them.
It's a decent amount of information.
They're yours.
Meanwhile, Valorant on the scale forward is able to find Francis spike on the floor, but Downbeat.
जो सामने खड़ा है बस पे नहीं गया लॉल.
The reposition from Valen.
It's a beautiful relay ball.
Being out, oh, Hat's going to be spotted, and there's a strike. Jogamo intercepting Ivy as he tries to enact that flank. Downbeat, however, slow approach, pop flash, confirming his presence, and Valen has the counter swing. Meanwhile, Plant is going to be coming through. RB is all alone, and Xros needs to win that fight. He does. Awesome to maybe try to get into safety, but oh, well, we're going to be spotted, but it's still into the open, so it's an easy kill for Baby Bay to find, and now they know exactly where Xros is at.
To win
the swing, not even going to be allowed to get started. Baby Bay will just pre-fire it. It finds that kill, and G2 find themselves the second round.
Yeah, this is exactly how G2 wants to drop their defense. You get into that op with Baby Bay. He locks down B-site pretty much by himself. Then you can lean the rest of the players to the other side. Get the confirmation with the Sky util there. Even though Dombey almost gets away with 2, doesn't quite. They're still able to keep him contained outside of A. Then you're able to spread your wings on the map a little bit. Dombey will have that overdrive. So does Jog. Finger there for Dombey though. And accoutrement of pistols for NongShim though.
मसला पहले explain करो. नहीं एक window lemon है और एक pen है दूसरी SSD
A little bit
में.
of extra help towards B this round though.
अगर तो वो SSD खाली है तो उसको फॉर्मेट कर दो. और अगर तो खाली नहीं है तो डिलीट तो हो सकती है, कोई ऐसा मसला नहीं है. अगर नहीं डिलीट हो रही, कोई फाइल वगैरह यूज में आ रही है, वो मसला कर रहा है तो अनलॉकर एक टूल होती है छोटी सी, फाइल अनलॉकर या सिर्फ अनलॉकर नाम है उसका, स्टिक बनी हुई होती है. एसएसडी डिवाइड हुई भी है. नहीं तो उसमें 2 विंडो कैसे की हुई हैं, उसकी 2 पार्टीशन करके तो अलग अलग विंडो की हुई थी उसमें.
And some of it the heals, but frankly, none of the players in G2 really ever feeling like they were truly in any peril. All surviving with quite a bit of health. They will deny a thrifty attempt. They get it flawlessly done. Now they're one away from trying to tie things up.
You know, what's funny is in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you know, Valen doesn't have a smoke. That's kind of a tricky crossfire. You might lose a couple players here as G2. And then he just shows up with the Phantom and answers the problem. Just absolutely great stuff from him. G2, again, getting into that op, so crucial on this defender side to start locking rounds down. Now they're going to reposition Baby Bay a little bit. Move him in towards mid.
एक में 11 और एक
NongShim
में 10.
maybe kind of sensing that. A big stack.
10 वाली डिलीट
Shut, but he
करनी
has the
है
rendezvous.
तो वो उसमें बूट मैनेजर बना हुआ होगा ना, इस वजह से वो डिलीट नहीं होती. चेक करो, एक छोटी सी टूल होती है अनलॉकर की, कुछ एमबीज की,
Prowler didn't
फ्री
catch
है
him.
वो.
They went
उससे
and thought that maybe they
विंडो
could
वाला
do a little
फोल्डर
bit
को
of
अनलॉक
tweaking.
करो पहले और फिर डिलीट करो, हो जानी चाहिए.
Well, Ivy
नहीं तो वो फिर
some
फॉर्मेट
damage
वाला
swing
सीन
out.
है,
Joggo
ड्राइव
trying
को
to get that
खाली करके
readjustment,
फॉर्मेट
but
करो,
he will eventually find him.
Was
क्योंकि वो
ambitious.
बूट मैनेजर बनता है ना, तो उसकी जो
Tough one.
चीज़ें होती हैं
Catch him
समटाइम
off
नहीं
guard.
डिलीट होती. वो जब आप विंडो ऑन करते हो तो वो यूज़ हो रही होती है, सिस्टम ऑन जब होता है तो.
Yeah, sometimes
फिर
great.
वो अनलॉकर जो टूल है
Right
उससे
there,
हो
just
जाना
a
चाहिए.
little bit off.
स्टिक बनी हुई होती है, ऊपर
Unless Ivy
स्टार
jump
बना
beats
होता है उस
this.
पे गोल्डन
Pops
कलर
over
का.
the crosshair. I don't think he's going to be getting away with it, but oh no, fast swings it and
वो
wow,
छोटी सी टूल है,
destroys Baby Bay.
सिंपल सी.
I think Baby Bay hit him. It's just so much of the box ate through that. Unless he'd taken damage somewhere else.
इंस्टॉल होता है तो राइट मेन्यू जो है माउस का उस पे आ जाता है.
Just not quite on the
किसी
mark
फाइल
with
पे
it,
राइट
but
क्लिक करो, वहाँ पे अनलॉक
players
या
with good
अनलॉकर
position,
लिखा होता है, उस
Valorant
पे
Trent
जाके अनलॉक करते हैं,
trying to
फिर
get
उसी के थ्रू डिलीट का
retake
भी ऑप्शन
going.
होता है उसमें.
As Overdrive is going to be popped,
Unlock
sliding
करके
back, it's going to
delete
be
कर
X-Ross
दो.
collecting the first. Trent able to
इस
find
तरह हो
two,
जाना
but now
चाहिए.
Leaf going to be noted. The camera set up from Ivy. Spotting him out on this approach. And against that quandary, you let this round go over to NongShim, go back, recover the
NSG
operator,
जाएगा.
try to play this out. A caliber of Leafs player, the player of Leafs caliber, absolutely possible of making this one work. He's going to have to find them pretty damn soon. Now knows where they all are. Ring around the rosy here with Francis. Running low on bullets, though. Just 4 remaining left in this mag. The time being played. He's out. And that will be the round going over to NongShim. Francis just dancing on him.
Nice.
NongShim will maintain the lead.
Yeah, even though the initial mid pressure that NongShim tries to create feels like it's going to be a round ender in itself. I mean, you lose RB, you lose that Omen so early, but they're just so good individually, and Jog kind of goes for a risky play. And then Ivy wins that big 1v1 up against Baby Bay's op in top mid. That really opens up the map. So kind of one of those rounds that comes down to individual play. NongShim able get ahead in that regard in a lot of those categories. So
3
G2 now
5
taking a bit of a
लीव के 9
timeout.
खेले हैं और दाम
Maybe
भी गए
wanna
6.
readdress a few things. I think maybe talking about some of that mid control potentially, but honestly, I think they have a pretty decent
मैं
idea.
वॉशरूम
It's
से
just
गया था.
a tough moment there for Baby Bay. Ivy just swings wide and instantly spams him through the box.
That's a hell of a round recovery as well, though, for NongShim. You lose RB that early. Don't have your smokes.
Right.
Still manage. Get yourself forward onto the site. It's one of the things that breach can enable. A lot more utility to try to clear out some of these angles.
True. And it's
escorted forward, but this should still be a bit of oomph for G2. Dogamo will go for the investment. Thought maybe he would save, pick up the overdrive, but the Tour de Force is going to be online for Baby Bay.
Yeah, it's a really important round for NongShim. If they can get the win here, Tour de Force going to be there. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for G2's economy. It's going to be over towards B again.
Oh, Ivy trying to do it again, but this time Jogamo is there. Yeah, played in beautifully.
Read him like a book. Beautiful.
Flash over the top. Leaf watching from Alley. Gets the spot out. Sends out that slow orb, and there's just no way to try to find a punish off that.
I don't know. Did that
That's
hit
no one.
anybody? Yeah.
Meanwhile, speaking of connections, Leaf, hell of a shot. Takes down Downbeat. 3 players now left for NongShim as sees. We'll be able to find a grab here, but now Valen as well, spilling forward into the site. Just the one casualty. G2, the timeout call works a treat. 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of this is just more back to their default, the 2-3 from B to A. And then a little bit of a reposition for Baby Bay with that extra layer there to punish Ivy if he went for that swing again. And then Leaf hitting some filthy shots. Another big round for him on the Sage. The Battle Sage online for G2. He's got another res available. Didn't need to use it in that last round. I guess the good news for NongShim is that, you know, you're not giving over ult charges, but you're on an eco. It's a very minor thing in the big picture. Francis has another Rolling Thunder. Are you gonna send this again? Oh, Trent's in trouble.
Blinds it up. Paranoia in from behind as well, and Ivy's going to be able to find that kill. Now the neural depth going to be invested immediately. Now just going to be giving over the space. Francis did eat quite a bit of damage, just trying to get that spike in play.
Now you send the Rolling Thunder, I think.
And from this position, certainly, yeah, going to be encouraged. Will just go ahead, pop that one. Joggabo tucking back around the corner. Relay bolt going to be lobbed in as well, trying to find this player, and Downby will be able to get it. Gets a second. Leaf eliminated now. Just Valen in a 1v5. No real way to try to turn the tides of this. Several players low, but it's not going to be giving him the opportunity to try to play this one out. Downby near enough by. Prevent an ninja defuse. As there's the hold, there's the push, and yep, Downby wise to it. And finds the Thrifty. As NongShim get themselves up to 6.
Yeah, they're making nice adaptations again. We saw this a bit on Breeze. In the long run, G2 had a little bit more in the tank, but both these IGLs, both these teams have a lot of good ideas. In that round there, the smother they have on a Trent is really what just wins them the round, because there isn't much else behind it. Everybody else has to kind of abandon sight. They've got him flashed in Paranoia and catch him as he's jumping into the smoke. That's all they need. Then they scoop up a gun. They take the site. They're able to clear a bunch of space. They can use the neural theft. They can align for the Rolling Thunder. Get that Thrifty to go. Beautiful from NongShim. This one feels like it is going to be another very close map. It is back and forth the whole way, and you know, NongShim, an attacker side team, generally in their ethos. So as G2, I think if you get this next round, you're feeling pretty okay.
Yeah.
But hard to say for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't always follow the same trends here, but this is the third time that these teams have ever played against each other. Twice at this event, obviously played against each other at Master Santiago for the first time. It's always gone to 3.
Yes.
So I feel like we're going to be sticking to that script rather than rewrite it. Unless G2 buckle up, find these next 2 rounds, and then start things off with another pistol.
I mean, there's enough money here for G2, but this round's key because this is the one where you can get the
अभी टाइम आउट खत्म हुआ है.
Yep. No tour de force after this one, should it drop. Push forward. Valen able to find one. Looks to just get out and will be able to do so. The rendezvous there as well. So both players leaves in the night. Meanwhile, Trent finding a critical timing onto Ivy. And the timeout call, again, looks to work a treat.
It's just round after round. Someone else has a new counterpunch dialed up. This time it was G2's turn. They're even going to be able to heal Valen up a little bit here. And Plant may go through, but there's a lot behind this. Jog even has his ult if he wants to rip that. There is not a lot that NongShim, other than Francis' util, can do about it.
Sprint coming in after Shock to try to hold them at bay. Flash fully connecting, but so far delay tactics working decently, but Baby Bay is able to find X-Ross. First player gone, now Francis fallen. RB would have to do it all, and it's just not going to be planted for him at all. Backpedal out, save of the weapon. The rest of the squad going to be able to get the purchases through, but he needs to retain that gun. And G2, once again, knocking on NongShim's door. Going to make this a 6-6 half of themselves.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little setup at the beginning of this because oftentimes Dombey, if he's given free space outside of the orb, he's going to try to crest the corner to check for information before he throws the relay bolt. So Valen knows he can punish that. He has the opportunity to get up there spray that angle down, and then TP back. Really nice little understanding of their opponent's tendencies. Now is it going to be NongShim's turn again? That up, still going to be there. Baby Bay is like, nope, never mind.
Now forced out of position very quickly. Meanwhile, Trent again playing the same angle, finding the same timings.
Nice.
Just going for it without that util. Meanwhile, Malin swinging out at Alley's able to find the one, but RB going forward. Baby Bay not fast enough on the draw. Cannot keep himself alive and in the fight. RB is frantically just dancing his way back over towards relative safety. Still some damage to be suffered. TP's around the back. Backside plant. NongShim get the spike in play. Turn from the flash, Ivy.
Oh, what a read.
Angle, but yeah, Trent is watching for it. RB dead. The face in, and the cleanup is good. G2. They make it 6-6 at the half.
I just, again, we saw it in the previous round. I didn't really get to mention it because there hasn't been enough time. These have been pretty fast-paced rounds, but Trent's also repositioned 2 rounds ago after getting just bullied 3 rounds ago, where he moved further back up towards Link, in towards that box. Works a treat again. 2 rounds that he's able to find value. Yeah, I mean, once G2 gets into that op, gets into that comfort of Baby Bay's chamber, it opens up the map so much more for them to be aggressive at the choke of A main or have little traps set up along the way. NongShim, though, also some really nice answers. You have to be really impressed with this comp because they're able to now punch back against that sky a bit. They're able to create some of their own space, create some of their own trap plays with the util combos that we didn't see the last time out on this map.
They're still in such a rough position. Already the pressure of this map, being what stands between you and elimination, is there. But G2 to make it up to 6. I mean, you have to remember this was the pistol going to NongShim. This was a bonus conversion going to NongShim. They started this map off looking incredibly strong, having incredible reads on G2. These timeout adjustments from Josh RT have found an immense amount of value. So to get back to parity at the half, suddenly that 2-1 script for the series starts looking like we might have some alterations.
I agree. I feel very confident about G2 right now. The way that they have approached this match, you can see the frustration on NongShim. I mean, it is a better attacker side than they had last time, in a way, but it's also not in a way because of what you said, Achilleos. They won those first 3, right? Then after that, they only get 3 more.
They give up a thrifty.
Yeah, and that's
it's just, you start pulling on that thread and start unraveling.
And the last time out, they only got 2 rounds on their attacker side on Sunset. Now, granted, G2 did win the pistol there, and then kind of it went 2-1, 2-1, 2. But still not super confident, and G2 good enough on this attacker side.
Wow.
At least previously. Again, very different comps, but they got 5.
G2 छे और NS छे.
We'll have to see if NongShim's defender side is still
तेरह
up to
kills
snuff.
हैं, दाम्बी के 10 kills हैं. No.
Without that Sage in
7-8.
there. That's the big one.
All line into the rendezvous, Baby Bay. Making his exit, pop launch to the corner of the scale forward. Downbeat dead, Extros on an island, isolated. And swallowed whole. Another kill, Francis now, flash from behind. And Chocamo is just so damn fast. He's killed a 3rd. And I think it's safe to say, G2 are winning this pistol.
Nah, dog.
I mean, Ivy. One of the map. This was the map, I think, where he got the ace.
It was.
And despite the loss, but I don't see him pulling another one out of his hat here.
No. He had a Vandal and
Tuck
very
back and go down to the spike.
very different scenario.
And what brutality. I mean, to find nothing in this pistol, to try to jumpstart things, even just to get the ult going. Ivy's still worried about a potential flank. But it's a clean tap from Leaf. Continues to deliver with that bandit. Flawless round for G2 to take the pistol and take the lead.
This is simple stuff from G2. Wait for NongShim to overcommit towards the orb on A. Throw out a flash. Throw out a relay bolt. Throw out a paranoia. In that order to smother out the 2 players and just give them no hope. That's beautifully drawn up, beautifully executed. Hard to do it better than they just did right there. That's why you just sit in a lobby and practice those over and over and over again. Moments like that feel so good as a player.
Well, NongShim trying to go for a bit of a crunch
अभी
here.
तक 70 GB
They will be
हो
able to
गई
find the one,
लोल
but
अब
Giacomo going to be
15
traded out.
GB
Trent,
और
however, keeping him in this round and look at the damage suffered. Exros and Francis both down to slivers. One of them now
एक
finished
और
off.
गेम कोई निकाल दो वहां से डिलीट कर दो
It's a slow scale forward into immediate demise. Ivy again making his way over to this A site to try to find some additional damage. They know where he is. Confirmation off that guiding line. If they really wanted, they could just pivot, but I think they still favor their chances. They just has a classic in hand. Trent eventually will be able to clean it up. 8-6. A lot of firepower still in hand for G2 as they go into their bonus, and if they convert this, I think it's game over.
Yeah, right now, they have a lot of good answers. Even though this one gets a little bit scrappier than they'd probably like, they're able to get that fault line to really pin in a bunch of players. The paranoia, too, makes this actually dangerous for a moment for G2.
क्या शॉट होती है यार
NongShim having some good tools in the belt.
कोई फालतू गोली जाया नहीं
Just the strength of those tools in that round because of the weaponry behind it. Going to be that strong. Gambi, oh my god.
Just sending it in. He's nearly able to find that second kill. Cleanup will come through. Aftershock now going to be lobbed at his Trent down to a sliver, but still fighting. Cleaned headshot, but nothing more to be done. This time the crunch play from NongShim. There's a bit more impact behind it. And it is all down to Baby Bay, who will get the tag, but Ivy's got full armor. NongShim preventing the conversion. A bit of damage going to be suffered, some armor to be rebought as well. They stop G2 from running away with a half.
Yeah, and now this is something you got to be aware of as G2, you know. This is a fearless NongShim team, even when they're down, even when it seems like the rain is never going to stop outside. You know, they'll grab the umbrellas and they'll come out and play. Gotta hang on. But like you talked about, the economic damage done there by G2. It's only 2 Guardians.
Means that this outlaw back in the hands of Baby Bay can still find a good amount of value. Paranoid the chase, but Downby this time going to be taken down over at Tiles. Trent with the turnaround is able to find that kill. He finds his second RB dead.
Wow.
Ivy peeling back one as Francis gets involved in the fight.
2v2.
Chocobo gets Valorant and gets them into a 2v2. The spike now going to be dropped. The opposite side of the spot.
They noise on the gun drop.
पीछे आ जाओ यार.
Cheek this corner, the slow orb. Trying to prevent them from being able to backpedal away, but instead they just step up. They go in for the fight, and they win it. Massive round from Francis. Gets the 3K. And NongShim, they might just be right back into this.
They're just sending it. I mean, I think G2 needs to kind of take one of those pauses like we saw on Breeze where they're going to hold back towards spawn a bit. It looked like they were going to weather the storm, but there's that extra unaccounted for layer through mid. And that means that Trent, as good as he was in the heat of the moment there, it's not good enough. Just too much storming his way. So they're just going to overload it. They're just going to make sure that if you're going to keep doing this, we're going to have numbers, although they have a weak buy. A lot of stingers. The G2 special.
Yeah, G2 stinger. Oh, what a haunt. Once everybody spotted out, Trent still does have that Guardian. He'll be forced away as the fault line goes through. Francis 2 away from having that Rolling Thunder online. Decay will expire, but Exros is pushing forward onto the site, and Jogamo none the wiser.
One down.
Getting taken down, and looks like NongShim firm control for them.
They're stalled.
Orb going to be grabbed. Leaf just trying to get that res online when possible. Trent eventually will be overwhelmed. Ivy finding one down, getting himself a second as Valen will get taken down. It's just Leaf here at Alley, and he cannot hold his own. Not with that stinger in hand.
8-9 भाई साहब. NS ने छिक के रखा है.
Here for this squad to get themselves back into the lead.
Yeah, now you're, I think, certainly going to see a pump of the brakes, I would think, from Josh. But you never know. He's been a little bit slow with all the timeouts today. NongShim just been absolutely going buck wild over there on A. Actually, they're suspecting that G2 be thinking something different, but it's actually, I think, going to just be slow play here from G2. With that op there, you know, and it's red again. Here we go.
Overdrive is out, the Paranoia connecting. Relay bolt going to be lobbed in, just trying to keep him contained the wall in desperation. They're trying to get themselves protected, but it's going to be Leaf. Able to find two. Francis just with the one. And G2. They backpedal into the corner. And NongShim are far too greedy.
My ultimate is ready.
Slide in as Jogamo will have it. And again, timeout not required. NongShim, they fly far too close to the sun. They over pursue. And G2 absolutely punishes them for it.
I mean, the bonkers part about this is NongShim has, like, prepared for this. The off the rip, the stun is hitting Baby Bay, so he has to fall back. They're throwing a Paranoia. They're dashing in with the overdrive. This is exactly what NongShim expected. At this time, though, G2's able to hold on. Just a nice timing on that wall there by Leaf. Really heads-up play to slow that down just enough for them to reset their aim and create that angle density.
You think just once you see that out, you know that you've got them all contained. They're shoved back into the spawn, and there's only one way to go unless they break the wall themselves. So it could have been just a clean disconnect for NongShim, then get set up on defensive sightlines, but instead, just too rabid, too hungry, too bloodthirsty.
Not the NongShim way.
That is very true.
No. The noodles are spicy. The play has to be spicy too, Achilleos.
Well,
I mean, it does.
This one was all spice, no flavor.
It's the bomb. Yep.
मुझे लग रहा है G2 निकाल जाएगी.
Slow pivot. Prowler spotting out. Gonna be telling the whole story though. Could just be that chamber on the other side.
You know, the thing about it is though, is they haven't really been doing anything over at B. So the fact that you even get a little bit of confirmation there means that you're happy to start leaning B as your strong side. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Sees to try to hold him in place, but Baby Bay, that push up through tiles, gets the catch on a Francis. There at top mid. Overdrive now from Jogamo, gonna be pumped. Dami on the peak, is able to find him with the op shot. Out from Market, but Leaf trades it back. Now looking to rescale back up into the site. Ball raised to swing through. Ivy will be good for one, but the plan can still be committed to.
I know exactly.
Safe angles. Some neural theft. Revealing these players' locations. Paranoia not really going to be getting the connection that they would have wanted, but they still have the overwhelm, and now it's just Baby Bay out from main. And Ivy has him through the smoke. A strong and necessary response round from NongShim. Get themselves up to 10.
Yeah, good read just from the outset. This is RB getting into the mind of his opponent there. They knew that finally maybe it's going to be a bit of a different approach towards that B main angle. That Prowler was all he needed. And immediately I see the breach starting to cheat over towards top mid. He even gets a kill up there. Gets killed up there, but it's all the right pieces in the right places.
This goes here.
And that's why they're able to weather that storm. Eventually get Ivy's ult to really seal the deal.
Let's play.
Tour de force. Baby Bait. Try to hold underneath that one way. Zombie again with an op. Really nice shot from him onto the ulting Jogamo. Flash deep doesn't confirm anything, but that's just because all of NongShim had tucked in. I mean, look at Exros here. He's chilling in spawn.
He's checking for that TP.
Yep.
Needs to make sure that Valorant is not going to be on that backstab angle. Meanwhile, jump peek around the corner. Tombi considering if he wants to overstay on that angle. Besides the back pedal, he cannot find the flick.
Let's go.
Another invested just to try to buy some time. Jogamo able to drop that off the box and points that after shock. And now the
सारे alt हुए हैं और वो आए नहीं हैं.
Manages to find the kill. A 4v4. Okay, expired. Health back to full. Leaf doesn't have that res.
No. I'd really like to see change of directions here unless Baby Bay finds a pick, but it's so risky. He's got a couple different angles that he has to worry about there.
Check from RP. Immediately going to be broken at alley. Push forward, going to be coming in and Valorant, able to win that fight. He finds the follow-up as well. Exros now dead. RP tagged low. Sets up the smoke, fakes the TP. The spike now going to be planted. He's scaling off of that one. Leaf with a double take. Sees what, and he's still going to be there and finishes the job. Ivy now having to do it all. Fadeaway shot, the clean up Valen, but nothing more to be found.
10-10
Blow
भाई
for
एक एक
blow,
निकाल
back
रहे हैं
and
दोनों
forth between these squads. G2
बड़े
tie
मजे
it
का
10 to
गेम हो
10.
रहा है
It's just the little things in the heat of the moment there. Just Valen just following right behind that Sky Flash. No fear in the IGL. Willing to lead from the front. I mean, Jogamo is probably kicking himself a bit. He had a moment. If he could have got that crosshair placed sooner, he had X-Ross dead to rights after the Nightfall.
The cost of that play is immense. The operator lost the Rolling Thunder, the From the Shadows, the Nightfall, all had been committed to no avail for NongShim.
That's true.
Only saving grace is that G2 not quite back into swinging their ults. This Leaf nearest by.
The concern is because G2 won the pistol, they'll be into their next cycle a little bit sooner, potentially. Look at
Baby Bay tagged.
Ooh, yeah, wow.
The heal can be there from Leaf. We'll get him right as rain, but armor will be lost.
That's still a lot of damage done. Jogamo has gotten up in the top mid, and Dombi thinking about it.
Smoke on the other side. Prowler going to be going in. They both sent towards X-Ross's direction, but Jogamo still trying to get this entry into Boba, slides forward, and Francis will be able to sit him down with that bandit. Eats a good amount of damage, though. Some regen armor behind it, still only at 30. Certainly not a cozy position for the breach. Spike again planted on B for G2. Warning shot from Baby Bay and a double scale into market.
No Leafs back here.
Now they have the full confirmation. Counter swing not going to be coming in, and Leaf just can't quite find that spray to connect. Should have maybe had Dombi dead to rights. Same time, Fastlane going to be situated. Ivy eliminated. And X-Ross having to do it all once again, this time in a 1v2.
2 versus 1.
The footsteps going to be heard, and Baby Bay takes the fight, takes his life.
Nice.
And G2 once again are now in the lead.
And now they're starting to work the map. They're getting a little bit more creative with the playbook.
दोनों टीमें बहुत
Having to look for that
कमाल
early
का खेल रहे हैं यार
mid-aggression and then using
एक
that
राउंड आगे
to
होता
set
है पीछे
themselves
से
up to
फिर
scale on the
ले ली
map.
जाती
Even
है
though Jog not able to get a kill, he's able to clear up, you know, all of that mid into
जैसे
market.
बराबर
You
होते
can
हैं
come in
फिर
from
एक
B
आगे
main
हो
then
जाता है
too, sets you up for that flank attack and gives you a nice post plant setup. Really smart play there
Time
right
out
at the end
आगे
of the
फिर
round
से
by Trent to
11-10 पे
not try to take that fight, to know that he has that op behind him. Tuck into the safety of the spike plant cubby. NongShim, they are in
निकाल लो
the
यार
danger
निकाल
zone.
लो
They
G2
need
निकाल लो यार
hit the timeout before they have to hit the eject button out of EWC. I mean, I think in general now, as G2, I like the big picture stuff where now they're starting to toy with the map. They're trying to explore different parts of the map. They're being much more cautious at the beginning of the rounds, looking for those, you know, crazy fast aggressive hits where NongShim maybe wanted to tee Dombi up. Especially without that op in play, that's something you really got to be thinking about as G2. Making sure that you're not going to fall for any of those little traps, but overall, I like what you're seeing. NongShim, the economy busted again. So, going to take a thrifty to not let this go to match point.
इसके बाद स्ट्रीम करनी है
Could just flash
हाँ
swing
इसके
out
बाद
here.
शायद स्ट्रीम करूं खाना मिल जाए मुझे थोड़ा सा अच्छा सा फिर उसके बाद
He's got an exit strategy.
चाय या कॉफी भी मिल जाए तो
So the team not so much. Slow orb up towards top mid. Downbeat and out. Try to scale. Slide into the corner. The Stinger will be able to find one as Valen peels back a kill. Francis out of the equation now. Paranoia chucked through, but it's going to be exchanged on both sides. Downbeat still widely stranded there at tiles. Now flushed out as Trent finds the kill, and Leaf will be able to get RB.
अर्जेंटीना वर्सेस इजिप्ट क्या हो रहा है
Ivy just not going to be fast enough nor accurate enough on the draw. Leaf's just X-Ross. A 1v4, but might as well call it a 1v5. The res is available as well. We'll be able to slide over to grab this gun. Can he put it to any use?
अच्छा
He's already had a pretty nasty clutch today. Maybe the young gun give us a little bit more fun.
Slower going
4
for him, though, on this
versus
fade.
1.
Flash doesn't give him confirmation, but that's more than enough there.
इजिप्ट ने गोल किया.
Making him have to think twice about
अच्छा.
trying to set foot on this site.
अर्जेंटीना ने गोल नहीं
Swing
रोका.
out, claims him. 12-10. Match point in the hands of G2. One
बैनस
round away
निकालेंगे
from sending
राउंड.
home the final Pacific representative from EWC 2026.
Yeah, and what a moment this would be for G2. It's been a bit of a struggle for them at the international events this year, and this is one of the teams that has given them grief 2 times. And to be able to now bounce back and get that potential 2-0 here, you're looking at that, you're 1 round away from it. How sweet that would feel, and it would get you into the playoffs of EWC 26 to boot.
Cover going up. And just a ton of ults to work with as well. Nothing able to be forced out of that previous round. The res, from the shadows, the seekers, all ready to go. Ivy, 1 away from having that neural depth online. Damby, 1 away from having that overdrive. Those will be critical for them in the next round if they can win this one out, if they can keep this going and try to push it into overtime. But for now, again, this stack at top mid, not going to be rewarded. It is just RB alone on the A side of the map.
Yeah, it's so important here that RB just doesn't give his life up for free. It's going to get identified by a seeker.
For the chase, and Natty going for that spray. Might have been able to find some connection on the trend, but he does not. Meanwhile, Trademark noting the flank, and Balin looking to try to hold things down. Prowler to the corner, the flash going to be connected down. Able to find the one, but Leave comes away with 2. The trade back is good. X-Ross keeps him in with a 3v3. The ult's now out of the equation. With the double fight forward. Baby Bay is able to find the enemy fade. X-Ross now dead. Ivy. So much weight being put on his shoulders. Stunned up. Hound down. No. Turns back. He's able to find Trent. Geronimo dead as RB from on high is able to find the kill. And Ivy will keep them in this. The map, the series, not yet G2. Still 1 away. The NongShim. One of their own from sending this into overtime.
Is that right as that stun was wearing off? That was crazy from Ivy. This right here looks like it might be their round. Ivy somehow, some way. I thought he was done after he gets hit by that relay bolt. G2, yeah, knows that they have the end of this series in their clutches. They need this timeout. They need the big brain from Josh RT.
1-1 हो जाएगा ना दोनों का.
The scariest thing for NongShim is that the timeout conversion from Josh RT has been strong.
Very good. Very, very good.
If he can give them a solid enough game plan to bring this to a conclusion, might just be curtains for NongShim RedForce. They have to play this to perfection.
Yes.
Still a couple of those ultimates online for G2. They still have plenty of money to go for the buy.
I think you're definitely gonna have Ivy's ult. Dambi died.
He's got the overdrive.
He has the overdrive. So you've got those 2 for sure. I think that's what's going to be real concerning. Those are 2 really impactful ults. So as G2, you're probably kicking yourself a bit that you squandered an opportunity. Otherwise, 1 away from X-Ross now as well. So this is a little bit dangerous.
G2, GTA.
I wouldn't be surprised if they try to maybe bait out a little bit utility here. See if they can trick NongShim into going for one of those aggressive hits that this time they're able to dodge. They're just able to kind of use the cape, keep the bull and the horns away from them.
A bit more defaulty here for G2.
This makes
expecting
sense.
a set exec here from NongShim to catch them off guard, but NongShim not really going to be falling into that trap. At least not yet.
No, they're being very patient at A. You can see the breach is up there. Follow up. And Jogamo really senses that. You see this all the time on this map with the breach, that they want to send out that util. That's great work from Jog.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew he hadn't scaled yet. They had that camera situated. We'll spot everything out, but avoids getting caught in the trap. From Balin. It's over outside of A lobby. RB jiggling the corner. Here's that jump peek. Paranoia. Now going to be sent through. Goes for a TP reposition. Still manages to plant his feet and find 1. The res
इतने बंदों के बीच में टीपी क्यों कर रहा है?
Right back into it as the overdrive, able to find an immense amount of damage on the jaw, but the heal is available as well. Leaf just keeping them right in this mix. The jump through the paranoia, now to fly. Francis holding it down for the first as Jogama will get taken out. X-Ross finding Leaf, and the time, it's getting away from them. Valorant able to find the one, but the trade is going to be through. 8 seconds now remaining on the clock.
गया.
Comes away with a 3K, and NongShim are not done yet. 12-12. They take this into OT.
It just takes so long. Again, this new comp that NongShim brings to the table has so much stall, so much delay in it. And even though they get that res, Dombi's able to use his ult to continue to hold them at bay. And at that point, NongShim is able to continue to slowly rotate over because there's just no room for G2. They're smothered. They go over to this defender side once again. Slightly better on this half of the map. Last cannon. It's the op for Baby Bay. I think I'd be basically perma-running that with how well it went. Just gotta hold the line here as G2 again. You had an opportunity, but you weren't able to get those last two. Now you've got to do it in OT.
Line में जा रहे हैं, check करो.
All reset. Phantoms across the board for NongShim.
G2 are trying to fight against the script here. Stop this from going to that third and final map. Baby Bay, a bold push. Manages to find that kill, tries to make his exit, but will be spotted. RB just too fast to scale towards backside. Operator down on the floor. Spike now. The plant committed to the slide in. RB, he's playing anti-flash. He ends up getting caught off guard. But Ivy, he finds Trent. A bloodbath here. So it's now a 2v2.
2 versus 2, 2 versus 1.
The box there at Boba. Finds X-Ross, and Francis now has to do it all. The double approach.
Nice.
Down
1
into
versus 1.
1v1. The right of the wall. With a shutdown from Francis. He gets the clutch. And NongShim now get themselves to map point.
Huge work from Francis. Individual brilliance on display. Baby Bay, his rendezvous, put him right behind that box where we just see RB get killed there. You know, Jog trying to break out, but there's a crossfire set up, so sure, he gets one.
I love that attempt from Leaf as well. It's so cheeky, but
it is.
It's a little bit too fast on the adjustment is Francis.
Read it nicely.
Operator again in hand for Baby Bay. Needing to win these next 3 rounds. But Dami, he's already in on top of Alan, setting up that fast lane, and he's finding a second. Jogamo eliminated. Dami's tearing them apart. Gets the third. Trent
2 versus 4.
seized in position, locked in mid.
Seen some crazy rounds.
सही pressure डाल के मारा है.
Insane to see Trent and Baby Bay get the 2v4 here. Baby Bay up at the ready, knows that someone very well could be behind him. He's correct. But for now, X-Ross just gonna hold the line. They know they have the map, the time to work with. Here we go, Francis.
Could just be it here. The peek in and Baby Bay. He sends the shot into the floor. The swing of the corner. Trent can't quite finish him off. 14-12. NongShim trading blows, trading map wins against G2. They persevere and they push this all the way into a third and final map for the final slot of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this comp change, it got the job done. It certainly was not easy. G2 still very good on this map, but NongShim showing that they still have a lot of that memory from when they used to run this comp. That muscle memory of being able to play it, using that breach really effectively to keep the opponents off balance, setting up those combos for Danby to get him accelerated.
Well, the final map of Haven will decide it all. NongShim RedForce holding on by a thread, and now comes down to a best of 1 to see who gets that final slot of the playoffs. But for now, let's send it back over the desk to break down all of the wild action from Sunset.
Achilleo saying by a thread, but now they have a brand new spool to work with, and it's called Haven. It's 1-1 after NongShim RedForce stave off elimination multiple rounds in a row, and some heroics by Danby in that final round get them over the line. And now we go to that decisive map number 3 for that final slot in the playoffs at EWC 2026.
We knew that this was going to be to the third map, right? One way or another. It's crazy. Yeah, so
I would say not many of us here on the desk knew.
I'd say 1 out of 3 of us knew. If anything, I'd said I was believing and believe I did. You doubted the breach. You were wrong once again. The muscle memory came.
I will leave if you tell me that they won because of the breach.
I think it's a fifth of why they won. It's one of the 5
It's a
agents.
fifth of
That's disgusting.
You're so
That's
full of it.
disgusting.
You're so
That's
full
bad.
of it.
That's
There was
bad.
so many occasions, literally watch it back, where they're trying to push off Baby or whomever from an angle, and he's like, yeah, cool, I'm out. And then the next move that NongShim does, literally straight into Baby Bake's crosshair.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Look, even when a win is in OT like this, the execution is never going to be perfect, but it's good enough because it gets them the rounds. That's the most important thing. For me, it's less about the breach in itself, and it's less about denying Baby Bang, because I agree with you. They didn't manage to execute that as consistently as I would have liked. For me, it's more about enabling Dambi. They're playing the compositions back from 2024 when Dambi was, in my mind, arguably the best player to not be in that tier 1 franchising. He had all the support he needed. You see him begin to pop. Can you look happier in your face, please? Because we have him up 3.
I really don't like when someone tells me that I should smile more.
That's not what he said.
No. It was a reference.
He said happier in the face.
No. I'm making the faces because honestly, I think it is a steal that Leaf did not win this map. I do not know what else he could have done to turn this into G2's favor.
Yeah, very much so. I thought he was brilliant. I really feel like he stepped up on the stage, even from when we saw it last. So I am a little bit sad for him. I mean, I was as shocked as anybody, to be honest. If I'm being real, that NongShim were able to get this done. It really did look like the flow of the game was against them. But when their backs were against the wall, they really did not want to get sent home. In this map, they came alive at the end, especially Dambi.
Yeah, but to me, it's about the individuals, not so much about the composition, but actually to keep composure. So many of these rounds were incredibly chaotic, but it is Dambi with that aggression. Everybody else following up. Just when we see this replays, just look at the minimap and look at the positions that the people from the players from from NongShim are having on the map. Definitely is a different approach, and is one that is more balls, is more in your face. It's not only Dambi, it's the rest of them also following up.
Yeah, I mean, this second half is where I like it better. This play where they send Dambi all the way deep down mid towards the spawn with the ult. I've seen that play so many times before from them years ago. They're truly reviving their old stuff, recapturing that original magic that made NongShim, then Sin Prisa Gaming, so special. I feel nostalgic watching this. It's bubbling up inside me at just how fantastic this team is, and they've done everything they need to do to push it to Haven. Now remember, Haven is a different map from what we had last time. G2 pivoted the veto away from Split and towards Haven, so I'm more curious why they think that's going to be better and what they have cooked up there.
Yeah, I think we have to start asking questions of this G2 roster now. Yet again, we're just a couple rounds away to closing this one out. And it's that flip back on over to the duelist for Giacomo. He was on the KO, on Breeze, and he did not have a great game here in that last map. It was pretty tough for both him and Baby Bay. Trent leading the line for that G2 squad. But it's not only just the performance now. Are those Phantoms coming back on up in the international space? That is what they're going to need to go ahead and quell, have that conversation with their sports coach in the back and figure it out as we send this one over to a short break. When we come back, we set the stage for our final group map. Let's see you after the short break. See ya.
शॉर्ट ब्रेक आ गई है जी शॉर्ट ब्रेक
안녕하세요. 농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀입니다. 오늘 유언 목소리 나오는 거 한 맞춰보는 컨텐츠를 해볼 건데 한번 맞춰보겠습니다.
Wait, I have a rock in my shoe.
누구세요?
나 알 것 같아.
누구세요?
오케이.
뭐야?
뭐야, 다 달라? 킬조이지. 야, 뭐야, 5명 다 달라. 레이즈인데? 레이즈 아니야?
너 뭐야?
킬조이.
클로브 같은데?
우와.
이걸 몰라?
이게 클로브라고?
오케이, JJ야.
Oh, there's only 5 of them? Kjedelig.
오케이. 난 준비됐어. 이건 거 같은데? 난 모르겠는데. 나도 모르겠는데.
कल तक हो जाएगा डाउनलोड आप भी ले लो शॉर्ट
아니
ब्रेक
그 5 of them 있잖아 5 of them
2 मिनट की क्या शॉर्ट ब्रेक लूंगा
아니 나 되도록 하면서 저런 말을 들어본 적이 없어
한국어밖에 안 되는데 어떻게
대사 말고
알겠어
그냥
이거.
목소리만 맞추는 것 같은데.
아 목소리도 못 맞추겠어
어깨가 너무 위험해.
मैं तो लेटना चाह रहा हूँ कल भी मैं 3 घंटे सोया हूँ फिर सुबह 7 बजे उठ के ऑफिस गया हूँ ऑफिस से आया हूँ और फिर बैठा हूँ अभी आज भी लेट ही सोऊंगा ऐसा लग रहा है कल छुट्टी है ना कल और थोड़े काम है बाइक के लिए जाना है ना कल कल बाइक के लिए जाना है और वो कूलर का भी पता करना है वो भी है ये अभी ख़त्म ही नहीं हुई ना यार मैच लंबा हो गया है 1 मिनट बाद अभी फिर शुरू हो जाएगा बेस्ट ऑफ 3 है ना एक एक दोनों जीत गए हैं अब उसके बाद जो है अब इसके बाद जो विन करेगा फिर वो आगे निकल जाएगा अब देखते हैं कौन विन करता है अभी तो ये 20 सेकंड बाद मैच शुरू होगा और मैच अगर तो 1-1 करते करते इसी तरह 12-13-14 राउंड गए तो फिर तो लंबा होगा और अगर तो एक ही टीम ने पुश मारा तो फिर आधे घंटे तक ख़त्म हो जाएगा मैक्स 10:30 तक ही हाँ नहीं पूरा देखना ज़रूरी नहीं है 2 ही स्ट्रीमर हैं हम पाकिस्तान से एक बंद करके चली गई है एक मैच मुका के और मैं ही देख रहा हूँ खाली उसने कल भी एक ही मैच देखा था आज भी एक ही देखा है एक ही लाइव की है दिया सिटी क्या खिलाओगे यार उमर फिर आगे करते हैं यार मुझे याद ही नहीं था कि हम पीछे से देख रहे हैं क्योंकि मैं लेट आया था आज वो इंट्रो वगैरह
Is
खत्म कर दिया
so exciting for me. I can't wait to see this. A double duel is coming out from G2 where Baby Bay is on that jet. This is so classic.
to be
This
Leaf.
is so,
We said
so
it about him on the
classic.
stage just now on Sunset.
You
If
guys
I think
know
of
that
Summon
this
Power,
match
it
is
to
so
him. Yeah, that's what it
fantastic.
is.
One thing that I'm excited
Yeah,
for
we
here
ऐसे
is
शुरू
that
कर
in
दूं
the
फिर।
interview, Babybay said that Juggermo's Phoenix was so powerful. That's why they wanted to do that KO. So I can't wait to see what he has in store.
In front of all their opponents, potentially in playoffs, 100 Thieves, BBL, Vitality, NRG, Gentlemates, Team Heretics, and MIBR.LOS. Which team will join them?
तो मैं थक
G2
गया
and
हूँ भाई।
NongShim for the final time. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
A final map 3 once again between these squads. Every single time that they have met, it has gone the distance, and this is no exception.
हाँ ना मैं
A
पीछे से
tough,
देख रहा मुझे भी याद
difficult,
नहीं।
and arduous journey through Sunset to get to this very haven, and now
अभी
we
लाइव
get
हूँ
a
अभी
treat.
सही
It's
लाइव।
Babybay back on jet. but the
एक्चुअल में हम
first to
साथ पहुंच
fall.
जाते हैं ना।
Francis will
अभी
be
ये एक्चुअल
able to
चल
find
रहा
him,
है।
start things off. Battering the damage across onto the Sova and Phoenix of NongShim RedForce, but still in control. Slow creep up in this double join available on the A site for G2.
Yeah, I mean, this is
हाँ
an
ना।
interesting idea from G2.
धक्का मुक्के वाला काम करें और खत्म
Gets
करें
tagged up
बस।
heavy and gets finished off. Donby can't get more. Jogamo good for 2 though.
Still.
ये G2 वाले पहले राउंड में सही मंड के किल निकालते हैं। अच्छा
Forwards come in. Camera
इकट्ठे एक बंदा दो ले जाता है, तीन ले जाता
may
है।
have done because already
बाद में
G2 they're
प्रोग्राम
rotating
से
the
लड़
match.
जाता है।
Camera to try to check the swing in, and Ivy, what a fadeaway casual
Oh.
shot as he even finds the damage on to Val and puts him at 31.
Yes,
Positions out, no.
last.
Dogmo gonna have to try to deliver, but he's caught dropping down off the step. Now just Fallon. There's NongShim. Well
NongShim.
slated to take this opening pistol.
Should definitely be there, as you would
1v3
think. Fallon gonna try to keep himself hidden. Has the paranoia,
Sniper ko
but
maar,
he's
maar,
gonna
maar.
try to shoulder check.
Nice.
Does take down Ivy. Doing 1v2 now.
First of many, but it's going to have to be clean. Any shot from these
Oi,
sheriffs
oi,
will have him
oi,
dead. It's
oi.
going to be a headshot from X-Ross to secure it. So 1-0 start for NongShim.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have some concerns here for G2, but I mean, yes, this was a map that mates were able to best NongShim on. It was close, 13-10. RB had a real tough go of it. Last
पूरा
outing.
वेंडर मिल रही है यार मेरे स्टोर में
Take
अभी
down
पूरा
Jogamo
वेंडर।
while he's trying to come down the stairs, but I mean,
यार
trying to
मैप ही
think,
हेवन है।
you know, these are mere comps.
इसमें तो लंबा
And
जाएगा
G2
100%।
trying to match NongShim's freak, man.
ना
That
करो।
ain't easy.
Outside of the neon, of course. Jogamo wanted to try to
ऐसी
grab the
बातें ना
orb.
करो यार।
Battle charge built up. It's going to be two
मैं मेल
away.
चेक करूँगी मुझे
from having to run it back online.
एक्सेस मिला है या नहीं।
Meanwhile, Ivy continuing to just inch his way forward into these empty sites.
अभी तक तो कोई मेल
Not
नहीं
really
है।
finding any opposition. Meanwhile, Valen is going to be counter-sprayed down. Another elimination going over to NongShim as they look to make this as clean of a 2-0 as they possibly can. And there's the backstab. Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
Why not?
Just do one like that. Sure, why not? Don't give him a chance.
I love that Ivy there also just able to free scale through B and just keeps holding W. Eventually gets the backstab onto
देखते
the
हैं
site.
ना।
Clean stuff for NongShim here.
मिले था अपना
An
यार।
early attempt to try to sneak an orb into Jogamo's hands. Doesn't really work out. Here's Ivy. All said and done, that is a massive anti-eco for NongShim. Gonna be sitting pretty with the cash. Ivy's gonna buy up into this round though. We'll go for that Phantom. Donby already caught by that trip and just smothered by Babybay.
King reveal able to find that kill. Ivy trying to push this timing. Will flash from his teammate though. He'll slow his roll. TP into back of sight and RB able to get the jump on Babybay. Weapon can be collected. Some damage suffered here. RB down at 54, but Plant now in play. NongShim, okay, they're just going to be setting X-Ross out there very aggressively. As many advantages they could possibly get, and that's going to be Trent down so very low on health. Back around towards the defender spawn, nothing more to be seen. Snaps back over onto the site.
They found my wire.
Tripwire to be cleared out. Ivy tucking back. The flash going to be connecting in RB, not holding down M1, not able to find a damn thing. Wow. As it is a very swift and clean retake from G2. Brent surviving, 4 players stay alive. G2 will get themselves on the board in round 3.
It felt like for a moment this was going to be a bonus converted from NongShim. Able to get into a post plant pretty quickly, use that run it back to buy a little bit more time. But NongShim's retake, clean, extremely clean. A good flash on the entry to allow those players coming from back alley to really just walk through with safety. As the player holding tight against the smoke, I think it was RB, not able to really do anything.
That's full flash connection. Didn't think to just spray and pray with a stinger.
Yeah, and then there was a nice recon dart from Trent there as well that set up some of those kills at the back of site. So really, really nicely coordinated. And that was a huge sigh of relief for G2. They come through holding 4 guns at the end of that even. So all 4 players on that retake survive. That is
4 guns, and also Exros committed the ult.
Right. It's phenomenal stuff. Now Jog's got his ult, so you can play a little bit more for retake.
Jog's somehow not clearing out this trip. Oh, I don't think they've seen each other.
He knows about the
Yep,
trip.
slow खेलेंगे यार.
Thinking that out. Calling for Francis. Be able to disrupt that, but Jogama wise to this. Seen what Ivy's been getting away with, so has to keep this angle covered. You also have Baby Bay quite far forward. There's the fight. Jogama able to come out on top. Has the tools to heal himself back up, but it looks like they still want to try to play forward into B.
Just use the ult.
G2 निकाल लेगा.
That's why he's backpedaling away. Give up a little bit of this space, and now immediately investing the ult, trying to go for this pop. Flash going to be connecting through. He's unable to find anything. Can they keep him safe? He's been spotted. As Downbeat gets himself a second. Trent going to be eliminated as well. Push forward, Leaf. Immediately dead. Dispatched in G2. Not going to be finding an easy way back into this round. The plant even shifted away from potential sightlines for Baby Bay. And with Valen falling, Baby Bay now has to do it all. Thrown the check out in towards mid. Will not be able to spot him. Tuck in behind the box. Opportunity to try to split these fights, but on the push, they will have him dead. Francis just dialed in on the angle, finds the kill immediately, and that's 3-1 to start for NongShim.
And this is one that, as good as G2's previous retake was, this one just not able to really ever get any momentum behind it because they don't cover the respawn point for Jogamo there. Trent's a little late. Not sure if some util backed him off there. I mean, they committed so much to Jog. I thought that was great. I mean, they're like relay bolt, flash, beautiful. You absorb that as a run it back. You're very happy about it. But then there just wasn't any extra layers behind it that you're kind of used to seeing from G2. So that means timeout time. Josh getting in there quick to try to rally the G2 boys who are certainly scared right now in a way because you came through, you had 2 rounds to go on Sunset to be able to send yourself into the playoffs. You lose 4 in a row. Now you're here on Haven. And you're making a little bit of a comp switch. So far, it's been not working out.
I mean, you have to imagine the pressure for both of these teams. For NongShim, going from lifting a trophy to not being able to make it to the second Masters of the year, have this opportunity, manage to get the qualifier, and have to go through G2 twice as the last remaining representative. G2 ever present at these events, always make that appearance, but have never been able to lift the trophy themselves, and once again are facing potential early elimination.
Guys,
just like they did over at London.
I
think that's well put. It's really tough. Trip already gone. Leave.
Do they assess this?
Well,
a couple shots in his direction, but so far going to be unspotted. Pushing forward. Does manage to get the barrel stuff there onto RB, but the overwhelm is there from NongShim. Pop of the Blade Storm, Dambi. Going to be feeling pretty decent about his odds in this fight as Baby Bay.
Nice.
Tailwinds over to the side. The plant to come in. Exros 1 charge away from that next run it back. Hello. On candid camera. Baby Bay going to be having, a little wry smile on his face as Francis just dances around him. Catches him with that shorty.
Well, this is going from bad to worse. There's going to be a lot of ults on NongShim's hands. What to consider. Dombi and X-Ross on the point. Francis there, a little bit of style at the end. You have that
Nice
operator
job.
finally into Baby Bay's hands. Trent still yet to find a kill. So far, very tricky for G2. That explosive, aggressive play still working really nicely for NongShim. So Baby Bay,
तो
go
ये
for
भी
a timing
नॉनशम
here.
जीत जाएगा
Watch against
राउंड
the
कोई
wall.
भी
Shock Dart not going to be finding the damage, but there's a
Okay.
slide in, and there's Dambi. Claiming him once again. Hunter's Fury now going to be lit up here from Francis. Trying to stop, prevent any potential flood retake, but no one nearby enough for G2. Who are already going to be scratching their heads. Unless they can find something like that. I'm going to say they might have to end up going for a massive save. Jogamo watching his back for now. And does have
Oh,
Ivy
good
dead, and
back.
suddenly they might just be right back into this one as the curveball will connect onto Dambi. Lining him up, the Paranoia now going to be sent it as well, but the overdrive gets popped. Swings around towards back sight, finds Valen, looks for a little bit more. He's taking them all so very
क्या
low
बात
as
है
Dambi
यार।
collects the third and has Leaf boxed in. Is trying to find that fourth, and he
ओए।
shall. Zaps him to
क्या
death
बात है यार
as NongShim maintain control, now up 5-1.
He's so good at that ult. It's the way that he takes his time with it. In fact, you think most players, you know, when they're sending the overdrive, it's just kind of a run and gun situation, but watch the way he dips in and out. He uses that cover to get a kill. It's a little bit, he kind of isolates one, then scoots back.
हाँ गन राउंड पे गया
Goes for the other as he's going across, gets them both to half, and come back through. It's so well played by him. One of those things that makes him the best. Oh,
Okay.
man.
Bebe able to stay alive, grabs that orb, and now does have the knives online. He needs to deliver with these.
Yeah, he has to go huge here.
But they've spotted him, they've given up some space, and now it's going to be a quick pivot over onto the B side. Relay bolt up in on this A connector angle.
खुद फ्लैश करके
Half
अंदर
of the plant,
गया
the scale forward from X-Ross, the up and over, but there's just too many targets. Jogamo now on this approach will be able to find one. A gun can be collected. What use can he put it to?
He jumped over the trip of Ivy there.
Bones got him spotted.
Oh,
Okay, Dambi not able to find that kill. Jogamo down low, but before he can get the molly out, will be found. The spray from Francis cleans him up, and Leaf, while he will be able to get the
इसी तरह
headshot
जाए
to the
तो
core,
खत्म हो जाएगा
can't
अभी
kill RB. He falls to the wayside, and NongShim are looking electric. They're looking damn near perfect so far on this map.
Yeah, it's just quick reads from them. You know, if they feel confident to go C, they've got great post-plant protocols there. They do a wonderful job taking that space here in this round. They go for that quick A check. They know the Bladestorm's over there. They don't want to challenge it initially. So it's a quick pivot over towards B. It's that fast decision-making that they can employ. Obviously, having a Neon makes it even easier. Trent. Actually, Dombi completely avoids that shock. Trying to
जीत
take the
जाना
fight.
चाहिए यार इनको
Oh, that is a dink, and that is the spray down. Francis is able to find Jaw.
Through the wall?
Yeah, he had a moment, a brief opportunity to try to tuck back, but Francis, weren't counting on him to be able to find that wall bang through window.
ओए
Big, nice little walkabout, though, will be rewarded with a kill. Let's eat some damage in kind.
Trying to fake that he went doors.
On the swing, RB. They will be able to find him. It's a risky play. Can't really blame Baby Bay for trying to go for it. He gets the kill. It looks brilliant. It gets the team into an advantageous position, but NongShim are just looking far too ready.
And now they're going to try to sell a fake over here with Francis. Maybe could throw the drone here. Keep these two players of G2 locked over on A while everybody else goes over to the other side. Now there is
Camera angle, though, so
Yes.
Leaf will be able to get the earlier spot out onto this.
Look, it's paused Trent for a moment.
साइड खाली है आ जाओ अंदर कोई
Camera
नहीं
now cleared the fast lane in. TP forward. It's a trip as well. It's going to be taken out, but Leaf trying to find that elimination. He does an immense amount of damage. Emmy and RB both tagged up to all hell. Recon over the top, and that's going to be him. Dead as Dambi's looking for that second, but he cannot find it. Valen will draw the Vandal fast enough, gets the punish, but still a player disadvantage.
2 versus
Be
3.
around the corner, the paranoia sent flying. Scale 4 now going to be coming in, but X-Ross there, waiting behind the box, finds the kill. Valen boxed in and tagged down. Francis on the flank. Cleans it
यही
up.
momentum
It's
रखे
now
ना.
7-1. G2. They're in dire straits and they desperately need some assistance.
The way that NongShim's able to parry
जबरदस्त.
these thrusts from G2, really, really good.
अच्छा
RB
निकाल रहे हैं.
kind of gets a sixth sense of that. And they're just so smart right now. Every twist and turn, G2 is beat to the punch. And again, that selling that little extra fake, keeping Trent on the other side of the map means that he's late and they could scale forward and punish him when he goes for the recon dart. All those little things that NongShim does there just stack the odds in their favor. Dombi once again on the outlaw.
Violent drop down.
Oh boy.
Here on this angle. Do they check his corner? Yeah, they do.
Oy.
Has the short. He drops that relay bolt, slides across, and now slides in. He wants that punish. He cannot find it. Volley down to the sewer. We'll just hold him at bay for now. G2 still have 4 players on this side of the map. Meanwhile, Francis again trying to
drum up attention.
Yeah. Make them think. We're just walking up through the cages here.
Did pull Trent. Got that. You get one. They have to respect it, dude. G2.
Is this enough numbers? Flash onto Baby Bay just a bit on that connection. Meanwhile, Leaf is going to be taken down. Trent will be able to find one, getting himself on the board at long last as Valen cleans it up. Guardian in hand. Joggable able to find one before getting denied off the ult. He's
random.
a decent winnable position here. Stamby, so much work to do. Sliding in. The shorty in hand. He cleans up Trent. But Valen able to find the one. The slide in. And Stamby takes it to him. And every time it feels like G2 have caught a break. Oh, they just catch another right hook to the jaw.
It's, what do you do? I mean, what do you do? You're playing the round pretty well. Even a wry smile on Valen's face. He knows it. They outthought him this round. They got the right pieces in the right places. They were able to use that run it back very effectively. And then there's this. What can you do?
That's a familiar sensation, I suppose, at this point.
I mean, what? Yeah.
1-8.
Look, at a lot of players have run into that and been on the same result there, Valen. It's tough to go against Dombi when he's doing Dombi things.
I mean, the way that he's been operating, sure, it's not been quite as shotgun abusing, but it otherwise does feel like he's starting to re-hit that stride that we were seeing from him at Santiago.
I mean, it's the crazy thing about him is he used the shotguns because he could and because it
was broken.
Yes, exactly. But he's always been really good with the rifles. I mean, what the extra layer he's adding now is that he's picking up sniper rifles more often for the team, giving them kind of different approaches to some of the mid to late rounds where they can slow it down if they need to, where they don't have to just be this one-dimensional, go, hit the Jets squad. But when he does that, that's kind of when he's at his best. So just so scary, man. He's so accurate with those phantoms off of the slides. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, no clear of the trips off that shot. Recon will go out. Hunter's Fury over towards Platt, trying to displace Leaf. It's going to be X-Ross instead with him. Rightful able to do so, but Jogamo immediately rushing forward. Gets the kill onto RB.
Spike.
G2 looking very well poised to close this out. But Baby Bay, okay, whips the shot, but it might not matter. X-Ross dead. It's a 2v4. The Spike absolutely stranded. Hoken brought here. Ivy eventually going to be rewarded with that, but Valen's position, I don't think it's ready here for the moment. So on the scale forward, Valen will have him dead. A second round win going to be found, but it
निकाल गया G2. ये जो टाइम आउट आता है ना इसमें सारी गेम चेंज होती है.
G2 have to build momentum. They have to secure these last few rounds.
The crazy thing is this half is actually kind of still recoverable for G2. This is Haven. It can be attacker-sided. So if you can get a couple more to go here, if you can get to 4, I still have hope. I still have belief. 9-3 is tough, but 4 is maybe doable. Maybe give us another OT or a very close 13-11.
You have a boon. The Hunter's Fury committed. So
Yes.
don't have to worry about that one. This Baby Bait still with the op in hand, looking for a peek over towards A. This is cheeky smoke set up, but unable to find it there as Hunter's Fury going to be lit up, and that's a massive tag, and
Nice.
Extras dead. And the final burst as well. Connecting on to Francis. Perhaps it was Ivy. Either way, both of them had gotten hit.
It's effective.
Huge amount of value.
4 hits out of that Hunter's Fury. 2 that landed on Exros, 1 on Francis, 1 on Ivy.
It's been a rough go of it here for Trent, but he just doubled up his kills and might have just secured them the round win off the damage alone. Don't have to worry about that run it back coming through. Get into the updraft. Baby Bay playing in an unorthodox position. Now going to be noted. Trying to drop down, but Delby again. We'll find 2, but Trent now coming alive. Finds a third. Can't find much more than that, but he's done so much damage to try to set up for Leaf. Weapons can be recovered. Be able to grab one over the top here of Sewer. Spike still has to be recovered. The drop down. Francis is going to be eating that damage. Broken ankles. 120 health between them. The swing though, and Francis so very ready for it. 9-2. No chance to build the momentum. No chance to snowball to recover this. 3-9 is the best that G2 can hope for.
In the middle of the round, when you feel like, yeah, again, it's another one of those rounds like we saw earlier where G2 has a chance. They've given themselves a great opportunity, and then I'm like, yeah, but Danby has his overdrive. Like, I'm in the back of my mind, I'm just like, oh.
And it's just one of those things. If you don't kill him instantly, if Baby doesn't hit that shot, Danby gets to just let hell run loose.
Yep.
For a pacey hit potentially here onto the B side. The running back going to be committed, but will get broken early. Baby able to find him. Fast lane set up, and it looks like for now, NongShim just going to settle for this plant. It's at a default and Val and on the prowl here. In the back line, strikes. Ivy dead, but Francis quick turns. Cleans up that elimination. Keeps it into a 4v4. RB now TP up top side. Leaf eliminated. Danby able to find Jogamo. RB from this position, not really even needing to get involved quite just yet, but now he will. Peeks out, Trent's gone. Baby Bay blinded up, flushed out, and absolutely demolished. 10-2. NongShim RedForce are absolutely running away with this third and final map.
This is such a beautiful TP from RB because the G2 players have to respect it, and that allows the other players from NongShim start scaling around the box on B site, doing damage. I mean, it was a weak buy for G2 there. Started off like maybe there was going to be hope. Jog had a great 2K. And almost on the pistol. A flawless anti-eco for NongShim. G2 does deny the bonus conversion, but otherwise it's a lot of NongShim in a lot of these rounds, and it's a lot of Danby. He was outrageously good. This guy on Neon is a treat. Generational. Look at this. This is one of my favorites. Just love the way he plays this.
I mean, it's very much in the eye of the beholder. A treat for some, an absolute demon for others. Right now, G2 gotta be having, you know, just flashbacks to Santiago.
Right.
To the absolute destruction that NongShim are capable of.
You got to be having maybe second thoughts about going here instead of split again. That was a sick Hunter's Fury. I will say that.
It's a good volley there from Trent, but unfortunately just the arrival, it feels like it's far too late. He can start putting up more rounds like that from the offset here. From the pistol. Claim that. Perhaps G2 can get a run like this going.
Maybe. But man, with the way NongShim was able to take so many of those disadvantageous rounds and turn them on their heads during that half, it's brutal. Brutal for G2. You can see that still a little bit of hope there, but was dashed.
It's been a cacophony of different emotions for G2. The rounds that they got, they felt decent. They felt, you know,
yeah,
concise.
And they had at least 3 rounds in there where I thought, okay, they should have this. And then they just got outplayed. The individual performances of NongShim shine. That's a tag on the Trent here and a must-win pistol for G2.
Yeah.
Not the way you want to start it. Valen even gets a little bit
Santiago.
of a scrape.
IB.
ये लोग मास्टर सेंटियागो
Find a
जीते
kill
हैं.
as well. It's Jogamo now dead.
जीते थे
Allen
MVP.
backpedaling, sending out that paranoia.
यही बना था
Francis
न्यू
trying to play
उनके
off the
साथ.
reveal.
Nice.
Will get overwhelmed. Valen able to run him down. The spike still, however, going to be in transit. And okay, the camera does manage
मुझे
to get this
लगता मैं
tag.
पनौती
Been able
हूँ.
to slip that net. Oh, he
क्यों
could have
ऐसा क्यों
absolutely
लगता है?
destroyed them. The chance, an opportunity. Stabby dead. He has that kill. X-Ross now arriving on the scene. RB not too far behind. But given the investments, just not a lot of util to try to work with here. X-Ross, one more curveball. Works his way up, but it's a high-low setup down below.
Well,
shots flying his way. Looking for that on the peak, but G2 will have their targets. Well selected, well aimed. They take the pistol. Absolutely necessary to get back into this game.
Yes, and they look pretty efficient in doing it. Meanwhile, NongShim on this defender side looks like they're kind of a little bit disconnected. This is a lot of isolated play that you're going to be seeing. Kind of players trying to take risks, take moments with those sheriffs. That, you know, Ivy does get a kill, sure, but
दोनों AG भी हार गए और अब G2 भी.
That's where the round just starts to crumble. G2 can beat you in that team game.
I mean, Francis dead in that moment means that they can retoggle the camera, check in mid.
आज वाले सारे मैच बड़े अच्छे गए हैं यार.
He's going to be trying for it again. The camera this time is
hard
not going to be
matches
situated. Tripwire on that A lobby side.
I mean, if G2 just kind of stays confident, but that smoke is so worrying because a lot of teams will just stack 4 players in a smoke like that. Baby Bay's going to go check it.
Leaf immediately taken down by the bandit.
That means all that Cypher util on your flanks is gone.
It's going to have to be on a swivel. Cut out over the top. Big Bay
nice.
Spot out Francis. Takes him down with a hip fire. He's going to be looking for the second. Gets it. Ivy gone. Trent will take RB, but not before Jogamo ends up falling. So still damage dealt.
3 versus 2.
Is found. And now Tambi cleans up a kill on Valen as well. This is already a catastrophic amount of deaths for G2. Trying to just play this one out, trying to get the Santiago going, but
अभी भी निकल जाएगा.
now suddenly they are very much at risk of losing this round. Not committing the drop down. It's going to be a bit of a 3-2-1. The relay bolt gets the stun. They're able to find the one, but Trent will narrowly persevere. But at such significant costs. G2 make it up to 4.
I mean, you've just
a Guardian.
Yeah, you've just set yourself back so far for converting this almost must-need bonus coming into this next round. And off the rip there, Domby tucks himself in to that corner. I mean, Baby Bay point blank with the Marshall, sure. But they did take so much damage along the way. And Domby up to 20 on the scoreboard now.
The full buy, a full force into this. Still, though, a Spectre in hand for Valen.
Oh, you gotta as G2. It makes a ton of sense. You can win this round. You're going to knock their economy back and start the cycle, hopefully. X-Ross, a lot of pressure coming his way. He does have some help with Ivy.
Clear the recon, the updraft, able to get the spot on Ivy. He's going to go scaling forward, gets flashed up, and will get taken down, but X-Ross is able to find one. Leaf, however, shuts down the enemy Phoenix.
4 versus 3.
Damage suffered here by Jogamo as that smoke is going to fall. He's out into the open. Gabby takes his head off, considering the slide. Shift over to the side, and Baby Bay's got him covered. Clean kills. As RB will get forced away, but G2 should have this round in hand. Armory by force there onto Trent. He'll just take the opportunity to still be breathing. Further damage found. The spam should come in, and there you have it. Clean it up, G2. They managed to make it to the halfway mark. Bonus is converted. And after the heavy investments, that is necessary. They still have 5 more to go.
This almost goes really badly, but because Baby Bay's so close to the front of the box. When X.ROS sends a flash over, he doesn't get hit by it at all. He's able to bail out the players behind him that X.ROS is trying to swing on. That really saves the round there for G2. Nice little individual moment I want to point out from BabyBay. But really a nice collective effort there for G2. Send out a deep smoke, deep dart. They're really trying to make it look like they're going to go A again against the Eco. This time, NongShim had already kind of thought the same thing. They're just going to keep scaling forward off that drone. There will be that trip there that BabyBay going to be guarding.
Trying to get the adjustment. Won't be able to find the second kill, but does get a ton of damage. RB worked down to 20, tucked into the corner. Now G2 widely getting forced away, but Tripwire will further intercept. X.ROS pinned to the corner, will be found. All the cheeky little attempts here from NongShim widely getting dispatched. G2 get cool, calm, and collected for now.
Juggling the gun off the map. Don't want to let them pick that one up. Smart stuff from G2. Now NongShim just kind of spreads out a little bit. RB with only 20 out there.
35 seconds remaining. Let's start making a go of this. Ivy and Francis.
Should be okay.
Very nearby. Smoke over to the side. Recon has to be cleared. Third ball turned away from Francis. Instantaneous with that headshot. Now the spike on the floor.
I think G2 come back.
Another three.
यही लग रहा है मुझे.
15 seconds remaining. The reveal is there. And Francis
निकाल गए
gets the thrifty. Unbelievable.
That is outrageous. They know he's there. They get the confirm off the clear of the recon.
Holy
and Francis just denies him. G2, you felt like maybe they were going to build some momentum. Francis just says no. Forget it.
Awesome.
Freaking believable.
That's just astounding from him.
हाँ ना.
17, 7, and 5. Chasing the heels of Downby now.
चलो मैं टाइम पे आ गया मैंने देख
There's
लिया.
BabyBay. Top of the Blade Storm, jogger mode just with that stinger. A quick reposition. And an abandon of a lobby, but a very good kill to be found for Leaf.
It's another early advantage for G2.
Well, the op knows that that's in play. As Cage going to be sent, spotted him out. Neural depth going to be invested. Leaf wanted to try to capitalize, and Downby, he doesn't abandon the angle. He still ends up overstaying. Gets caught in G2. Right back into this. Shrugging off the previous round loss. Looking for that stability. Leaf is tearing them apart. BabyBay finding RB. Francis now again. A 1v5 finds him first, but surely not. Maybe if he got a fadeaway lucky shot there, but
लंबा हो गया.
able to find the pings. Blaze wall.
वो best of 3 है ना.
His vision. They know
अभी
exactly
11
where he's
चल
going.
रहा है तो वो जो है 2 से अब 5 कर लिया उन्होंने. 5-10 हो 5-11 हो रहा है.
Finally, for Francis in this position, just trying to pick them apart on the exits. Knows that they're not going to have that much money, so any more kills that he can get from here would certainly deal a bit of damage.
अब जो जीतेगा वो टीम फिर आगे जाएगी ना.
Losing exactly who they can afford to in BabyBay, given that they just had the knives.
एक दोनों जीतेंगे.
Swing coming out, and he will be able to take one down with him.
अच्छा है.
But all the key weaponry will be carried over. Just going to be that stinger lost.
Huh?
Okay. Able to bounce back nicely. Thought for a moment maybe Francis had firmly into the coffin, but Leaf had a.
Damby's doing.
I don't know, dude.
उमर यार मैं नहीं आ रहा ऑफिस.
Damby, sometimes he giveth, sometimes he taketh.
Next round जीतना
As good as he is.
होगा.
Again, the sniping can be good, but it still feels like he's getting a feel for it in the big picture. But this time, it's going to be BabyBay with that op.
वाकई
Went for the peak angle, just hoping somebody was holding it, and actually Damby had flanked out a little wide. So, not going to be taken down by that quick flick from BabyBay.
A very quick pivot, though. Damby immediately being sent over towards garage.
They've got full control of long A with Francis.
Window going to be smoked off.
Wait.
Dogamo shut down to the all. Damby soldering across. Still is going to be
निकालो यार ये round.
gets an elimination, but Leaf again. Trying to be the one to bear the weight, the burden on his shoulders. Jump spot over the top, and Francis is able to find Balin as Leaf will fall. Trent suddenly, the last one remaining in this round, he knows where Ivy's at, spotting there. The coattails brings it into a 1v1.
Chacha peek na dein
The
oi.
angle, but Francis move at all. He has not heard a damn thing. He goes for the
Did
peek,
usne peek.
and now he's the one situated as Trent has to peek into him. 35 seconds remaining.
ये तो जा रहा है.
Trent just keeping it quiet. The
पीछे जा
rotation
रहा है ओए.
over to B. It's just leaning in this direction, but maybe contemplating that it's going to be A, but they might just be meeting.
Oh my God.
As Francis, he's full sprinting it,
यार.
and Trent in pole position gets the
यार क्या
clutch.
टाइमिंग है भाई साहब.
Once again, denying NongShim RedForce from getting up to map
इतनी
point.
accurate टाइमिंग भाई. Same time पे दोनों आ रहे हैं.
Huge. He had a rough start to this map, but he's making up for it now.
High-low split. Sees where they're both at, but
Oh,
can do
yeah,
nothing
क्या हुआ
about
है?
it. Francis on the flank will lock it up. The Thrifty confirmed, as well as match point
वैसे
for
मुझे लगा
NongShim.
पीछे हो गया.
There's that NongShim special where they just get ultra aggressive off the barrier drop. They want to catch you out. And look at that. Relay bolt, paranoia. Beautiful paranoia from RB. Catches 3 players with it. Absolutely incredible. Tease them up. Downby and X-Ross doing exactly what you want out of those duelists. This is it. 5 in a row for G2. If they're going to get this to overtime, otherwise their EWC lives are over.
नहीं नहीं पीछे नहीं देख
Try
रहा
to
था यार.
work with an incorrect gamble stack here from NongShim. Dogamo just making some noise, clears that trip over at Garage.
शायद
But the lion's share of G2.
वो आगे हो गए खुद ही.
Ready to strike
मैंने
onto the
नहीं
safe
किया.
site where it's just Francis. Got a trail of trips as well. One now going to be cleared out. It's Jogamo. Oh, he thought he confirmed the kill.
डब्बा भी मैं देख रहा था पता नहीं कैसे आगे हो गया.
Ends up putting the weapon
खुद ही
away.
एक black screen होगा.
Flash's going to be going in, but it's going to be RP just holding down M1. Comes away with that elimination. It's an immense amount of damage dealt, but is that going to be good enough? Forces gathering. Trent.
अल्लाह खैर
Towards
करे.
Sewer, and all right, Baby Bay will be able to finish the job. That jaw had started. Paranoia going to be going in, but Francis wins the fight. Baby Bay eliminated. Balin now dead. It's a 3v2. Leaf, no corpses to work with, no way to get that neural depth invested. Hunter's Fury going to be going in. RB, you can't body block that, son. Trent just saved them. The push forward. Leaf has it with a stinger. G2 not done yet.
Oh boy. Okay, finally it's G2's turn. Kind of take a round that felt like maybe they were in the disadvantageous position. You know, they lose Jog early. Okay, Baby Bay gets one, but then all of a sudden in this drop down out of heaven, they get 2. But that Hunter's Fury clutch. Here we go. 4 now is the magic number for G2 just to stay alive. It's going to be a weaker by a couple sheriffs there for NongShim. It's again just getting aggressive. I think this is going to be their MO here for a couple rounds to see if they can just have a trap that G2 falls into at the beginning. G2 though, once again, going to be quick scaling in towards C, even TP from Balin.
Leaf intercepting, but he's not ready for that second layer, even though Ivy was the one that he had originally spotted with the cam. Weapon to be collected. Now full rifles in the hands of NongShim. How do they look to pilot this? I mean, Jogamo, he's hearing him. It's just going to be curveball for curveball. They look to hold each other back. Molly now on the floor. Downbeat held at bay for now. Until they reach this position, Ivy, it's going to be a slow approach, a slow scale from him. Jogamo able to find the one before getting traded out. Now the run it back going to be committed, but Baby Bay quick denies that. Swing in, and Trent has 2 crisp shots, and Ivy now has to retreat.
बढ़ गए.
No further recourse. G2 still hanging in there. 3 more rounds to go to give us yet another overtime.
Got to be a timeout left for NongShim.
No बारह भाई.
Either on this map.
I don't think they have.
The entire time.
I think you're right.
It was both committed into the first half by G2.
Yeah. I assumed they hadn't used them. Sometimes a little bit tough here, but this is crazy work from Trent. My goodness. Just so ready for that second peak. Yeah, there you go. First timeout from NongShim. They've got 2 to work with. And a lot to talk about here.
NS ने दिया timeout.
G2, just like NongShim on their attacker side, seems unstoppable.
It's always a gamble, though. You're opening up that
timeout
door
आ
again
गया.
for Josh Artie to
पलड़ा बदल जाएगा
back
फिर.
in, reconnecting with Valen. Giving him some more ideas on how to keep this going.
Well, I think the G2 camp, my assumption is that they're going to be a little bit slow at the beginning of the rounds and then look for that opening that NongShim's been giving them. So is NongShim, is that going to be what, Silkanon is talking about here? Like, let's see if we can use that against them by being a little bit defaulty, being really quick with the flanks. Don't be afraid to clear some of that Cypher util early if you get in deep. Put some question marks into G2's heads. At least make them have to consider some of what's going on the map, potentially. Leaf and Jogamo sitting on their ults. RB does have the from the shadows. Francis a couple away from another Hunter's Fury. They're going absolutely crazy in some of these rounds. He's been keeping NongShim in this thing, to be frank. That round, that Sheriff 4K, that one may be the one we're looking at as the reason NongShim gets in the playoffs.
वो एक राउंड के चक्कर में उनके 9 राउंड हो गए.
I mean, not going to be seeing much of anything quite just yet. Blazewall going to be situated, and Dambi able to snap back the ult. Jogamo denied for now. TP over, RB joining it back plat. And it seems like G2 still want to try to shove this one forward onto the Titans. They're winning out the fight decently well. As Francis now in a position where he once again has to try to clutch. The 1v2 versus Valorant Trent to try to bring this series to its end. Has a slow creep now. Hearing the tap, knows that they're still situated on C.
He's got his recon back.
Does he send it?
डब्बे के पीछे है, दूसरा उस जनरेटर के पीछे है.
Backside plant.
इधर कोई नहीं है यार.
Every which angle, but tag to 5 immediately. Trent.
इधर भी कोई नहीं है.
Gives him the chance to just simply walk away.
Not going to.
Move it.
With util. Trent will have it. Another 3K. Another round for G2. The timeout shrugged off. Suddenly, it's just 2 rounds separating us from back-to-back overtimes.
I mean, the big thing here right now is the economy for NongShim. Not good. Not great. So that means, you would think that this is going to go to 12-11, and NongShim's only going to have one more real full buy shot at this.
And this time you do not have that overdrive.
No. Not even close.
You do have Francis with a Sheriff. Well, that is terrifying.
That's GG.
Just a classic for RB. Check down towards Sewer. Drone over the top, getting the spot out. Quick backpedal. Recon will fly. He's still going to be good for 1 at least.
My God.
Sends out the recon. Reveal onto 1. Trent says you can't be doing it again. Flash to the corner. Some spray there from Valen, but RB, he's recovered the Phantom, and suddenly it is just Trent left standing, and not for long. NongShim. Get it over the line in a thrifty fashion. 13-10. Overtime denied. G2 denied.
What an absolute banger. These 2 teams fought tooth and nail for this.
Game,
you have to be so impressed with them. And NongShim players, that was a grind. It was grueling. But they get there. My heart breaks for G2. They come so close.
It's another early exit.
बहुत close आ गए थे यार, बहुत
close. From a tournament here this year in 2026. G2 will not be joining their other Americas teams in the playoffs. NongShim RedForce will be the lone representative, not just from the Pacific, but from the East. As they will once again look to try to find another trophy to lift here this year.
मजा आ गया.
And what a grueling performance for them from losing on their map pick to going into that overtime on Sunset, barely being able to clinch it out, and then being able to withstand a G2 who looked like they were in full force in that second half of Haven.
No, I know. I mean, it really felt like G2 had it in them to send it to OT there, but then Francis, his Sheriff, he is not of this earth. That Sheriff has been touched by God.
Yeah,
Absolutely incredible.
An absolute beast is Francis. Helps them get over the line. But overall, a fantastic performance from all of NongShim RedForce. Every single player across the board having their moments. I mean, Dambi just doing Dambi things the whole way through. What a series. Hellishly entertaining. But that's it for myself and Paper Thin for today, so we'll give things back over to Digon.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. And despite that dominating 10-2 lead in the first half, G2 kept plucking away at it round by round until NongShim finally found their grip. Maybe a sweaty grip, but eventually that grip to close it on off and book their ticket to the playoffs and prevent the full Western playoffs. It is Pacific back with some representation here and in that top 8 as we welcome back Big Time and Kukuka.
Listen, sometimes you just gotta shut up. And
अब क्या सीन है? अब सीन है नहाने का. नहाने का प्रबंध किया जाए.
People doubted after Santiago. They said they couldn't do it. They said there's no bounce back. They said there's no fight. They said Dambi's not on Neon. I said that's okay. And then the return happens. You see the form pick up. Even when the struggle comes in, it looks like they weren't going to win on Sunset. But they get it done in 3. They deny the comeback. Pacific haven't gone missing. We're in the playoffs. One team is all we need, baby. Let's go.
ये KFC है, KFC और खाने में
That is it. Listen, no. I like the fact that this is the way that it ended, especially with how this last map went. It was already so difficult. It is the last match that we have in the entirety of the group stage. It's late. These days have been very intense because obviously these teams were already in that situation where they had already lost one match and had to play a bit more to get here. Seeing NongShim being so aggressive from the defense, having that tint to themselves that will differentiate them from the rest, all of those eco rounds that goes beyond trust. So they have definitely earned their spot in playoffs.
They definitely have, and we can hear more now with Danby standing by with Gennaro.
क्या नाम है?
Thank you so much, Digon, and thank you, Danby and Maddox, for joining me. Congratulations on that win. That was a series and a half, to put it bluntly. First things first that I would really like to talk about is that you are the only team remaining from Pacific in the tournament. From the East in general, CN is also out. What does that mean?
चम्मच चेक कराना जरा चम्मच देना.
대단한 시리즈였고요. 일단 승리 축하드립니다. 첫 번째 질문은
हाँ रिक्वेम खेलेंगे इंशाल्लाह.
또 생존자가 되셨고
थोड़ी देर तक दोबारा लाइव आता हूँ.
전체 톡 틀어서
ओए
유일한 생존자가
यार ये देखो ना शादी नहीं हुई होती तो मैं अभी दोबारा लाइव स्ट्रीम कर लेता. लेकिन अभी हुई भी है शादी तो मैं दोबारा लाइव स्ट्रीम नहीं कर सकता. तो ये मसला होता है फिर.
마지막 팀인데 딱히 뭐
उसने पूछा था ना शादी के फायदे होते हैं ये वो. फायदे अपनी जगह होते हैं लेकिन नुकसान भी अपनी जगह पर होते हैं. ठीक है अब मैं ये स्ट्रीम बंद हो अब लाइव स्ट्रीम बंद होगी मैं नहाऊंगा फ्रेश होऊंगा तो पीसी मेरा बुक हो जाएगा. वो फिर 2-3 बजे तक बुक ही रहेगा नहीं फ्री होगा तो मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं कर सकूंगा. फिर अपनी वाइफ को रेक्विएम खिलाएंगे या खेल रहे ये कह रहे अपनी वाइफ को खिलाएंगे.
नहीं अगर शादी करनी है तो बेगम को गेमिंग में मत लाना.
शादी करनी है तो पहले 2 पीसी बना के करना. बाय द वे यार जो भी था आज के मैचेस बहुत कमाल के गए हैं. सारी टीमों ने बड़ा फिट खेला है. मज़ा आया मैच देखते हुए. नींद भी आई है मैच देखते हुए क्योंकि बहुत लंबे हो गए थे. भाभी को वर्ल्ड कप दिखाओ. वर्ल्ड कप देखो. ये क्या क्या ला रही हो? पैसा बस आ जाए गरीब के पास. गरीब के पास पैसा आ जाए तो वो खाने ही नहीं छोड़ता. ये कह रहे सर है। ये क्या है? ओए 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 ओए, इतना मीठा। वाओ, ऐसे इतने फिर पेड़ निकलते ना।
तोड़ना है।
तोड़ना है?
हाँ, ये जो तोड़ा दिया है। नीचे से नहीं तोड़ना।
इसके साथ या थोड़ा है।
नीचे से क्यों check कर देते हैं? इसको मारो ऊपर से।
तो ऐसे चम्मच से खा लूंगा।
तोड़ो तोड़ो ना।
वो ये टूटता ही नहीं है, प्लास्टिक डाल के भेजी है इन्होंने। ये देख रहे हो हथौड़ा, वो सही ओरिजिनल वाली ले आओ।
मुंह पे आएगा।
मुंह पे आएगा ना तेज।
बस 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 टूट गई बस।
या ये कैंडी होगी।
नहीं केक है।
केक है।
ड्रीम केक है। गंदा गंदा
हाँ, ये
है।
लो। चलो जी चेक करें अब है क्या क्या।
रिव्यू कर रहे हो शुभदीप को पहली बार बनाई हूँ मैं।
हम्म।
ये लेयर्स के टक्कर में आया है। साइड करो।
नहीं
अच्छा।
नहीं, ऐसे ना मुंह में जाके पहले तो जम जाता है
रिव्यू दे रहे हो ना।
और उसके बाद फिर ना ऐसे फैल सा जाता है,
रिव्यू दे रहे
चिपका चिपका हो। है क्या, नाम क्या है इसका? ऐसे वो पतीसे वाली मिठाई नहीं होती, उस टाइप का जला जला बस है क्या?
ड्रीम केक।
हम्म?
ड्रीम इसका ये लोटस ब्राउनी है। लोटस ब्राउनी है।
लोटस ब्राउनी है?
हाँ, लोटस ब्राउनी।
इससे तो डोनट अच्छा होता है लोटस वाला।
वो भी था वैसे ही था।
मज़े की चीज़ है। अच्छी है, नॉट बैड, मज़े का। ये चेक करते हैं।
ये try।
लोटस का टेस्ट ऐसा होता।
हाँ
ये अब क्या है? एक मिनट सब्र करो।
ये मैं खा रही हूँ। I'm eating it।
ओह,
मजे का।
ये मज़े का है। ये ऊपर क्या लगा हुआ है? ये भी नहीं टूटता।
White chocolate है।
ये जो ऊपर प्लास्टिक से इन्होंने लगाई हुई थी
ये
चॉकलेट
white
थी।
chocolate है।
वाइट
Show
चॉकलेट।
me कैसे है।
ये पता नहीं कैसी होगी, बट इसके अंदर जो चीज़ है वो काफ़ी अच्छी है। छोड़ो यार।
वो वाला तो नहीं होना। वो
ये
वाला।
वाला होना।
वो वाले में आगे से।
हाँ हाँ, आगे आ सकती हो। हाँ हाँ, ये मज़े का, ये बड़ा फिट है यार।
वो भी तो होना है।
है?
वो भी तो होना है।
ठीक है, इतना बुरा भी नहीं है।
ना।
अमीर लोगों की फिर ऐसी चीज़ें होती हैं ना, अमीर लोगों को कड़वी चीज़ें अच्छी लगती हैं। एक और चीज़, ये लावा चॉकलेट केक है।
नहीं
नहीं लावा नहीं है,
ड्रीम केक है।
ये
ड्रीम केक।
ड्रीम केक है जी, ड्रीम केक। ऐसे केक ड्रीमों में ही आते हैं बस। मेरा माउस गंदा होगा। चलो यार, इसको मैं चुप कराऊँ, इनकी लाइव स्ट्रीम हो गई है बहुत, चपड़ चपड़ कर रही थी। अच्छा जी, वो ड्रीम केक है तो ड्रीम अब रात को देखेंगे आते हैं कि नहीं। फिलहाल तो ये खोलते हैं। ऐसे लग रहा है कि मैंगो मैंगो है और ओरिजिनल मैंगो है, उसके ऊपर कुछ और चीज़ डली हुई है मैंगो का कोई। ये तो मैंगो है, नकली मैंगो और असली मैंगो दोनों मिक्स हैं। और उसके नीचे वही वाली मिठाई है, वही वाला केक है जो इस डब्बे में था। मैंगो कस्टर्ड टाइप, यस।
इसमें ओरिजिनल मैंगो भी है,
हाँ,
क्रीम मैंगो भी है।
सारे मैंगो एक ही जगह पे डाल के तो और क्या है।
नहीं आया।
हम्म,
हम्म,
अच्छा
ये निकाल के बाइट करना।
यार, इतनी चॉकलेट कौन खाएगा। ये रखा कैसे है इसमें।
ये ब्राउनी भी है, टेस्टी है।
नहीं, ये है जी कप केक। कप नहीं दिया ना साथ। कपड़े उतार रहा हूँ इसके मैं।
बस मसाले नहीं उतार।
तो ये खाऊंगा कैसे।
नीचे कर।
मैं नहीं यार, ऐसे खाऊंगा अमीरों की तरह। इतना मीठा भाई तौबा ना, पागल। ना ऊपर वाली क्रीम अच्छी है ना नीचे वाली वो अच्छी है। तो लिया कि मैं पता था।
Try this one.
अच्छा जी, ये एक और ब्राउनी है। ये तो मुझे अच्छी लगेगी, मुझे पता है। मेरी वैसी है लेयर्स टाइप की।
मुझे दे रही हूँ।
ये लेयर्स टाइप की है।
बाकी रख तू।
हम्म, एक इसमें जो मजे की थी, ये ब्राउनी अच्छी है। ब्राउनी के बाद वो केक जो है उस डब्बे वाला जो है थोड़े से थोड़ा है वो अच्छा है। ठीक ही है ये भी।
इसको क्या कर।
ये भी ठीक ही है। मैंगो मैंगो मैंगो, सारे मैंगो मिक्स हैं इसमें। रुपए वाला, 10 रुपए वाला, 200 रुपए वाला, 250 वाला, 300 वाला, 400 वाला, पाउडर वाला, सारे। ये कहाँ रखूँ।
ये डबल चॉकलेट ड्रीम ब्राउनी।
किसके ऐसे ड्रीम होंगे। ये रख दो फ्रिज में और 2 साल तक मुझे ना दिखाना ये।
2 साल तक की मीठा मैंने गेम खेलनी है अभी।
माउस पैड दो देना बस खेलने के बाद।
गंदा नहीं करना कुछ भी।
ये चॉकलेट ब्राउनी है, यस यार ये चॉकलेट ब्राउनी है, पर ये जो है ना ये काफी मजे का यार डब्बा। आहा, ऐसे पूरे। इसमें वो लोटस वाली जो क्रीम होती है ना वो है, इसलिए मुझे ये मजे का लग रहा है। रख दो यार, बस है।
चलो वर्ल्ड कप देखने जा
ये कितने का है सब।
ये नहीं पूछते हो।
चलो वर्ल्ड कप देखने जा रहा, सीन हैवी हो गया। अच्छा, ये तभी बाबे के 6 पैक नहीं बनते। देख लिया है ये, फिर 1.5 महीना जिम गया हूँ मैं लगातार, उसके बाद फिर कुछ ना कुछ आ जाता है जो खाना पड़ता है। अब ये पड़ा रहेगा इसी तरह घर में फ्रिज में, कभी थोड़ा थोड़ा खा लेंगे। ये क्या है वो, जगह नहीं है यार। आगे 3 बबले खा चुका हूँ।
ये तो मेरी फेवरेट।
इसमें है रुपए की चीज, डब्बा इन्होंने 6000 कर दिया।
हाँ ठीक है,
तो यही है ना।
डब्बा नहीं फाड़ना, नीचे से खोल लो ना। यार ये बात
ये तो पनीर है, चीज है, पनीर है क्या है? चरस की डिब्बी और क्या है? फिर यूं करूंगा तो ये गिर जाएगा।
चीज केक,
चीज केक, चीज केक, ये मजे का होगा। खराब दही।
छोड़ तो फिर भी नहीं रहे, चॉकलेट डाल के खाओ।
ओके गाइस, इसी के साथ मैं भी चलता हूँ बाथरूम। और अगर तो पीसी मिला तो दोबारा लाइव आऊँगा, नहीं मिला तो नहीं आऊँगा और सो जाऊँगा या जाग ही रहूँगा। तो दुआ में याद रखना। कल तो लाइव स्ट्रीम नहीं है EWC वाली, परसों है, तो परसों EWC वाली लाइव स्ट्रीम मिलेंगे। और कल अगर मैं जल्दी घर आ गया तो फिर हम बाइक के काम के लिए, तो जल्दी आ गया तो फिर हम लाइव स्ट्रीम कर लेंगे रेजिडेंट एवल वाली, ठीक है। और उसके बाद फिर दूसरी जो भी गेम हुई, कल लंबी स्ट्रीम होगी अगर मैं जल्दी घर आ गया तो। ठीक है, तो अपना ख्याल रखो, सबका ख्याल रखो, माहौल को साफ रखो, स्टे सेफ, राइट सेफ, वेयर हेलमेट, सी यू नेक्स्ट वन, अल्लाह हाफिज़।
रात 3 बजे स्क्रीन पर लाइट, सिस्टम एडमिन मेरा बाय नाइट, साइलेंट ग्राइंड फोकस हाई, बाबा यागा ऑन द राइज। रात 3 बजे स्क्रीन पर लाइट, सिस्टम एडमिन मेरा बाय नाइट, साइलेंट ग्राइंड फोकस हाई, बाबा यागा ऑन द राइज। जीरो व्यू से स्टार्ट किया सीन, कोड और सर्वर्स लाइफ रूटीन, दिन भर काम रात को स्ट्रीम, सपना बड़ा चेसिंग ड्रीम, काउंटर स्ट्राइक एम टाइट, पबजी ड्रॉप फुल फाइट, हेडशॉट रेन नो लक भाई, मेहनत बोली अब टू फ्लाई, नींद कम पर सपने हैवी, दिल में आग माइंडसेट स्टडी, लोग बोले थे नहीं होगा अब कह रहे तू रेडी, नो स्लीप ग्राइंड मोड ऑन, क्लिक क्लिक हेडशॉट गेम स्ट्रॉन्ग, जीरो से हीरो नाम बना, स्ट्रीम पे आजा बाबा यागा।